general staff to adopt trench warfare, absurd in view of the enormous length of the front from the Baltic to the Black Sea, was with vast, marshy, and forest zones, whereas the only possible strategy was a war of maneuver. This assertion is merely silly. In actual fact, the Russian army did attempt a war of maneuver and sudden incursion, especially in the Austrian sector, but also in East Prussia, and won successes which were as brilliant as they were ephemeral. The truth is that one cannot choose the form of war one wants, unless from the start one has a crushing superiority over the enemy. It is well known what losses were caused by the stubborn refusal of the general staffs to recognize that a war of position was imposed by the overall relation of the forces in conflict. A war of position is not, in reality, constituted simply by the actual trenches, but by the whole organizational and industrial system of the territory which lies to the rear of the army in the field. It is imposed notably by the rapid firepower of cannons, machine guns, and rifles, by the armed strength which can be concentrated at a particular spot, as well as by the abundance of supplies which make possible the swift replacement of material lost after an enemy breakthrough or retreat. A further factor is the great mass of men under arms. They are of very unequal caliber, and are precisely only able to operate as a mass force. It can be seen how, on the Eastern Front, it was one thing to make an incursion in the Austrian sector, and quite another in the German sector, and how even in the Austrian sector, reinforced by picked German troops and commanded by Germans, incursion tactics ended in disaster. The same thing occurred in the Polish campaign of 1920. The seemingly irresistible advance was halted before Warsaw by General Weygand, on the line commanded by French officers. Even those military experts whose minds are now fixed on the war of position, just as they were previously on that of maneuver, naturally do not maintain that the latter should be considered as expunged from military science. Page 227. They merely maintain that, in wars among the more industrially and socially advanced states, the war of maneuver must be considered as reduced to a more tactical than a strategic function, that it must be considered as occupying the same position as siege warfare used to occupy previously in relation to it. The same reduction must take place in the art and science of politics, at least in the case of the most advanced states, where civil society has become a very complex structure, and one which is resistant to the catastrophic incursions of the immediate economic element, crises, depressions, etc. The superstructures of civil society are like the trench systems of modern warfare. In war, it would sometimes happen that a fierce artillery attack seemed to have destroyed the enemy's entire defensive system, whereas in fact it had only destroyed the outer perimeter. And at the moment of their advance and attack, the assailants would find themselves confronted by a line of defense which was still effective. The same thing happens in politics during great economic crises. A crisis cannot give the attacking forces the ability to organize with lightning speed in time and in space. Still less, it can endow them with fighting spirit. Similarly, the defenders are not demoralized, nor do they abandon their positions, even among the ruins, nor do they lose faith in their own strength or their own future. Of course, things do not remain exactly as they were, but it is certain that one will not find the element of speed, of accelerated time, of the definitive forward march expected by the strategists of political Cardonism. Note 2. The last occurrence of the kind in the history of politics was the events of 1917. They marked a decisive turning point in the history of the art and science of politics. Hence, it is a question of studying in depth which elements of civil society correspond to the defensive systems in a war of position. The use of the phrase in depth is intentional, because 1917 has been studied, but only either from a superficial and banal viewpoints, as when certain social historians studied the vagaries of women's fashions, or from a rationalistic viewpoint, in other words, with the conviction that certain phenomena are destroyed as soon as they are realistically explained, as if they were popular superstitions, which anyway are not destroyed either merely by being explained. Page 228. The question of the meager success achieved by new tendencies in the trade union movement should be related to this series of problems. Note 3. One attempt to begin a revision of the current tactical methods was perhaps that outlined by L. Dav. B.R. Trotsky at the fourth meeting, when he made a comparison between the Eastern and Western fronts. The former had fallen at once, but unprecedented struggles had then ensued. In the case of the latter, the struggles would take place beforehand. Note 4. The question, therefore, was whether civil society resists before or after the attempt to seize power, where the latter takes place, etc. However, the question was outlined only in a brilliant literary form without directives of a practical character. SBN 233-6, Q13, section 424. 2. War of position and war of maneuver, or frontal war. It should be seen whether Bronstein, Trotsky's famous theory about the permanent character of the movement, note 5, is not the political reflection of the theory of war of maneuver. Recall the observation of the Cossack general Krasnov, i.e., in the last analysis, a reflection of the general economic, cultural, social conditions in a country in which the structures of national life are embryonic and loose, and incapable of becoming trench or fortress. In this case, one might say that Bronstein, apparently Western, was in fact a cosmopolitan, i.e., superficially national and superficially Western or European. Ilyich, Lenin, on the other hand, was profoundly national and profoundly European. Bronstein, in his memoirs, recalls being told that his theory had been proved true 15 years later, and replying to the epigram with another epigram, note 6. In reality, his theory as such was good neither 15 years earlier nor 15 years later. As happens to the obstinate, of whom Guicciardini speaks, he guessed more or less correctly. That is to say, he was right in his more general practical prediction. It is as if one was to prophesy that a little 4-year-old girl would become a mother, and when at 20 she did so, one said, "I guessed that she would," overlooking the fact, however, that when she was 4 years old, one had tried to rape the girl in the belief that she would become a mother even then. Page 229. It seems to me that Ilyich understood that a change was necessary from the war of maneuver applied victoriously in the East in 1917 to a war of position, which was the only form possible in the West, where, as Krasnov observed, armies could rapidly accumulate endless quantities of munitions, and where the social structures were of themselves still capable of becoming heavily armed fortifications. This is what the formula of the United Front, Note 7, seems to me to mean, and it corresponds to the conception of a single front for the Entente under the sole command of Foch. Ilyich, however, did not have time to expand his formula, though it should be borne in mind that he could only have expanded it theoretically, whereas the fundamental task was a national one. That is to say, it required a reconnaissance of the terrain and identification of the elements of trench and fortress, represented by the elements of civil society, etc. In the East, the state was everything. Civil society was primordial and gelatinous. In the West, there was a proper relation between state and civil society, and when the state trembled, a sturdy structure of civil society was at once revealed. The state was only an outer ditch, behind which there stood a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks, more or less numerous from one state to the next, it goes without saying. But this precisely necessitated an accurate reconnaissance of each individual country. Bronstein's theory can be compared to that of certain French syndicalists on the general strike, and to Rosa's theory in the work translated by Alessandri. Rosa's pamphlet, and theories anyway, influenced the French syndicalists, as is clear from some of Rosmer's articles on Germany in The Ouvrier, first series in pamphlet form. It partly depends, too, on the theory of spontaneity. SPN 236-8, Q7, Section 16. 3. Transition from the war of maneuver and from frontal attack to the war of position in the political field as well. This seems to me to be the most important question of political theory that the post-war period has posed, and the most difficult to solve correctly. It is related to the problems raised by Bronstein, who, in one way or another, can be considered the political theorist of frontal attack in a period in which it only leads to defeats. Page 230. This transition in political science is only indirectly, mediately, related to that which took place in the military field, although certainly a relation exists, and an essential one. The war of position demands enormous sacrifices by infinite masses of people, so an unprecedented concentration of hegemony is necessary, and hence a more interventionist government, which will take the offensive more openly against the oppositionists and organize permanently the impossibility of internal disintegration, with controls of every kind, political, administrative, etc., reinforcement of the hegemonic positions of the dominant group, etc. All this indicates that we have entered a culminating phase in the political historical situation, since, in politics, the war of position, once won, is decisive definitively. In politics, in other words, the war of maneuver subsists so long as it is a question of winning positions which are not decisive, so that all the resources of the state's hegemony cannot be mobilized. But when, for one reason or another, these positions have lost their value and only the decisive positions are at stake, then one passes over to siege warfare. This is concentrated, difficult, and requires exceptional qualities of patience and inventiveness. In politics, the siege is a reciprocal one, despite all appearances and the mere fact that the ruler has to muster all his resources demonstrates how seriously he takes his adversary. SPN 238-9, Q6, Section 138.
4. Left angle bracket, Internationalism and National Policy, right angle bracket. A work in the form of questions and answers by Joseph Bessarion, left angle bracket, Stalin, right angle bracket, dating from September 1927. It deals with certain key problems of the science and art of politics. Note 8. The problem which seems to me to need further elaboration is the following. How, according to the philosophy of praxis, as it manifests itself politically, whether as formulated by its founder, left angle bracket, Marx, right angle bracket, or particularly as restated by its most recent great theoretician, left angle bracket, Lenin, right angle bracket, the international situation should be considered in its national aspect. In reality, the internal relations of any nation are the result of a combination which is original and, in a certain sense, unique. These relations must be understood and conceived in their originality and uniqueness if one wishes to dominate them and direct them. Page 231. To be sure, the line of development is towards internationalism, but the point of departure is national, and it is from this point of departure that one must begin. Yet the perspective is international and cannot be otherwise. Consequently, it is necessary to study accurately the combination of national forces which the international class, left angle bracket, the proletariat, right angle bracket, will have to lead and develop in accordance with the international perspective and directives, left angle bracket, that is, those of the Comintern, right angle bracket. The leading class is in fact only such if it accurately interprets this combination, of which it is itself a component, and precisely as such is able to give the movement a certain direction, within certain perspectives. It is on this point, in my opinion, that the fundamental disagreement between Leo Davidovich, left angle bracket, Trotsky, right angle bracket, and Bessarion as interpreter of the majority movement, left angle bracket, Bolshevism, right angle bracket, really hinges. The accusations of nationalism are inept if they refer to the nucleus of the question. If one studies the majoritarian struggle from 1902 up to 1917, one can see that its originality consisted in purging internationalism of every vague and purely ideological, in a pejorative sense, element, to give it a realistic political content. It is in the concept of hegemony that those exigencies which are national in character are knotted together. One can well understand how certain tendencies either do not mention such a concept or merely skim over it. A class that is international in character has, inasmuch as it guides social strata which are narrowly national, intellectuals, and indeed frequently even less than national, particularistic and municipalistic, the peasants, to nationalize itself in a certain sense. Moreover, this sense is not a very narrow one either, since before the conditions can be created for an economy that follows a world plan, it is necessary to pass through multiple phases in which the regional combinations, or groups of nations, may be of various kinds. Furthermore, it must never be forgotten that historical development follows the laws of necessity until the initiative is decisively passed over to those forces which tend toward construction in accordance with a plan of peaceful and solidary division of labor. That non-national concepts, that is, ones that cannot be referred to each individual country, are erroneous can be seen ab absurdo. They have led to passivity and inertia in two quite distinct phases. Page 232. 1. In the first phase, nobody believed that they ought to make a start. That is to say, they believed that by making a start they would find themselves isolated. They waited for everybody to move together, and nobody in the meantime moved or organized the movement. 2. The second phase is perhaps worse, because what is being awaited is an anachronistic and anti-natural form of Napoleonism, since not all historical phases repeat themselves in the same form. Note 9. The theoretical weaknesses of this modern form of the old mechanism are masked by the general theory of permanent revolution, which is nothing but a generic forecast presented as a dogma, and which demolishes itself by not in fact coming true. SPN 240-1, Q14, Section 68. 5. Question of the collective man, or social conformism. Educative and formative role of the state, whose aim is always that of creating new and higher types of civilization, of adapting the civilization and the morality of the broadest popular masses to the necessities of the continuous development of the economic apparatus of production, hence of evolving even physically new types of humanity. But how will each single individual succeed in incorporating himself into the collective man, and how will educative pressure be applied to single individuals so as to obtain their consent and their collaboration, turning necessity and coercion into freedom? Question of right. This concept will have to be extended to include those activities which are at present classified as juridically indifferent, and which belong to the domain of civil society. The latter operates without sanctions or compulsory obligations, but nevertheless exerts a collective pressure and obtains objective results in the form of an evolution of customs, ways of thinking and acting, morality, etc. Political concepts of the so-called permanent revolution, which emerged before 1848 as a scientifically evolved expression of the Jacobin experience from 1789 to Thermidor. Note 10. The formula belongs to a historical period in which the great mass political parties and the great economic trade unions did not yet exist, and society was still, so to speak, in a state of fluidity from many points of view, greater backwardness of the countryside, and almost complete monopoly of political and state power by a few cities or even by a single one, Paris in the case of France, a relatively rudimentary state apparatus, and greater autonomy of civil society from state activity, a specific system of military forces and of national armed services, greater autonomy of the national economies from the economic relations of the world market, etc. Page 233. In the period after 1870, with the colonial expansion of Europe, all these elements change. The internal and international organizational relations of the state become more complex and massive, and the 1848 formula of the permanent revolution is expanded and transcended in political science by the formula of civil hegemony. The same thing happens in the art of politics as happens in military art. War of movement increasingly becomes war of position, and it can be said that a state will win a war in so far as it prepares for it minutely and technically in peacetime. The massive structures of the modern democracies, both as state organizations and as complexes of associations in civil society, constitute for the art of politics, as it were, the trenches and the permanent fortifications of the front in the war of position. They render merely partial the element of maneuver which before used to be the whole of war, etc. This question is posed for the modern states, but not for backward countries or for colonies, where forms which elsewhere have been superseded and have become anachronistic are still in force. Bracketed ellipsis. SPN 242-3, Q13, Section 7. 6. Concept of state. That the everyday concept of state is one-sided and leads to grotesque errors can be demonstrated with reference to Daniel Halavy's recent book, Décadence de la Liberté, of which I have read a review in Les Nouvelles Littéraires. For Halavy, state is the representative apparatus, and he discovers that the most important events of French history from 1870 until the present day have not been due to initiatives by political organisms deriving from universal suffrage, but to those either of private organisms, capitalist firms, general staffs, etc., or of great civil servants unknown to the country at large, etc. Page 234. But what does that signify, if not that by state should be understood not only the apparatus of government, but also the private apparatus of hegemony or civil society? It should be noted how from this critique of the state, which does not intervene, which trails behind events, etc., there is born the dictatorial ideological current of the right, with its reinforcement of the executive, etc. However, Halavy's book should be read to see whether he too has taken this path. It is not unlikely in principle, given his antecedents, sympathies for Sorel, for Maurras, etc. Note 11. SPN 260-1, Q6, Section 137. 7. Ethical or cultural state. In my opinion, the most reasonable and concrete thing that can be said about ethical and cultural state is this. Every state is ethical inasmuch as one of its most important functions is to raise the great mass of the population to a particular cultural and moral level, a level or type which corresponds to the needs of the productive forces of development, and hence to the interests of the ruling classes. The school as a positive educative function, and the courts as a repressive and negative educative function, are the most important state activities in this sense, but in reality, a multitude of other so-called private initiatives and activities tend to the same end, initiatives and activities which form the apparatus of the political and cultural hegemony of the ruling classes. Hegel's Hegel', conception belongs to a period in which the spreading development of the bourgeoisie could seem limitless, so that its ethicity or universality could be asserted. All mankind will be bourgeois. But in reality, only the social group that poses the end of the state and its own end as the target to be achieved can create an ethical state, one which tends to put an end to the internal divisions of the ruled, etc., and to create a technically and morally unitary social organism. SPN 258-9, Q8, Section 179. 8. State as gendarme, night watchman, etc. The following argument is worth reflecting upon. It is the conception of the gendarme night watchman state, leaving aside the polemical designation gendarme, night watchman, etc. Not in fact the only conception of the state to transcend the purely economic corporate stages. Page 235. We are still on the terrain of the identification of state and government, an identification which is precisely a representation of the economic corporate form, in other words, of the confusion between civil society and political society. For it should be remarked that the general notion of state includes elements which need to be referred back to the notion of civil society, in the sense that one might say the state equals political society plus civil society. In other words, hegemony protected by the armor of coercion. In a doctrine of the state which conceives the latter as tendentially capable of withering away and of being subsumed into regulated society, the argument is a fundamental one. It is possible to imagine the coercive element of the state withering away by degrees, as ever more conspicuous elements of regulated society, or ethical state or civil society, make their appearance. The expressions ethical state or civil society would thus mean that this image of a state without a state was present to the greatest political and legal thinkers, insofar as they placed themselves on the terrain of pure science, pure utopia, since based on the premise that all men are really equal, and hence equally rational and moral, that is, capable of accepting the law spontaneously, freely, and not through coercion, as imposed by another class, as something external to consciousness. It must be remembered that the expression night watchman for the liberal state comes from Lassalle, that is, from a dogmatic and undialectical statist. Look closely at Lassalle's doctrines on this point and on the state in general, in contrast with Marxism. Note 12. In the doctrine of the state, right arrow, regulated society, one will have to pass from a phase in which state will equal government and state will be identified with civil society, to a phase of the state as night watchman, that is, of a coercive organization which will safeguard the development of the continually proliferating elements of regulated society, and which will therefore progressively reduce its own authoritarian and forcible interventions. Nor can this conjure up the idea of a new liberalism, even though the beginning of an era of organic liberty be imminent. SPN 262-3, Q6, Section 88. Page 236. 9. The state as milieu de nuit. In the, anyway superficial, polemic over the functions of the state, which here means the state as a politico-juridical organization in the narrow sense, the expression the state as milieu de nuit, night watchman, corresponds to the Italian expression Stato carabiniere, and means a state whose functions are limited to the safeguarding of public order and of respect for the laws. The fact is glossed over that in this form of regime, which has never existed except at the very most on paper, historical development is led by private forces, by civil society, which is state too. Indeed, it is the state itself. It seems that the expression "Milieu de nuit," which should have a more sarcastic ring than Stato Carabiniere, or policeman state, comes from Lassalle. Its opposite should be ethical state, or interventionist state in general, but there are differences between the two expressions. The concept of ethical state is of philosophical and intellectual origin, belonging to the intellectuals, Hegel, and in fact could be brought into conjunction with the concept of state milieu de nuit, for it refers rather to the autonomous, educative, and moral activity of the secular state, by contrast with the cosmopolitanism and the interference of the religious ecclesiastical organization as a medieval residue. The concept of the interventionist state is of economic origin, and is connected on the one hand with tendencies supporting protection and economic nationalism, and on the other with the attempt to force a particular state personnel of landowning and feudal origin to take on the protection of the working classes against the excesses of capitalism. Policy of Bismarck and of Disraeli. These diverse tendencies may combine in various ways, and in fact have so combined. Naturally, liberals, economists, are for the state as milieu de nuit, and would like the historical initiative to be left to civil society and to the various forces which spring up there, with the state as guardian of fair play and of the rules of the game. Intellectuals draw very significant distinctions when they are liberals and when they are interventionists. They may be liberals in the economic field and interventionists in the cultural field, etc. The Catholics would like the state to be interventionist 100% in their favor. Failing that, or where they are in a minority, they call for a neutral state, so that it should not support their adversaries. SPN 261-2, Q26, Section 6. Page 237. 10. Economic corporate phase of the state. If it is true that no type of state can avoid passing through a phase of economic corporate primitivism, it may be deduced that the content of the political hegemony of the new social group which has founded the new type of state must be predominantly of an economic order. What is involved is the reorganization of the structure and the real relations between men and the world of the economy or of production. The superstructural elements will inevitably be few in number, and have a character of foresight and of struggle, but as yet few planned elements. Cultural policy will above all be negative, a critique of the past. It will be aimed at erasing from the memory and at destroying. The lines of construction will as yet be broad lines, sketches which might and should be changed at all times, so as to be consistent with the new structure as it is formed. This precisely did not happen in the period of the medieval communes, for culture, which remained a function of the Church, was precisely anti-economic in character, that is, against the nascent capitalist economy. It was not directed towards giving hegemony to the new class, but rather to preventing the latter from acquiring it. Since humanism and the Renaissance were reactionary, because they signaled the defeat of the new class, the negation of the economic world which was proper to it, etc. SPN 263-4, Q8, Section 185. 11. Statolatry. Attitude of each particular social group towards its own state. The analysis would not be accurate if no account were taken of the two forms in which the state presents itself in the language and culture of specific epochs, that is, as civil society and as political society. The term statolatry, left angle bracket, literally a state worship, right angle bracket, is applied to a particular attitude towards the government by functionaries, or political society, which in everyday language is the form of state life to which the term of state is applied, and which is commonly understood as the entire state. Page 238. The assertion that the state can be identified with individuals, the individuals of a social group, as an element of active culture, that is, as a movement to create a new civilization, a new type of man and of citizen, must serve to determine the will to construct within the husk of political society a complex and well-articulated civil society, in which the individual can govern himself without his self-government, thereby entering into conflict with political society, but rather becoming its normal continuation, its organic complement. For some social groups, which before their ascent to autonomous state life have not had a long independent period of cultural and moral development on their own, as was made possible in medieval society and under the absolute regimes by the juridical existence of the privileged estates or orders, a period of statolatry is necessary and indeed opportune. This statolatry is nothing other than the normal form of state life, or at least of initiation to autonomous state life and to the creation of a civil society, which it was not historically possible to create before the ascent to independent state life. However, this kind of statolatry must not be abandoned to itself, and must not especially become theoretical fanaticism or be conceived of as perpetual. It must be criticized precisely in order to develop and produce new forms of state life, in which the initiative of individuals and groups will have a state character, even if it is not due to the government of the functionaries. Make state life become spontaneous. SPN 268-9, Q8, Section 130. 12. Left angle bracket. The political party as modern prince. Right angle bracket. The basic thing about The Prince is that it is not a systematic treatment, but a live work in which political ideology and political science are fused in the dramatic form of a myth. Before Machiavelli, political science had taken the form either of the utopia or of the scholarly treatise. Machiavelli, combining the two, gave imaginative and artistic form to his conception by embodying the doctrinal, rational element in the person of a condottiere, who represents plastically and anthropomorphically the symbol of the collective will. Page 239. In order to represent the process whereby a given collective will, directed towards a given political objective, is formed, Machiavelli did not have recourse to long-winded arguments or pedantic classifications of principles and criteria for a method of action. Instead, he represented this process in terms of the qualities, characteristics, duties, and requirements of a concrete individual. Such a procedure stimulates the artistic imagination of those who have to be convinced, and gives political passions a more concrete form. Bracketed ellipsis. Machiavelli's Prince could be studied as a historical exemplification of the Sorelian myth, that is, of a political ideology expressed neither in the form of a cold utopia nor as learned theorizing, but rather as a creation of concrete fantasy which acts on a dispersed and shattered people to arouse and organize its collective will. Note 13. Bracketed ellipsis. A study might be made of how it came about that Sorel never advanced from his conception of ideology myth to an understanding of the political party, but stopped short at the idea of the trade union. It is true that for Sorel the myth found its fullest expression not in the trade union as organization of a collective will, but in its practical action, sign of a collective will already operative. The highest achievement of this practical action was to have been the general strike, that is, a passive activity, so to speak, of a negative and preliminary kind. It can only be given a positive character by the realization of a common accord between the various wills involved, an activity which does not envisage an active and constructive phase of its own. Hence in Sorel there was a conflict of two necessities, that of myth and that of the critique of myth, in that every pre-established plan is utopian and reactionary. The outcome was left to the intervention of the irrational, to chance, in the Bergsonian sense of élan vital, or to spontaneity. Bracketed ellipsis. Can a myth, however, be non-constructive? How could an instrument conceivably be effective if, as in Sorel's vision of things, it leaves the collective will in the primitive and elementary phase of its mere formation, by differentiation, scission, even when this differentiation is violent, that is to say, destroys existing moral and juridical relations? Will not that collective will, with so rudimentary a formation, at once cease to exist, scattering into an infinity the individual wills which in the positive phase then follow separate and conflicting paths? Page 240. Quite apart from the fact that destruction and negation cannot exist without an implicit construction and affirmation, this not in a metaphysical sense but in practice, that is, politically, as party program. In Sorel's case, it is clear that behind the spontaneity there lies a purely mechanistic assumption, behind the liberty, will, life force, a maximum of determinism, behind the idealism and absolute materialism. The modern prince, the myth prince, cannot be a real person, a concrete individual. It can only be an organism, a complex element of society in which a collective will, which has already been recognized and has to some extent asserted itself in action, begins to take concrete form. History has already provided this organism, and it is the political party, the first cell in which there come together germs of a collective will tending to become universal and total. In the modern world, only those historico-political actions which are immediate and imminent, characterized by the necessity for lightning speed, can be incarnated mythically by a concrete individual. Such speed can only be made necessary by a great and imminent danger, a great danger which precisely fans passion and fanaticism suddenly to a white heat, and annihilates the critical sense and the coercive irony which are able to destroy the charismatic character of the condottiere, as happened in the Boulanger adventure. Note 14. But an improvised action of such a kind, by its very nature, cannot have a long-term and organic character. It will, in almost all cases, be appropriate to restoration and reorganization, but not to the founding of new states or new national and social structures, as was at issue in Machiavelli's Prince, in which the theme of restoration was merely a rhetorical element, linked to the literary concept of an Italy descended from Rome, and destined to restore the order and the power of Rome. It will be defensive rather than capable of original creation. Its underlying assumption will be that a collective will, already in existence, has become nerveless and dispersed, has suffered a collapse, which is dangerous and threatening but not definitive and catastrophic, and that it is necessary to reconcentrate and reinforce it, rather than that a new collective will must be created from scratch, to be directed towards goals which are concrete and rational, but whose concreteness and rationality have not yet been put to the critical test by a real and universally known historical experience. Page 241. The abstract character of Sorel's conception of the myth is manifest in its aversion, which takes the emotional form of an ethical repugnance, for the Jacobins, who were certainly a categorical embodiment of Machiavelli's Prince. The modern prince must have a part devoted to Jacobinism, in the integral sense which this notion has had historically, and must have conceptually, as an exemplification of the concrete formation and operation of a collective will which, at least in some aspects, was an original, ex novo creation. And a definition must be given of collective will, and of political will in general, in the modern sense. Will as operative awareness of historical necessity, as protagonist of a real and effective historical drama. One of the first sections must precisely be devoted to the collective will, posing the question in the following terms. When can the conditions for awakening and developing a national, popular collective will be said to exist? Hence, a historical, economic analysis of the social structure of the given country, and a dramatic representation of the attempts made in the course of the centuries to awaken this will, together with the reasons for the successive failures. Why was there no absolute monarchy in Italy in Machiavelli's time? One has to go back to the Roman Empire, the language question, problem of the intellectuals, etc., and understand the function of the medieval communes, the significance of Catholicism, etc. In short, one has to make an outline of the whole history of Italy, in synthesis but accurate. The reason for the failures of the successive attempts to create a national popular collective will is to be sought in the existence of certain specific social goals which were formed at the dissolution of the communal bourgeoisie, in the particular character of other groups which reflect the international function of Italy as seat of the Church and depositary of the Holy Roman Empire, and so on. This function and the position which results from it brought about an internal situation which may be called economic corporate, politically the worst of all forms of feudal society, the least progressive and the most stagnant. An effective Jacobin force was always missing, and could not be constituted, and it was precisely such a Jacobin force which in other nations awakened and organized the national popular collective will, and founded the modern states. Do the necessary conditions for this will finally exist, or rather what is the present relation between these conditions and the forces opposed to them? Page 242. Traditionally, the forces of opposition have been the landed aristocracy, and more generally, landed property as a whole, with its characteristic Italian feature, which is a special rural bourgeoisie, a legacy of parasitism bequeathed to modern times by the disintegration of a class of the communal bourgeoisie, the 100 cities, the cities of silence. The positive conditions are to be sought in the existence of urban social groups which have attained an adequate development in the field of industrial production and a certain level of historico-political culture. Any formation of a national popular collective will is impossible unless the great mass of peasant farmers bursts simultaneously into political life. That was Machiavelli's intention through the reform of the militia, and it was achieved by the Jacobins in the French Revolution. That Machiavelli understood it reveals a precocious Jacobinism that is the, more or less fertile, germ of his conception of national revolution. All history from 1815 onwards shows the efforts of the traditional classes to prevent the formation of a collective will of this kind, and to maintain economic corporate power in an international system of passive equilibrium. An important part of the modern prince will have to be devoted to the question of intellectual and moral reformation, that is, to the question of religion or world view. In this field, too, we find in the existing tradition an absence of Jacobinism and fear of Jacobinism. Bracketed ellipsis. The modern prince must be and cannot be but the proclaimer and organizer of an intellectual and moral reformation, which also means creating the terrain for a subsequent development of the national popular collective will towards the realization of a superior total form of modern civilization. These two basic points, the formation of a national popular collective will, of which the modern prince is at one and the same time the organizer and the active, operative expression, and intellectual and moral reformation should structure the entire work. The concrete programmatic points must be incorporated in the first part, that is, they should result from the line of discussion dramatically, and not be a cold and pedantic exposition of arguments. Can there be cultural reform, and can the position of the depressed strata of society be improved culturally without a previous economic reform and a change in their position in the social and economic fields? Page 243. Intellectual and moral reformation has to be linked with a program of economic reform. Indeed, the program of economic reform is precisely the concrete form in which every intellectual and moral reformation presents itself. The modern prince, as it develops, revolutionizes the whole system of intellectual and moral relations, and that its development means precisely that any given sect is seen as useful or harmful, as virtuous or as wicked, only in so far as it has as its point of reference the modern prince itself, and helps to strengthen or to oppose it. The prince takes the place, in people's subconsciousness, of the divinity or the categorical imperative, and becomes the basis for a modern laicism and for a complete laicization of all aspects of life and of all customary relationships. SPN 125-33, Q13, Section 1. 13. Fetishism. How fetishism can be described. A collective organism is made up of single individuals, who form the organism in that they have given themselves a hierarchy and a determinate leadership which they actively accept. If each of the single components thinks of the collective organism as an entity extraneous to himself, it is evident that this organism no longer exists in reality, but becomes a phantasm of the intellect, a fetish. It should be seen whether this way of thinking, which is very widespread, is not a residue of Catholic transcendentalism and of the old paternalistic regimes. It is common to a series of organisms, from the state to the nation to political parties, etc. It is natural that it should occur in the Church because, at least in Italy, the age-old effort by the Vatican leadership to obliterate all traces of inner democracy and involvement by the faithful in religious activity has been wholly successful and has become second nature to the faithful, although it has produced that special form of Catholicism which is distinctive to the Italian people. What is surprising, and it is characteristic, is that this kind of fetishism should also be found in voluntary organisms, in other words, those not of a public or state type, such as parties and trade unions. The relations between the individual and the organism come to be seen as a dualism, and a critical outward attitude arises on the individual's part towards the organism, when the attitude is not one of uncritical enthusiastic admiration. Page 244. At any event, a fetishistic relation. The individual expects the organism to act, even though he himself does not act, and does not consider that, precisely because his attitude is shared by many others, the organism is necessarily inactive. Moreover, it needs to be recognized that since a deterministic and mechanical conception of history is very widespread, a common-sense conception which is connected to the passivity of the great masses of the people, each individual, when he sees that despite his lack of intervention something happens all the same, is led to think that precisely above individuals there exists a phantasmagorical entity, the abstraction of the collective organism, a sort of autonomous divinity, which does not think with a specific head, but which thinks all the same, which does not move with the legs of specific men, but which moves all the same, etc. It might seem that certain ideologies, such as that of contemporary idealism, Ugo Spirito, in which the individual and the state are identified with one another, should re-educate the consciousness of individuals. But in practice this does not seem to occur because this identification is merely verbal and verbalistic. The same must be said of every form of so-called organic centralism, note 15, which is founded upon the presupposition, true only at exceptional moments, when the passions of the people reach fever pitch, that the relation between governors and governed is given by the fact that the governors carry out the interests of the governed, and therefore must enjoy the latter's consent. In other words, there must be an identification between the individual and the whole, whatever organism it is, being represented by the leaders. For organisms such as the Catholic Church, a conception of this kind must be seen as not only useful, but necessary and indispensable. Every form of intervention from below would in fact break up the Church. One sees this in the Protestant churches. But for other organisms it is vital that there should be not passive and indirect consent, but active and direct consent, the participation of individual members, even if this provokes an appearance of break-up and tumult. The collective consciousness, in other words, a living organism, is not formed except after multiplicity has been unified through the friction of the individual members. Nor can it be said that silence is not multiplicity. Page 245. An orchestra and rehearsal, each instrument playing for itself, gives the impression of the most dreadful cacophony. And yet these rehearsals are necessary for the orchestra to live as a single instrument. Asterisk. Q15, Section 13. End of Section 7. Page 246. Section 8. Passive Revolution, Caesarism, Fascism. Introduction. This section contains some of Gramsci's most important notes on bourgeois hegemony from the French Revolution to fascism. They constitute an essential historical complement to his reflections on the contemporary situation. Gramsci viewed the French Revolution through the lenses of Marx, Lenin, and the historian Albert Mathias as an abrupt displacement of aristocratic rule by that of the bourgeoisie, whose radical peak had come with the revolutionary dictatorship of the Jacobins in 1792 through 1794. For Gramsci, the radicalism of the Jacobins consisted in their broadening of what had been a narrowly bourgeois revolution into a national and popular revolution under bourgeois hegemony. Gramsci associated this acceleration of the revolutionary momentum with Marx's later slogan, used after 1848, of permanent revolution. This association of Jacobinism with hegemony and permanent revolution was probably influenced by Lenin's identification with the communists as modern Jacobins who ally with the poor peasantry to bring about socialism. In Gramsci's analysis, the initial demands of the moderate revolutionary leaders of 1789 had been of a limited economic corporate character, the articulation merely of bourgeois self-interest behind the mask of a universalizing rhetoric. By contrast, those of the Jacobins were properly universal because they involved economic sacrifices by the bourgeoisie, and in alliance with the urban workers and peasant masses, notably through the breaking up of the great estates into peasant smallholdings. Jacobin rule collapsed, however, because this hegemony was imperfect. The Jacobins ultimately remained on bourgeois ground. At a certain point, their policies came into contradiction with the interests of the urban workers, whose rights of assembly they curtailed, Le Chapelier law, and whose wages they held down in an effort to curb inflation, law of the maximum. This provoked a popular reaction which, allied with the moderate bourgeois reaction, brought about their downfall. Thermidor. Page 247. Nevertheless, a diluted moderate form of Jacobinism was consolidated under Napoleon and subsequently by the parliamentary regimes of the 19th century, in the sense that these secured the permanent hegemony of the bourgeoisie over the rest of the population, of city over countryside. Gramsci saw the Risorgimento, the movement for Italian national liberation, which culminated in the unification of 1860 through 61, in essentially negative terms as a missed opportunity to make a revolution of such a Jacobin type. Of the two main parties, the moderates around Cavour and the Action Party around Mazzini and Garibaldi, the latter failed to achieve their aim of the democratic republic because they did not put themselves at the head of the peasant masses, making the latter's demands their own. The moderates, on the other hand, had a more organic base in the northern bourgeoisie, and succeeded in imposing their liberal solution, the annexation of the rest of Italy by the Piedmontese monarchy, the institution of a centralized government and administration based upon limited suffrage. Instead of the expansive hegemony exemplified by the Jacobins, the moderates exercised a restrictive form of hegemony which rested on a class alliance with the big landowners and an absorption of the democratic opposition in Parliament through a practice known as transformism. The moderates exemplified what Gramsci calls a passive revolution, also a revolution without a revolution, or revolution restoration. In other words, a process whereby a social group comes to power without rupturing the social fabric, as in France, but rather by adapting to it and gradually modifying it. Gramsci subsequently extends the term passive revolution first to 19th century liberal constitutional movements as a whole, and then by a historical analogy between the post-Napoleonic Restoration, 1815 through 48, and the Restoration after the social upheavals around the First World War, to fascism. Is not fascism, he writes, precisely the form of passive revolution proper to the 20th century as liberalism was to the 19th? Page 265. Gramsci, in other words, sees fascism not as a purely defensive reaction by the bourgeoisie, nor as corresponding to capitalist stagnation and crisis, the dominant interpretations then current in the Third International, but as a revolution restoration, whereby a partial transition from a competitive market to a planned economy is effected without a violent social upheaval. Page 248. Fascism modernizes the economy repressively by liquidating the free organizations of the working class and forcibly conscripting them into the corporate economy and state. Gramsci's analysis of fascism in these terms is developed in the next section, Americanism and Fordism. It can be noted in passing that Gramsci applies his term war of position here to the 19th century passive revolutions and their modern counterpart, fascism. In other words, its meaning, like that of hegemony, is not restricted to a strategy from the left, but extends also to the dominant classes. Gramsci's concept of Caesarism is related to that of passive revolution. It is developed through a similar kind of historical analogy, though he insists it is a polemical ideological formula, not a canon of historical interpretation. His discussion is clearly influenced by Marx's 18th Brumaire and is in line with his other analyses of political situations as dynamic and shifting equilibria of social forces. In Gramsci's analysis of Italian history, Caesarism is the logical consequence of the limited or passive form of hegemony achieved by the moderates at unification. Unlike in France or Britain, where the bourgeoisie had managed to construct a hegemonic alliance with the people which centered upon Parliament, the liberal democratic structures in Italy, Parliament parties, remained limited, underrepresentative, and weak. This resulted in an autonomization of the bureaucracy, in transformism, in which the opposition was simply co-opted into the majority, and in a succession of Caesarist parliamentary dictators, Depretis, Crispi, Giolitti. When after the First World War, the conflict between the fundamental classes became so acute that these parliamentary dictatorships could no longer contain it, another form of Caesarism emerged, that of fascism. In treating fascism as a form of Caesarism and of revolution restoration, Gramsci illuminates its novel and dynamic character. It is not simply reaction. It is a mass movement which constructs a new equilibrium by shattering the political power of the old bourgeois liberal forces, as well as that of the left, and by involving and permanently organizing from the right the middle class and subaltern masses. It is one of those modern politico-historical movements, ellipsis, which are certainly not revolutions, but which are not entirely reactions either. Page 249. At least in the sense that they shatter stifling and ossified state structures in the dominant left angle bracket, bourgeois right angle bracket, camp as well, and introduce into national life and social activity a different and more numerous personnel. Page 273.
1. The problem of political leadership in the formation and development of the modern state in Italy. The whole problem of the connection between the various political currents of the Risorgimento, of their relations with each other, and of their relations with the homogeneous or subordinate social groups existing in the various historical sections, or sectors, of the national territory can be reduced to the following basic factual datum. The moderates represented a relatively homogeneous social group, and hence their leadership underwent relatively limited oscillations, in any case subject to an organically progressive line of development. Whereas the so-called Action Party did not base itself specifically on any historical class, and the oscillations which its leading organs underwent were resolved, in the last analysis, according to the interests of the moderates. In other words, the Action Party was led historically by the moderates. The assertion attributed to Victor Emmanuel II that he had the Action Party in his pocket, or something of the kind, was in practice accurate, not only because of the king's personal contacts with Garibaldi, but because the Action Party was in fact indirectly led by Cavour and the king. Note 1. The methodological criterion on which our own study must be based is the following: that the supremacy of a social group manifests itself in two ways, as domination, dominio, and as intellectual and moral leadership, direzione. A social group dominates antagonistic groups, which it tends to liquidate or to subjugate, perhaps even by armed force. It leads kindred and allied groups. A social group can, and indeed must, already exercise leadership before winning governmental power. This, indeed, is one of the principal conditions for the winning of such power. It subsequently becomes dominant when it exercises power, but even if it holds it firmly in its grasp, it must continue to lead as well. Page 250. The moderates continued to lead the Action Party even after 1870 and 1876, and so-called transformism was only the parliamentary expression of this action of intellectual, moral, and political hegemony. Note 2. Indeed, one might say that the entire state life of Italy from 1848 onwards has been characterized by transformism, in other words, by the formation of an ever more extensive ruling class within the framework established by the moderates after 1848, and the collapse of the neo-Guelph and Federalist utopias. Note 3. The formation of this class involved the gradual but continuous absorption, achieved by methods which varied in their effectiveness, of the active elements produced by allied groups, and even of those which came from antagonistic groups and seemed irreconcilably hostile. In this sense, political leadership became merely an aspect of the functions of domination, inasmuch as the absorption of the enemy's elites means their decapitation and annihilation, often for a very long time. It seems clear from the policies of the moderates that there can, and indeed must, be hegemonic activity even before the rise to power, and that one should not count only on the material force which power gives in order to exercise an effective leadership. It was precisely the brilliant solution of these problems which made the Risorgimento possible, in the form in which it achieved, and with its limitations, as revolution without a revolution, or a passive revolution, to use an expression of Cuoco's in a slightly different sense from that which Cuoco intended. Note 4. In what forms and by what means did the moderates succeed in establishing the apparatus, mechanism, of their intellectual, moral, and political hegemony? In forms and by means which may be called liberal, in other words, through individual, molecular, private initiative, that is, not through a party program worked out and constituted according to a plan in advance of the practical and organizational action. However, that was normal given the structure and the function of the social groups of which the moderates were the representatives, the leading stratum, the organic intellectuals. For the Action Party, the problem presented itself deliberately, and different systems of organization should have been adopted. The moderates were intellectuals already naturally condensed by the organic nature of their relation to the social groups whose expression they were. As far as a whole series of them were concerned, there was realized the identity of the represented and the representative. Page 251. In other words, the moderates were a real organic vanguard of the upper classes, to which economically they belonged. They were intellectuals and political organizers, and at the same time company bosses, rich farmers, or estate managers, commercial and industrial entrepreneurs, and so on. Given this organic condensation or concentration, the moderates exercised a powerful attraction spontaneously on the whole mass of intellectuals of every degree who existed in the peninsula, in a diffused molecular state, to provide for the requirements, however rudimentarily satisfied, of education and administration. One may detect here the methodological consistency of a criterion of historico-political research. There does not exist any independent class of intellectuals, but every social group has its own stratum of intellectuals, or tends to form one. However, the intellectuals of the historically and concretely progressive class, in the given conditions, exercise such a power of attraction that, In the last analysis, they end up by subjugating the intellectuals of the other social groups. They thereby create a system of solidarity between all the intellectuals with bonds of a psychological nature, vanity, and so on, and often of a caste character, technico-juridical, corporate, and so on. This phenomenon manifests itself spontaneously in the historical periods in which the given social group is really progressive, that is, really causes the whole society to move forward, not merely satisfying its own existential requirements, but continuously augmenting its cadres for the conquest of ever new spheres of economic and productive activity. As soon as the dominant social group has exhausted its function, the ideological block tends to crumble away. Then spontaneity may be replaced by constraint in ever less disguised and indirect forms, culminating in outright police measures and coup d'etat. The Action Party not only could not have, given its character, a similar power of attraction, but was itself attracted and influenced. On the one hand, as a result of the atmosphere of intimidation, panic fear of a terror like that of 1793, reinforced by the events in France of 1848-49, which made it hesitate to include in its program certain popular demands, for instance, agrarian reform, and on the other, because certain of its leading personalities, Garibaldi, had, even if only desultorily, they wavered, a relationship of personal subordination to the moderate leaders. Page 252. For the Action Party to have become an autonomous force, and in the last analysis for it to have succeeded at the very least in stamping the movement of the Risorgimento with a more markedly popular and democratic character, more than that perhaps it could not have achieved given the fundamental premises of the movement itself, it would have had to counterpose to the empirical activity of the moderates, which was empirical only in a manner of speaking, since it corresponded perfectly to the objective, an organic program of government which would reflect the essential demands of the popular masses, and, in the first place, of the peasantry. To the spontaneous attraction of the moderates, it would have had to counterpose a resistance and a counter-offensive organized according to plan. Left bracket, ellipsis, right bracket. The Action Party was steeped in the traditional rhetoric of Italian literature. It confused the cultural unity which existed in the peninsula, confined, however, to a very thin stratum of the population, and polluted by the Vatican's cosmopolitanism, with the political and territorial unity of the great popular masses, who were foreign to that cultural tradition, and who, even supposing that they knew of its existence, couldn't have cared less about it. A comparison may be made between the Jacobins and the Action Party. The Jacobins strove with determination to ensure a bond between town and country, and they succeeded triumphantly. Their defeat as a specific party was due to the fact that at a certain point they came up against the demands of the Paris workers, but in reality they were perpetuated in another form by Napoleon, and today very wretchedly by the radical socialists of Herriot and Daladier. Left bracket, ellipsis, right bracket. If one goes deeper into the question, it appears that, from many aspects, the difference between many members of the Action Party and the moderates was more one of temperament than of an organically political character. The term Jacobin has ended up by taking on two meanings. There is the literal meaning, characterized historically, of a particular party in the French Revolution, which conceived of the development of French life in a particular way, with a particular program, on the basis of particular social forces. And there are also the particular methods of party and government activity which they displayed, characterized by extreme energy, decisiveness, and resolution, dependent on a fanatical belief in the virtue of that program and those methods. Page 253. In political language, the two aspects of Jacobinism were split, and the term Jacobin came to be used for a politician who was energetic, resolute, and fanatical, because fanatically convinced of the thaumaturgical virtues of his ideas, whatever they might be. This definition stressed the destructive elements derived from hatred of rivals and enemies, more than the constructive one derived from having made the demands of the popular masses one's own. The sectarian elements of the clique, of the small group, of unrestrained individualism, more than the national political element. Left bracket, ellipsis, right bracket. It is obvious that, in order to counterpose itself effectively to the moderates, the Action Party ought to have allied itself with the rural masses, especially those in the South, and ought to have been Jacobin not only in external form, in temperament, but most particularly in socio-economic content. The binding together of the various rural classes, which was accomplished in a reactionary bloc by means of the various legitimist clerical intellectual strata, could be dissolved so as to arrive at a new liberal national formation, only if support was won from two directions: from the peasant masses, by accepting their elementary demands and making these an integral part of the new program of government, and from the intellectuals of the middle and lower strata, by concentrating them and stressing the themes most capable of interesting them. And the prospect of a new apparatus of government being formed, with the possibilities of employment which it offered, would already have been a formidable element of attraction for them, if that prospect had appeared concrete, because based on the aspirations of the peasantry. The relation between these two actions was dialectical and reciprocal. The experience of many countries, first and foremost that of France in the period of the Great Revolution, has shown that if the peasants move through spontaneous impulses, the intellectuals start to waver, and reciprocally, if a group of intellectuals situates itself on a new basis of concrete pro-peasant policies, it ends up by drawing with it ever more important elements of the masses. However, one may say that, given the dispersal and the isolation of the rural population, and hence the difficulty of welding it into solid organizations, it is best to start the movement from the intellectual groups. Page 254. However, in general, it is the dialectical relation between the two actions which has to be kept in mind. It may also be said that peasant parties, in the strict sense of the word, are almost impossible to create. The peasant party generally is achieved only as a strong current of opinion, and not in schematic forms of bureaucratic organization. However, the existence even of only a skeleton organization is of immense usefulness, both as a selective mechanism and for controlling the intellectual groups and preventing caste interests from transporting them imperceptibly onto different ground. Left bracket, ellipsis, right bracket. On the subject of Jacobinism and the Action Party, an element to be highlighted is the following: that the Jacobins won their function of leading, left angle bracket, dirigente, right angle bracket, party by a struggle to the death. They literally imposed themselves on the French bourgeoisie, leading it into a far more advanced position than the originally strongest bourgeois nuclei would have spontaneously wished to take up, even far more advanced than that which the historical premises should have permitted, since the various forms of backlash and the function of Napoleon I. This feature characteristic of Jacobinism, but before that also of Cromwell and the Roundheads, and hence of the entire French Revolution, which consists in, apparently, forcing the situation, in creating irreversible fait accompli, and in a group of extremely energetic and determined men driving the bourgeois forward with kicks in the backside, may be schematized in the following way. The Third Estate was the least homogeneous of the estates. It had a very disparate intellectual elite, and a group which was very advanced economically but politically moderate. Events developed along highly interesting lines. The representatives of the Third Estate initially only posed those questions which interested the actual physical members of the social group, their immediate corporate interests. Corporate in the traditional sense of the immediate and narrowly selfish interests of a particular category. The precursors of the revolution were in fact moderate reformers, who shouted very loud but actually demanded very little. Gradually a new elite was selected out, which did not concern itself solely with corporate reforms, but tended to conceive of the bourgeoisie as the hegemonic group of all the popular forces. This selection occurred through the action of two factors: the resistance of the old social forces and the international threat. Page 255. The old forces did not wish to concede anything, and if they did concede anything, they did it with the intention of gaining time and preparing a counter-offensive. The Third Estate would have fallen into these successive pitfalls without the energetic action of the Jacobins, who opposed every intermediate halt in the revolutionary process, and sent to the guillotine not only the elements of the old society, which was hard a-dying, but also the revolutionaries of yesterday, today become reactionaries. The Jacobins, consequently, were the only party of the revolution in progress, in as much as they not only represented the immediate needs and aspirations of the actual physical individuals who constituted the French bourgeoisie, but they also represented the revolutionary movement as a whole, as an integral historical development, for they represented future needs as well, and once again not only the needs of those particular physical individuals, but also of all the national groups which had to be assimilated to the existing fundamental group. It is necessary to insist against a tendentious and fundamentally anti-historical school of thought that the Jacobins were realists of the Machiavelli stamp, and not abstract dreamers. They were convinced of the absolute truth of their slogans about equality, fraternity, and liberty, and, what is more important, the great popular masses whom the Jacobins stirred up and drew into the struggle were also convinced of their truth. The Jacobins' language, their ideology, their methods of action reflected perfectly the exigencies of the epoch. Even if today, in a different situation and after more than a century of cultural evolution, they may appear abstract and frenetic. Naturally, they reflected those exigencies according to the French cultural tradition. One proof of this is the analysis of Jacobin language, which is to be found in The Holy Family, Note 5. Another is Hegel's admission when he places as parallel and reciprocally translatable the juridico-political language of the Jacobins and the concepts of classical German philosophy, which is recognized today to have the maximum of concreteness and which was the source of modern historicism. Note 6. The first necessity was to annihilate the enemy forces, or at least to reduce them to impotence, in order to make a counter-revolution impossible. The second was to enlarge the cadres of the bourgeoisie as such, and to place the latter at the head of all national forces. Page 256. This meant identifying the interests and the requirements common to all the national forces in order to set these forces in motion and lead them to the struggle, obtaining two results. A, that of opposing a wider target to the blows of the enemy, that is, of creating a politico-military relation favorable to the revolution. B, that of depriving the enemy of every zone of passivity in which it would be possible to enroll Vendée-type armies. Note 7. Without the agrarian policy of the Jacobins, Paris would have had the Vendée at its very doors. The resistance of the Vendée, properly speaking, is linked to the national question, which has become envenomed among the people of Brittany and in general among those alien to the slogan of the single and indivisible republic, and to the policy of bureaucratic military centralization, a slogan and a policy which the Jacobins could not renounce without committing suicide. The Girondins tried to exploit federalism in order to crush Jacobin Paris, but the provincial troops brought to Paris went over to the revolutionaries. Except for certain marginal areas where the national and linguistic differentiation was very great, the agrarian question proved stronger than aspirations to local autonomy. Rural France accepted the hegemony of Paris. In other words, it understood that in order definitely to destroy the old regime, it had to make a bloc with the most advanced elements of the Third Estate, and not with the Girondin moderates. If it is true that the Jacobins forced its hand, it is also true that this always occurred in the direction of real historical development. For not only did they organize a bourgeois government, that is, make the bourgeois the dominant class, they did more. They created the bourgeois state, made the bourgeoisie into the leading hegemonic class of the nation, in other words, gave the new state a permanent basis and created the compact modern French nation. That the Jacobins, despite everything, always remained on bourgeois ground is demonstrated by the events which marked their end as a party cast in too specific and inflexible a mold, and by the death of Robespierre. Maintaining the Le Chapelier law, they were not willing to concede to the workers the right of combination. As a consequence, they had to pass the law of the maximum. Note 8. They thus broke the Paris urban bloc. Their assault forces, assembled in the Commune, dispersed in disappointment, and Thermidor gained the upper hand. The revolution had found its widest class limits. Page 257. The policy of alliances and of permanent revolution had finished by posing new questions which at that time could not be resolved. It had unleashed elemental forces which only a military dictatorship was to succeed in containing. In the Action Party there was nothing to be found which resembled this Jacobin approach, this inflexible will to become the leading left bracket dirigente right bracket party. Naturally, one has to allow for the differences. In Italy, the struggle manifested itself as a struggle against old treaties and the existing international order, and against a foreign power, Austria, which represented these and upheld them in Italy, occupying a part of the peninsula and controlling the rest. This problem arose in France, too, in a certain sense at least, since at a certain point the internal struggle became a national struggle fought at the frontiers. But this only happened after the whole territory had been won for the revolution, and the Jacobins were able to utilize the external threat as a spur to greater energy internally. They well understood that in order to defeat the external foe, they had to crush his allies internally, and they did not hesitate to carry out the September massacres. Note 9. In Italy, although a similar connection, both explicit and implicit, did exist between Austria and at least a segment of the intellectuals, the nobles and the landowners, it was not denounced by the Action Party. Or at least it was not denounced with the proper energy and in the most practically effective manner, and it did not become a real political issue. It became transformed, curiously, into a question of greater or lesser patriotic dignity, and subsequently gave rise to a trail of acrimonious and sterile polemics which continued even after 1898. Left angle bracket, ellipsis, right angle bracket. If in Italy a Jacobin party was not formed, the reasons are to be sought in the economic field, that is to say in the relative weakness of the Italian bourgeoisie, and in the different historical climate in Europe after 1815. The limit reached by the Jacobins in their policy of forced reawakening of French popular energies to be allied with the bourgeoisie, with the Le Chapelier law, and that of the maximum, appeared in 1848 as a spectre which was already threatening. And this was skillfully exploited by Austria, by the old governments, and even by Cavour, quite apart from the Pope. The bourgeoisie could not, perhaps, extend its hegemony further over the great populous strata, which it did succeed in embracing in France, could not for subjective rather than objective reasons. But action directed at the peasantry was certainly always possible. Page 258. Differences between France, Germany, and Italy in the process by which the bourgeoisie took power, and England. It was in France that the process was richest in developments and in active and positive political elements. In Germany, it evolved in ways which in certain aspects resembled what happened in Italy, and in others what happened in England. In Germany, the movement of 1848 failed as a result of the scanty bourgeois concentration. The Jacobin-type slogan was furnished by the democratic extreme left, permanent revolution. Note 10. And because the question of renewal of the state was intertwined with the national question. The wars of 1864, 1866, and 1870 resolved both the national question and, in an intermediate form, the class question. The bourgeoisie obtained economic industrial power, but the old feudal classes remained as the government stratum of the political state, with wide corporate privileges in the army, the administration, and on the land. Yet, at least, if these old classes kept so much importance in Germany and enjoyed so many privileges, they exercised a national function, became the intellectuals of the bourgeoisie, with a particular temperament conferred by their caste origin and by tradition. In England, where the bourgeois revolution took place before that in France, we have a similar phenomenon to the German one, a fusion between the old and the new. This notwithstanding the extreme energy of the English Jacobins, that is, Cromwell's Roundheads. The old aristocracy remained as a governing stratum, with certain privileges, and it too became the intellectual stratum of the English bourgeoisie. It should be added that the English aristocracy has an open structure, and continually renews itself with elements coming from the intellectuals and the bourgeoisie. Left angle bracket, ellipsis, right angle bracket. The explanation given by Antonio Labriola of the fact that the Junkers and Kaiserism continued in power in Germany despite the great capitalist development adumbrates the correct explanation. The class relations created by industrial development with the limits of bourgeois hegemony reached, and the position of the progressive classes reversed, have induced the bourgeoisie not to struggle with all its strength against the old regime, but to allow a part of the latter's facade to subsist, behind which it can disguise its own domination. These variations in the process whereby the same historical development manifests itself in different countries have to be related not only to the differing combinations of internal relations within different nations, but also to the differing international relations. International relations are usually underestimated in this kind of research. Page 259. The Jacobin spirit, audacious, dauntless, is certainly related to the hegemony exercised for so long by France in Europe, as well as to the existence of an urban center like Paris, and to the centralization attained in France thanks to the absolute monarchy. The Napoleonic Wars, on the other hand, intellectually so fertile for the renovation of Europe, nonetheless, through their enormous destruction of manpower, and these were men taken from among the boldest and most enterprising, weakened not only the militant political energy of France, but that of other nations as well. International relations were certainly very important in determining the line of development of the Italian Risorgimento, but they were exaggerated by the moderate party and by Cavour for party reasons. Cavour's case is noteworthy in this connection. Before the Corto expedition and the crossing of the Straits, he feared Garibaldi's initiative like the devil, because of the international complications which it might create. He was then himself impelled by the enthusiasm created by the thousand in Europe opinion, to the point where he saw as feasible an immediate new war against Austria. Note 11. There existed in Cavour a certain professional diplomat's distortion, which led him to see too many difficulties and induced him into conspiratorial exaggerations and into prodigies, which to a considerable extent were simply tightrope walking, of subtlety and intrigue. In any case, Cavour acted eminently as a party man. Whether in fact his party represented the deepest and most durable national interests, even if only in the sense of the widest extension which could be given to the community of interests between the bourgeoisie and the popular masses, is another question. With respect to the Jacobin slogan formulated in 1846-49, its complex fortunes are worth studying. Note 12. Taken up again, systematized, developed, intellectualized by the Parvu-Bronstein group, it proved inert and ineffective in 1905, and subsequently. It had become an abstract thing, belonging in the scientist's cabinet. The tendency which opposed it in this literary form, and indeed did not use it on purpose, applied it in fact in a form which adhered to actual, concrete, living history, adapted to the time and the place, as something that sprang from all the pores of the particular society which had to be transformed, as the alliance of two social groups with the hegemony of the urban group. Page 260. In one case, you had the Jacobin temperament without an adequate political content. In the second, a Jacobin temperament and content derived from the new historical relations and not from a literary and intellectual label. SPN 55-85, Q19, Section 24. 2. Notes on French national life. Left angle bracket, ellipsis, right angle bracket. The development of Jacobinism, of content, and of the formula of the permanent revolution put into practice in the active phase of the French Revolution was perfected in juridico-constitutional terms in the parliamentary regime. The regime achieved, in the period richest in private energies within society, the permanent hegemony of the urban class over the whole population in the Hegelian form of a government with permanently organized consent. The organization of consent was, however, left to private initiative. It therefore had a moral or ethical character because it was consent which, one way or another, was given voluntarily. The limit which the Jacobins met in the Le Chapelier law and the law of the maximum was overcome and progressively pushed further back through a complete process in which the activity of propaganda alternated with practical, economic, political, juridical activity. Industrial and commercial development continually enlarged and deepened the economic base. The social elements that possessed the greatest energy and entrepreneurial spirit raised themselves up from the lower classes to the ruling classes. The whole society was in a continuous process of formation and dissolution, followed by more complex formations replete with possibilities. This lasted overall until the age of imperialism and culminated in the World War. In this process there was an alternation of insurrectionary attempts and ruthless repressions, widenings and narrowings of the suffrage, freedom of association and limitations or annulments of this freedom, trade union freedoms but not political ones, voting by lists or by single-member electoral colleges, the proportional system and the individual one, together with the various combinations that derived from these, two-chamber or single-chamber elective system with various kinds of election for each, chambers with life members and hereditary members, fixed-term Senate, but with different systems of election of senators from that of deputies, and so on. Page 261. The equilibrium of powers varied so that the magistrature could be an independent power or merely an order, controlled and led by ministerial circulars. Different functions were attributed to the Prime Minister and the state. There was a different internal equilibrium between the various territorial levels, centralism or decentralization, greater or lesser powers given to prefects, provincial councils, local councils, and so on. There was also a different equilibrium between the conscripted and the professional armed forces, police, gendarmerie, with each of these professional bodies being dependent on one or the other organs of the state, magistrature, Ministry of the Interior, High Command. Left angle bracket, ellipsis, right angle bracket. The normal exercise of hegemony in what became the classic terrain of the parliamentary regime is characterized by the combination of force and consent variously balancing one another, without force exceeding consent too much. Indeed, one tries to make it appear that force is supported by the consent of the majority, expressed by the so-called organs of public opinion, newspapers and associations, which are, therefore, in certain situations artificially increased in number. Between consent and force there is corruption, fraud, which is characteristic of certain situations in which the exercise of the hegemonic function is difficult because the use of force is too dangerous. In other words, the weakening and paralyzing of one's opponent or opponents by the taking over of their leaders, whether covertly or, in cases of emergent danger, overtly, in order to create confusion and disorder in the opposing ranks. In the post-war period, the hegemonic apparatus cracks, and the exercise of hegemony becomes permanently difficult and uncertain. The phenomenon is presented and discussed under various names and in its secondary and derived aspects. The most trivial labels are crisis of the authority principle and dissolution of the parliamentary regime. Naturally, what is being described are only the theatrical manifestations of the problem on the terrain of parliament and political government. These are explained precisely by the failure of certain principles, the parliamentary, the democratic principle, and so on, and by the crisis of the authority principle. Others, no less superficial and superstitious, will speak of the failure of this principle. Page 262. In practice, the crisis takes the form of an ever-increasing difficulty in forming governments and an increasing instability of the governments themselves. It has its immediate origin in the multiplication of parliamentary parties and in the permanent internal crises of each of these parties. One finds in each party what one finds in Parliament as a whole, difficulty in governing and unstable leadership. The forms of this phenomenon are also, to a certain extent, corruption and moral dissolution. Every party fraction believes it has the infallible recipe for arresting the weakening of the party as a whole, and it uses every means to take over the leadership, or at least take part in it, just as in Parliament the party believes it is the only one that can form the government which will save the country, or at least it asserts that in order to support the government it must have extensive representation within it. Left angle bracket, ellipsis, right angle bracket. The endemic crisis of French parliamentarism indicates that there is a widespread unease in the country. But this unease has not yet had a radical character. It has not brought intangible questions into play. There has been a widening of the industrial base and therefore increased urbanization. Rural masses have poured into the cities, but not because there was unemployment or unsatisfied land hunger, because people in the cities are better off. There are more satisfactions and so on. Land is extremely cheap, and much good land is abandoned to the Italians. The parliamentary crisis reflects, so far, more a normal movement of masses, not due to an acute economic crisis, with an arduous search for new equilibria of representation and of parties and a vague malaise, which is only the premonition of the possibility of a great political crisis. The very sensitivity of the political organism makes it exaggerate the symptoms of the malaise. So far, it has been more than anything else a case of a series of struggles for the division of state responsibilities and benefits. Thus, the crisis has been within the middle parties, primarily the radicals, who represent the middle and small cities, and the most advanced peasants. The political forces are getting ready for the great struggles to come and are looking for a better settlement. The forces outside the state are making themselves felt more noticeably and are pushing their men forward in a more brutal manner. Left angle bracket, ellipsis, right angle bracket. Asterisk, but partially in SPN 80, footnote 49, Q 13, section 37. Page 263. 3. The concept of passive revolution, left angle bracket, Roman 1, right angle bracket. Can the concept of passive revolution in the sense attributed by Vincenzo Cuoco to the first period of the Italian Risorgimento be related to the concept of war of position in contrast to war of maneuver? In other words, did these concepts have a meaning after the French Revolution, and can the twin figures of Proudhon and Gioberti be explained in terms of the panic created by the Terror of 1793, as Sorel-ism can be in terms of the panic following the Paris massacres of 1871. Note 13. In other words, does there exist an absolute identity between war of position and passive revolution? Or at least, does there exist, or can there be conceived, an entire historical period in which the two concepts must be considered identical until the point at which the war of position once again becomes a war of maneuver? Left angle bracket, ellipsis, right angle bracket, SPN 108, Q 15, section 11. 4. Left angle bracket, the concept of passive revolution, Roman 2, right angle bracket. The concept of passive revolution must be rigorously derived from the two fundamental principles of political science. One, that no social formation disappears as long as the productive forces which have developed within it still find room for further forward movement. 2, that a society does not set itself tasks for whose solution the necessary conditions have not already been incubated, and so on. Note 14. It goes without saying that these principles must first be developed critically in all their implications, and purged of every residue of mechanicism and fatalism. They must therefore be referred back to the description of the three fundamental moments into which a situation or an equilibrium of forces can be distinguished, with the greatest possible stress on the second moment, equilibrium of political forces, and especially on the third moment, politico-military equilibrium. Note 15, left angle bracket, ellipsis, right angle bracket. SPN 106-107, Q 15, section 17. 5. Left angle bracket, the concept of passive revolution, Roman 3, right angle bracket. The thesis of the passive revolution as an interpretation of the Risorgimento period and of every epoch characterized by complex historical upheavals. Page 264. Utility and dangers of this thesis. Danger of historical defeatism, that is, of indifferentism, since the whole way of posing the question may induce a belief in some kind of fatalism, and so on. Yet the conception remains a dialectical one. In other words, presupposes, indeed postulates as necessary, a vigorous antithesis which can present intransigently all its potentialities for development. Hence, theory of the passive revolution, not as a program, as it was for the Italian liberals of the Risorgimento, but as a criterion of interpretation in the absence of other active elements to a dominant extent. Hence, struggle against the political morphinism which exudes from Croce and from his historicism. It would seem that the theory of the passive revolution is a necessary critical corollary to the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy. Revision of certain sectarian ideas on the theory of the party, theories which precisely represent a form of fatalism of a divine right type. Development of the concepts of mass party and small elite party, and mediation between the two. Theoretical and practical mediation. Is it theoretically possible for there to exist a group, relatively small but still of significant size, let us say several thousand strong, that is socially and ideologically homogeneous, without its very existence demonstrating a widespread state of affairs and corresponding state of mind which only mechanical, external, and hence transitory causes prevent from being expressed? SPN 114 Q15 Section 62. 6. Left angle bracket. Fascism as a passive revolution. First version. Right angle bracket. Given that Croce's history of Europe in the 19th century is a kind of paradigm of ethico-political history for world culture, criticism of the book is necessary. It can be noted that Croce's basic trick consists in this, that he starts his history after the fall of Napoleon. But does the 19th century exist without the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars? Can the events Croce deals with be organically conceived without these precedents? Croce's book is a treatise of passive revolutions, to use Cuoco's expression, which cannot be justified and understood without the French Revolution, which was a European and world event, not just a French one. Can this treatment be given a contemporary reference? In modern conditions, is not fascism precisely a new liberalism? Page 265. Is not fascism precisely the form of passive revolution proper to the 20th century as liberalism was to the 19th? I have touched on this in another note, and the whole argument needs to be gone into further. One could suggest the following. The passive revolution here consists in the fact that the economic structure is transformed in a reformist way from an individualistic to a planned economy, command economy. The advent of an intermediate economy between the purely individualistic one and the integrally planned one allows the transition to more developed political and cultural forms without radical and destructive cataclysms of the exterminating kind. Corporativism could be or could become, as it develops, this intermediate economic form of a passive character. This conception could be compared with what in politics can be called war of position, in opposition to the war of maneuver. According to this, the historical cycle up to the French Revolution was a war of maneuver, and the liberal era of the 19th century a long war of position. Asterisk. Q8, Section 236. 7. Left angle bracket. Fascism as passive revolution, second version, right angle bracket. Paradigms of ethico-political history. The history of Europe in the 19th century seems to be the work of ethico-political history destined to become the paradigm of Crocian historiography offered to European culture. However, his other studies must be taken into account, too. History of the Kingdom of Naples, History of Italy from 1871 to 1915, the Neapolitan Revolution of 1799, and History of the Baroque era in Italy. The most tendentious and revealing, however, are the History of Europe and the History of Italy. With respect to these two works, the questions at once arise. Is it possible to write, conceive of, a history of Europe in the 19th century without an organic treatment of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars? And is it possible to write a history of Italy in modern times without a treatment of the struggles of the Risorgimento? In other words, is it fortuitous, or is it for a tendentious motive that Croce begins his narratives from 1815 and 1871? That is, that he excludes the moment of struggle, the moment in which the conflicting forces are formed, are assembled, and take up their positions, the moment in which one ethico-political system dissolves and another is formed by fire and by steel, the moment in which one system of social relations disintegrates and falls and another arises and asserts itself. Page 266. Is it fortuitous or not that he placidly takes as history the moment of cultural or ethico-political expansion? One can say, therefore, that the book on the history of Europe is nothing but a fragment of history, the passive aspect of the Great Revolution which started in France in 1789 and which spilled over into the rest of Europe with the Republican and Napoleonic armies, giving the old regimes a powerful shove and resulting not in their immediate collapse as in France, but in the reformist corrosion of them, which lasted up to 1870. The problem arises of whether this Crocian construction, in its tendentious nature, does not have a contemporary and immediate reference, whether it does not aim to create an ideological movement corresponding to that of the period with which Croce is dealing, that is, the period of Restoration Revolution, in which the demands which in France found a Jacobin Napoleonic expression were satisfied by small doses, legally in a reformist manner, in such a way that it was possible to preserve the political and economic position of the old feudal classes, to avoid agrarian reform, and especially to avoid the popular masses going through a period of political experience such as occurred in France in the years of Jacobinism in 1831 and in 1848. But in present conditions, is it not precisely the fascist movement which in fact corresponds to the movement of moderate and conservative liberalism in the last century? Perhaps it is not without significance that in the first years of its development, fascism claimed a continuity with the tradition of the old historic right. It might be one of the numerous paradoxical aspects of history, a ruse of nature, to put it in Vico's language, that Croce, with his own particular preoccupations, should in effect have contributed to a reinforcement of fascism, furnishing it indirectly with an intellectual justification, after having contributed to purging it of various secondary characteristics of a superficially romantic type, but nevertheless irritating to his classical serenity modeled on Goethe. The ideological hypotheses could be presented in the following terms: that there is a passive revolution involved in the fact that through the legislative intervention of the state and by means of the corporative organization, relatively far-reaching modifications are being introduced into the country's economic structure in order to accentuate the plan of production element. Page 267. In other words, that socialization and cooperation in the sphere of production are being increased without, however, touching, or at least not going beyond, the regulation and control of individual and group appropriation of profit. In the concrete framework of Italian social relations, this could be the only solution whereby to develop the productive forces of industry under the direction of the traditional ruling classes in competition with the more advanced industrial formations of countries which monopolize raw materials and have accumulated massive capital sums. Whether or not such a schema could be put into practice, and to what extent, is only of relative importance. What is important from the political and ideological point of view is that it is capable of creating, and indeed does create, a period of expectation and hope, especially in certain Italian social groups, such as the great mass of urban and rural petty bourgeois. It thus reinforces the hegemonic system and the forces of military and civil coercion at the disposal of the traditional ruling classes. This ideology thus serves as an element of the war of position in the international economic field, free competition and free exchange here corresponding to the war of movement, just as passive revolution does in the political field. In Europe from 1789 to 1870, there was a political war of movement in the French Revolution, and a long war of position from 1815 to 1870. In the present epoch, the war of movement took place politically from March 1917 to March 1921. This was followed by a war of position, whose representative, both practical for Italy and ideological for Europe, is fascism. SPN 118 through 20. Q10 I, Section 9.
8. Agitation and propaganda. The weakness of the Italian political parties, excepting to some extent the Nationalist Party. Note 16. Throughout their period of activity, from the Risorgimento onwards, has consisted in what one might call an imbalance between agitation and propaganda, though it can also be termed lack of principle, opportunism, absence of organic continuity, imbalance between tactics and strategy, and so forth. Page 268. The principal reason why the parties are like this is to be sought in the deliquescence of the economic classes, in the gelatinous economic and social structure of the country, but this explanation is somewhat fatalistic. In fact, if it was true that parties are only the nomenclature for classes, it is also true that parties are not simply a mechanical and passive expression of those classes, but react energetically upon them in order to develop, solidify, and universalize them. This precisely did not occur in Italy, and the result of this omission is precisely the imbalance between agitation and propaganda, or however else one wishes to term it. The state government has a certain responsibility in this state of affairs. One can call it a responsibility insofar as it prevented the strengthening of the state itself, that is, demonstrated that the state government was not a national factor. The government, in fact, operated as a party. It set itself over and above the parties. not so as to harmonize their interests and activities within the permanent framework of the life and interests of the nation and state, but so as to disintegrate them, to detach them from the broad masses and obtain a force of non-party men linked to the government by paternalistic ties of a Bonapartist Cæsarist type. This is the way in which the so-called dictatorships of Depretis, Crispi, and Giolitti, and the parliamentary phenomenon of transformism should be analyzed. Note 17. Classes produce parties, and parties form the personnel of state and government, the leaders of civil and political society. There must be a useful and fruitful relation in these manifestations and functions. There cannot be any formation of leaders without the theoretical, doctrinal activity of parties, without a systematic attempt to discover and study the causes which govern the nature of the class represented and the way in which it has developed. Hence, scarcity of state and government personnel, squalor of parliamentary life, ease with which the parties can be disintegrated by corruption and absorption of the few individuals who are indispensable. Hence, squalor of cultural life and wretched inadequacy of high culture. Instead of political history, bloodless erudition. Instead of religion, superstition. Instead of books and great reviews, daily papers and broadsheets. Instead of serious politics, ephemeral quarrels and personal clashes. The universities and all the institutions which develop intellectual and technical abilities, since they were not permeated by the life of the parties, by the living realities of national life, produced apolitical national cadres with a purely rhetorical and non-national mental formation. Page 269. Thus, the bureaucracy became estranged from the country, and via its administrative positions became a true political party, the worst of all, because the bureaucratic hierarchy replaced the intellectual and political hierarchy. The bureaucracy became precisely the state Bonapartist party. See the books which after 1919 criticized a similar state of affairs, but far richer in terms of the life of civil society. In the Kaiser's Germany, for example, Max Weber's book Parliament and Government in the German New Order, a political critique of bureaucracy and party life. Bracketed ellipsis. SPN 227-228, Q3, Section 119. 9. Caesarism. Caesar, Napoleon I, Napoleon III, Cromwell, and so forth. Compile a catalogue of the historical events which have culminated in a great heroic personality. Caesarism can be said to express a situation in which the forces in conflict balance each other in a catastrophic manner. That is to say, they balance each other in such a way that a continuation of the conflict can only terminate in their reciprocal destruction. When the progressive force A struggles with a regressive force B, not only may A defeat B or B defeat A, but it may happen that neither A nor B defeats the other, that they bleed each other mutually, and that a third force, C, intervenes from outside, subjugating what is left of both A and B. In Italy, after the death of Lorenzo il Magnifico, this is precisely what occurred. But Caesarism, although it always expresses the particular solution in which a great personality is entrusted with the task of arbitration over a historico-political situation characterized by an equilibrium of forces heading towards catastrophe, does not in all cases have the same historical significance. There can be both a progressive and a regressive form of Caesarism. The exact significance of each form can, in the last analysis, be reconstructed only through concrete history, and not by means of any sociological schema. Caesarism is progressive when its intervention helps the progressive force to triumph, albeit with its victory tempered by certain compromises and limitations. Page 270. It is regressive when its intervention helps the regressive force to triumph, in this case too with certain compromises and limitations which have, however, a different value, extent, and significance than in the former. Caesar and Napoleon I are examples of progressive Caesarism. Napoleon III and Bismarck are of regressive Caesarism. The problem is to see whether in the dialectic revolution/restoration it is revolution or restoration which predominates, for it is certain that in the movement of history there is never any turning back, and that restorations in toto do not exist. Besides, Caesarism is a polemical ideological formula and not a canon of historical interpretation. A Caesarist solution can exist even without a Caesar, without any great heroic and representative personality. The parliamentary system has also provided a mechanism for such compromise solutions. The Labour governments of MacDonald were to a certain degree solutions of this kind, and the degree of Caesarism increased when the government was formed which had MacDonald as its head and a conservative majority. Note 18. Similarly, in Italy, from October 1922 until the defection of the Popolari, and then by stages until 3rd January 1925, and then until 8th November 1926, there was a political historical movement in which various gradations of Caesarism succeeded each other, culminating in a more pure and permanent form, though even this was not static or immobile. Note 19. Every coalition government is a first stage of Caesarism, which either may or may not develop to more significant stages. The common opinion, of course, is that coalition governments, on the contrary, are the most solid bulwark against Caesarism. In the modern world, with its great economic trade union and party political coalitions, the mechanism of the Caesarist phenomenon is very different from what it was up to the time of Napoleon III. In the period up to Napoleon III, the regular military forces or soldiers of the line were a decisive element in the advent of Caesarism, and this came about through quite precise coups d'état, through military actions, and so forth. In the modern world, trade union and political forces, with the limitless financial means which may be at the disposal of small groups of citizens, complicate the problem. The functionaries of the parties and economic unions can be corrupted or terrorized without any need for military action in the grand style of the Caesar or 18 Brumaire type. Page 271. The same situation recurs in this field as was examined in connection with the Jacobin 1848 formula of the so-called permanent revolution. Modern political technique became totally transformed after 1845, after the expansion of parliamentarism and of the associative systems of union and party, and the growth in the formation of vast state and private bureaucracies, that is, a politica-private belonging to parties and trade unions, and after the transformations which took place in the organization of the forces of order in the wide sense, that is, not only the public service designed for the repression of crime, but the totality of forces organized by the state and by private individuals to safeguard the political and economic domination of the ruling classes. In this sense, the entire political parties and other organizations, economic or otherwise, must be considered as organs of political order of an investigational and preventive character. The generic schema of forces A and B in conflict with catastrophic prospects, that is, with the prospect that neither A nor B will be victorious in the struggle to constitute or reconstitute an organic equilibrium from which Caesarism is born, can be born, is precisely a generic hypothesis, a sociological schema, convenient for the art of politics. It is possible to render the hypothesis even more concrete, to carry it to an even greater degree of approximation to concrete historical reality, and this can be achieved by defining certain fundamental elements. Thus, in speaking of A and B, it has merely been asserted that they are respectively a generally progressive and a generally regressive force, but one might specify the type of progressive and regressive force involved, and so obtain closer approximations. In the case of Caesar and of Napoleon I, it can be said that A and B, though distinct and in conflict, were nevertheless not such as to be absolutely incapable of arriving, after a molecular process, at a reciprocal fusion and assimilation. And this was what in fact happened, at least to a certain degree, sufficient however for the historico-political objectives in question, that is, the halting of the fundamental organic struggle and hence the transcendence of the catastrophic phase. This is one element of closer approximation. Another such element is the following. The catastrophic phase may be brought about by a momentary political deficiency of the traditional dominant force, and not by any necessarily insuperable organic deficiency. Page 272. This was true in the case of Napoleon III. The dominant force in France from 1815 up to 1848 had split politically, factiously, into four camps: Legitimists, Orleanists, Bonapartists, Jacobin Republicans. The internal faction struggle was such as to make possible the advance of the rival force B, progressive, in a precocious form. However, the existing social form had not yet exhausted its possibilities for development, as subsequent history abundantly demonstrated. Napoleon III represented, in his own manner as fitted the stature of the man, which was not great, these latent and imminent possibilities. His Caesarism, therefore, has a particular coloration. The Caesarism of Caesar and Napoleon I was, so to speak, of a quantitative/qualitative character. In other words, it represented the historical phase of passage from one type of state to another type, a passage in which the innovations were so numerous and of such a nature that they represented a complete revolution. The Caesarism of Napoleon III was merely, and in a limited fashion, quantitative. There was no passage from one type of state to another, but only evolution of the same type along unbroken lines. In the modern world, Caesarist phenomena are quite different, both from those of the progressive Caesar/Napoleon I type and from those of the Napoleon III type, although they tend towards the latter. In the modern world, the equilibrium with catastrophic prospects occurs not between forces which could in the last analysis fuse and unite, albeit after a wearying and bloody process, but between forces whose opposition is historically incurable and indeed becomes especially acute with the advent of Caesarist forms. However, in the modern world, Caesarism also has a certain margin, larger or smaller, depending on the country and its relative weight in the global context, for a social form always has marginal possibilities for further development and organizational improvement, and in particular can count on the relative weakness of the rival progressive force as a result of its specific character and way of life. It is necessary for the dominant social form to preserve this weakness. This is why it has been asserted that modern Caesarism is more a police than a military system. SPN 219-22, Q13, Section 27. Page 273. 10. Caesarism and catastrophic equilibrium of politico-social forces. It would be an error of method, an aspect of sociological mechanism, to believe that in Caesarism, whether progressive, regressive, or of an intermediate and episodic character, the entire new historical phenomenon is due to the equilibrium of the fundamental forces. It is also necessary to see the interplay of relations between the principal groups of various kinds, socio-economic and technical economic, of the fundamental classes and the auxiliary forces directed by or subjected to their hegemonic influence. Thus, it would be impossible to understand the coup d'etat of 2 September 1852 without studying the function of the French military groups and peasantry. A very important historical episode from this point of view is the so-called Dreyfus affair in France. This too belongs to the present series of observations, not because it led to Caesarism. indeed precisely for the opposite reason, because it prevented the advent of a Caesarism in gestation of a clearly reactionary nature. Nevertheless, the Dreyfus movement is characteristic, since it was a case in which elements of the dominant social bloc itself thwarted the Caesarism of the most reactionary part of that same bloc. And they did so by relying for support not on the peasantry and the countryside, but on the subordinate strata in the towns under the leadership of reformist socialists, though they did in fact draw support from the most advanced part of the peasantry as well. There are other modern historico-political movements of the Dreyfus type to be found, which are certainly not revolutions, but which are not mere entirely reactions either, at least in the sense that they shatter stifling and ossified state structures in the dominant camp as well, and introduced into national life and social activity a different and more numerous personnel. These movements, too, have a relatively progressive content, insofar as they indicate that there were effective forces latent in the old society which the older leaders did not know how to exploit, perhaps even marginal forces. However, such forces cannot be absolutely progressive in that they are not epochal. They are rendered historically effective by their adversaries' inability to construct, not by an inherent force of their own. Page 274. Hence, they are linked to a particular situation of equilibrium between the conflicting forces, both incapable in their respective camps of giving autonomous expression to a will for reconstruction. SPN 222-3, Q14, Section 23. End of Section 8. Page 275. Section 9. Americanism and Fordism. Introduction. The notes on Americanism and Fordism deal with new forms of interpenetration in the 1920s and 30s between the economy and the political and cultural spheres. Gramsci treats the sphere of production not as a mechanically determining economic base, but as part of a complex historical block. In other words, he sees a given form of production as reciprocally conditioning and conditioned by a particular political framework, a particular culture, ideology, morality, and behavior. He is interested in the forms of social conformism which accompany Americanism, as well as its literary and intellectual manifestations. The analysis centers on the organization of production and the labor process associated with the Ford Motor Company in Detroit, namely mass production or production in series. Fordism involved the production of large quantities of goods to a standardized design, the concentration of the whole production cycle in a single plant, the mechanization of assembly, parts moving on belts or chains, a high degree of division of labor, and the reduction of the workers' movements and tasks to a simple routine. Gramsci is interested in the framework of coercion and consent in which Fordism operates, the exclusion of free labor unions, high-wage incentives, the hiring of workers of good moral standing, the surveillance of workers' lives outside working hours. He is also interested in the techniques of scientific management, Taylorism, after their pioneer Frederick Taylor, and in the political and social context of Americanism, which makes the Taylor-Ford system possible and successful. North America, Gramsci argues, has a more rationalized social structure than old Europe, especially Southern Europe, which is characterized by residues of feudalism and vast parasitic middle strata. It also has a liberal state which encourages and protects untrammeled private enterprise. It has the corporatist ideologies and practices of Roosevelt's New Deal, prohibition, and an officially encouraged conservative sexual morality and family life. Page 276. Hegemony here, as Gramsci puts it in a striking sentence, is born in the factory and requires for its exercise only a minute quantity of professional, political, and ideological intermediaries. Pages 278-9. Gramsci's interest in these questions is twofold. Firstly, he shares with many other Marxists in the interwar period, both in the Soviet Union and elsewhere, an interest in the way industrial production and productivity were being increased in the United States by these new techniques and methods of management. He wants to understand how far Fordist and Taylorist methods are dictated by specifically capitalist requirements of intensified exploitation and the policing of the factory and the workplace, and how far, on the other hand, they correspond to rational modernizing tendencies which socialists might be able to learn from and develop. It needs to be noted here that several of Gramsci's observations in this area have been seen as problematic, particularly those which appear to reflect a productivist cast of thought. That is, one in which the forces of production appear as neutral and their development unequivocally beneficial. The ends, means, and value-free conception of rationality, that is, one in which the rationality of a particular form of production is measured only by its suitability to obtaining a given end. And related to this, some staid views on sexual morality, women, and the family. Secondly, Gramsci is concerned to assess what might be called Americanist tendencies in Italian capitalism under fascism. In the interwar period, key sectors of Italian big industry, automobiles, chemicals, and steel, underwent a process of concentration and modernization within the corporatist framework provided by the fascist state. That is to say, the replacement of free trade unions by fascist syndicates and corporations with no right to strike, participation in planning agreements, the provision by management of welfare and other benefits, healthcare, training, and so forth, for the workforce and their families. However, as Gramsci points out here, these tendencies entered into contradiction with other tendencies in fascist Italy, since the fascists simultaneously promoted their policy of ruralism by entrenching peasant smallholdings, and also swelled the parasitic tertiary sector by creating hundreds of new jobs for state employees and fascist party functionaries. Page 277. 1. Rationalization of the demographic composition of Europe. In Europe, the various attempts which have been made to introduce certain aspects of Americanism and Fordism have been due to the old plutocratic stratum which would like to reconcile what, until proved to the contrary, appear to be irreconcilables. On the one hand, the old anachronistic demographic social structure of Europe, and on the other hand an ultra-modern form of production and of working methods, such as is offered by the most advanced American variety, the industry of Henry Ford. For this reason, the introduction of Fordism encounters so much intellectual and moral resistance, and takes place in particularly brutal and insidious forms, and by means of the most extreme coercion. Europe wants to have its cake and eat it too, to have all the benefits which Fordism brings to its competitive power, while retaining its army of parasites who, by consuming vast sums of surplus value, aggravate initial costs and reduce competitive power on the international market. The reaction of Europe to Americanism merits, therefore, close examination. From its analysis can be derived more than one element necessary for the understanding of the present situation of a number of states in the Old World and the political events of the post-war period. Americanism, in its most developed form, requires a preliminary condition which has not attracted the attention of the American writers who have treated the problems arising from it, since in America it exists quite naturally. This condition could be called a rational demographic composition, and consists in the fact that there do not exist numerous classes with no essential function in the world of production, in other words, classes which are purely parasitic. European tradition, European civilization is, conversely, characterized precisely by the existence of such classes, created by the richness and complexity of past history. This past history has left behind a heap of passive sedimentations produced by the phenomenon of the saturation and fossilization of civil service personnel and intellectuals, of clergy and landowners, piratical commerce and the professional, and later conscript, but for the officers always professional army. One could even say that the more historic a nation, the more numerous and burdensome are these sedimentations of idle and useless masses living on their ancestral patrimony. Pensioners of economic history. Page 278. Bracketed ellipsis. This situation is not unique to Italy. To a greater or lesser extent, it exists also in all countries of old Europe, and it exists in an even worse form in India and China, which explains the historical stagnation of those countries and their politico-military impotence. In the examination of this problem, what is immediately in question is not the form of economical social organization, but the rationality of the proportional relationships between the various sectors of the population in the existing social system. Every system has its own law of fixed proportions in its demographic composition, its own optimum equilibrium and forms of disequilibrium which, if not redressed by appropriate legislation, can be catastrophic in themselves in that, apart from any other disintegrative element, they dry up the sources of economic life. America does not have great historical and cultural traditions, but neither does it have the leaden burden to support. This is one of the main reasons, and certainly more important than its so-called natural wealth, for its formidable accumulation of capital, which has taken place in spite of the superior living standard enjoyed by the popular classes compared with Europe. The non-existence of vicious parasitic sedimentations left behind by past phases of history has allowed industry, and commerce in particular, to develop on a sound basis. It also allows a continual reduction of the economic function of transport and trade to the level of a genuinely subaltern activity of production. Indeed, it has led to the attempt to absorb these activities into productive activity itself. Recall here the experiments conducted by Ford and the economies made by his firm through direct management of transport and distribution of the product. These economies affected production costs and permitted higher wages and lower selling prices. Since these preliminary conditions existed, already rendered rational by historical evolution, it was relatively easy to rationalize production and labor by a skillful combination of force, destruction of working-class trade unionism on a territorial basis, and persuasion, high wages, various social benefits, extremely subtle ideological and political propaganda, and thus succeed in making the whole life of the nation revolve around production. Hegemony here is born in the factory and requires for its exercise only a minute quantity of professional, political, and ideological intermediaries. Page 279. The phenomenon of the masses which so struck Lucian Romier is nothing but the form taken by this rationalized society in which the structure dominates the superstructures more immediately, in which the latter are also rationalized, simplified, and reduced in number. Bracketed ellipsis. In America, rationalization has determined the need to elaborate a new type of man suited to the new type of work and productive process. This elaboration is still only in its initial phase and therefore, apparently, still idyllic. It is still at the stage of psychophysical adaptation to the new industrial structure, aimed for through high wages. Up to the present, until the 1929 crash, there has not been, except perhaps sporadically, any flowering of the superstructure. In other words, the fundamental question of hegemony has not yet been posed. The struggle is conducted with arms taken from the old European arsenal, bastardized and therefore anachronistic compared with the development of things. The struggle taking place in America, as described by Andre Philip, is still in defense of craft rights against industrial liberty. In other words, it is similar to the struggle that took place in Europe in the 18th century, although in different conditions. American workers' unions are, more than anything else, the corporate expression of the rights of qualified crafts, and therefore the industrialist attempts to curb them have a certain progressive aspect. The absence of the European historical phase, marked also in the economic field by the French Revolution, has left the American popular masses in a backward state. To this should be added the absence of national homogeneity, the mixture of race cultures, the Negro question. In Italy, there have been the beginnings of a Fordist fanfare, exaltation of big cities, overall planning for the Milan conurbation, and so forth. The affirmation that capitalism is only at its beginnings and that it is necessary to prepare for its grandiose patterns of development. On this, see some articles by Alessandro Schiavi in La Riforma Sociale. But afterwards came a conversion to ruralism, the disparagement of the cities typical of the Enlightenment, exaltation of the artisan and of idyllic patriarchalism, reference to craft rights, and a struggle against industrial liberty. Page 280. All the same, even though the development is slow and full of understandable caution, one cannot say that the conservative side, the side that represents old European culture with all its train of parasites, has not encountered opposition. Bracketed ellipsis. SPN 280-7, Q22, Section 2. 2. Some aspects of the sexual question. Bracketed ellipsis. Sexual instincts are those that have undergone the greatest degree of repression from society in the course of its development. Regulation of sexual instincts, because of the contradictions it creates and the perversions that are attributed to it, seems particularly unnatural. Hence the frequency of appeals to nature in this area. Psychoanalytical literature is also a kind of criticism of the regulation of sexual instincts in a form which often recalls the Enlightenment, as in its creation of a new myth of the savage on a sexual basis, including relations between parents and children. Note 1. There is a split in this field between city and country, but with no idyllic bias in favor of the country, where the most frequent and the most monstrous sexual crimes take place and where bestiality and sodomy are widespread. In the parliamentary inquiry on the South in 1911, it is stated that in Abruzzo and the Basilicata, which are the regions where there's the most religious fanaticism and patriarchalism and the least influence of urban ideas, to such an extent that according to Serpieri, in the years 1919 to 1920, there was not even any peasant unrest in those areas. There is incest in 30% of families, and it does not appear that the situation has changed since then. Sexuality as reproductive function and as sport, the aesthetic ideal of woman oscillates between the conceptions of brood mare and of Dolly. But it is not only in the cities that sexuality has become a sport. The popular proverbs, man is a hunter, woman a temptress, the man who has no choice goes to bed with his wife, and so forth, show how widespread the conception of sex as sport is even in the countryside and in sexual relations between members of the same class. The economic function of reproduction. This is not only a general fact which concerns the whole of society in its totality, because society demands a certain proportion between age groups for purposes of production and of supporting the section of the population that, for normal reasons, age, illness, and so forth, is passive. Page 281. It is also a molecular fact which operates within the smallest economic units, such as the family. The expression about the staff of old age demonstrates an instinctive consciousness of the economic need for there to be a certain ratio of young to old over the entire area of society. The sight of the maltreatment meted out in country villages to old people without a family encourages couples to want to have children. The proverb to the effect that a mother may raise 100 sons, but 100 sons do not support a mother, shows another side of this question. Among the people, old men without children are treated in the same way as bastards. Medical advance, which has raised the average expectancy of human life, is making the sexual question increasingly important as a fundamental and autonomous aspect of the economic, and this sexual aspect raises, in its turn, complex problems of a superstructural order. The increase of life expectancy in France, where the birth rate is low and where there is a rich and complex productive apparatus to be kept going, has already given rise to a number of problems connected with the national question. The older generations are finding themselves in an increasingly abnormal relationship with the younger generations of the same national culture, and the working masses are being swollen by immigrant elements from abroad which modify the base. The same phenomenon is happening there as in America, that is of a certain division of labor, with the native population occupying the qualified trades and, of course, the functions of direction and organization, and the immigrants the unskilled work. In a number of states, a similar relationship with important negative economic consequences exists between industrial cities with a low birth rate and a prolific countryside. Life in industry demands a general apprenticeship, a process of psychophysical adaptation to specific conditions of work, nutrition, housing, customs, and so forth. This is not something natural or innate, but has to be acquired, and the urban characteristics thus acquired are passed on by heredity, or rather are absorbed in the development of childhood and adolescence. As a result, the low birth rate in the cities imposes the need for continual massive expenditure on the training of a continual flow of new arrivals in the city, and brings with it a continual change in the socio-political composition of the city, thus continually changing the terrain on which the problem of hegemony is to be posed. Page 282. The formation of a new feminine personality is the most important question of an ethical and civil order connected with the sexual question. Until women can attain not only a genuine independence in relation to men, but also a new way of conceiving themselves and their role in sexual relations, the sexual question will remain full of unhealthy characteristics, and caution must be exercised in proposals for new legislation. Every crisis brought about by unilateral coercion in the sexual field unleashes a romantic reaction, which could be aggravated by the abolition of organized legal prostitution. All these factors make any form of regulation of sex and any attempt to create a new sexual ethic suited to the new methods of production and work extremely complicated and difficult. However, it is still necessary to attempt this regulation and to attempt to create a new ethic. It is worth drawing attention to the way in which industrialists, Ford in particular, have been concerned with the sexual affairs of their employees and with their family arrangements in general. One should not be misled, any more than in the case of prohibition, by the puritanical appearance assumed by this concern. The truth is that the new type of man demanded by the rationalization of production and work cannot be developed until the sexual instinct has been suitably regulated and until it too has been rationalized. SPN 294-7, Q22, Section 3. 3. Financial autarky of industry. A noteworthy article by Carlo Pagni a proposito di un tentativo di teoria pura del corporativismo, la riforma sociale, September-October 1929, examines Massimo Favel's book Economia e Corporativismo, Ferrata SATE 1929, and refers to another work by the same author, Rendita e Salario nello Stato Sindicale, Rome, 1929. But he does not realize, or does not point out explicitly, that Favel, in his writings, conceives of corporatism as the premise for the introduction into Italy of the most advanced American systems of production and labor. It would be interesting to know whether Favel is writing out of his head or whether he has behind him specific social forces, practically speaking, and not just in general, which back him and urge him on. Page 283. Favel has never been a pure scientist, since all intellectuals, however pure, are always expressive of certain tendencies. Bracketed ellipsis. What would appear significant in Favel's thesis, as summarized by Pagni, is his conception of the corporation as an autonomous industrial productive bloc destined to resolve in a modern and increasingly capitalist direction the problem of further development of the Italian economic apparatus. This is opposed to the semi-feudal and parasitic elements of society which appropriate an excessive amount of surplus value and to the so-called producers of savings. The production of savings should become an internal, more economical function of the productive bloc itself, with the help of a development of production at diminishing costs which would allow, in addition to an increase of surplus value, higher wages as well. The result of this would be a larger internal market, a certain level of working class saving, and higher profits. In this way, one should get a more rapid rhythm of capital accumulation within the enterprise rather than through the intermediary of the producers of savings, who are really nothing other than predators of surplus value. Within the industrial productive bloc, the technical element, management and workers, should be more important than the capitalistic element in the petty sense of the word. The alliance of captains of industry and petty bourgeois savers should be replaced by a bloc consisting of all the elements which are directly operative in production and which are the only ones capable of combining in a union and thus constituting the productive corporation. Bracketed ellipsis. Fauvel's greatest weaknesses consist in his having neglected the economic function which the state has always had in Italy because of the diffident attitude of small savers towards the industrialists, and in having neglected the fact that corporate trend did not originate from the need for changes in the technical conditions of industry, or even from that of a new economic policy, but rather from the need for economic policing, a need which was aggravated by the 1929 crisis which is still going on. In reality, skilled workers in Italy have never, as individuals or through union organizations, actively or passively opposed innovations leading towards lowering of costs, rationalization of work, or the introduction of more perfect forms of automation and more perfect technical organization of the complex of the enterprise. Page 284. On the contrary, however, this has happened in America and has resulted in the semi-liquidation of the free trade unions and their replacement by a system of mutually isolated, factory-based workers' organizations. In Italy, on the other hand, even the slightest and most cautious attempt to make the factory the center of the trade union organization, recall the question of shop stewards, has been bitterly contested and resolutely crushed. A careful analysis of Italian history before 1922, or even up to 1926, which does not allow itself to be distracted by external trappings, but manages to seize on the essential moments of the working class struggle, must objectively come to the conclusion that it is precisely the workers who brought into being newer and more modern industrial requirements and in their own way upheld those strenuously. It could also be said that more industrialists understood this movement and tried to appropriate it to themselves. This explains Agnelli's attempt to absorb the Ordine Nuovo and its school into the Fiat complex, and thus to institute a school of workers and technicians qualified for industrial change and for work with rationalized systems. The YMCA tried to open courses of abstract Americanism, but despite all the money spent, they were not a success. These considerations apart, a further series of questions is raised. The corporate movement exists. It is also true that in some ways the juridical changes which have already taken place have created the formal conditions within which major technical economic change can happen on a large scale, because the workers are not in a position either to oppose it or to struggle to become themselves the standard bearers of the movement. Corporate organization could become the form of the new change, but one asks oneself, shall we experience one of Vica's ruses of providence, in which men, without either proposing or willing it, are forced to obey the imperatives of history? For the moment, one is more inclined to be dubious. The negative element of economic policing has so far had the upper hand over the positive element represented by the requirements of a new economic policy which can renovate, by modernizing it, the socio-economic structure of the nation while remaining within the framework of the old industrialism. The juridical form possible is one of the conditions required, but not the only one or even the most important. It is only the most important of the immediate conditions. Page 285. Americanization requires a particular environment, a particular social structure, or at least a determined intention to create it, and a certain type of state. This state is the liberal state, not in the sense of free trade liberalism or of effective political liberty, but in the more fundamental sense of free initiative and of economic individualism, which, with its own means, on the level of civil society through historical development, itself arrives at a regime of industrial concentration and monopoly. The disappearance of the semi-feudal type of rentier is in Italy one of the major conditions of an industrial revolution, and in part the revolution itself, and not a consequence. The economic and financial policy of the state is the instrument of their disappearance through the amortization of the national debt, compulsory registration of shares, and by giving a greater weight to direct rather than indirect taxation in the governmental budget. But it does not seem that this has been or is going to become the trend of financial policy. Indeed, the state is creating new rentiers. That is to say, it is promoting the old forms of parasitic accumulation of savings and tending to create closed social formations. In reality, the corporate trend has operated to shore up crumbling positions of the middle classes and not to eliminate them, and is becoming, because of the vested interests that arise from the old foundations, more and more a machinery to preserve the existing order just as it is, rather than a propulsive force. Why is this? Because the corporate trend is also dependent on unemployment. It defends for the employed a certain minimum standard which, if there were free competition, would likewise collapse and thus provoke serious social disturbances, and it creates new forms of employment, organizational and not productive, for the unemployed of the middle classes. But there still remains a way out. The corporative trend, born in strict dependence on such a delicate situation whose essential equilibrium must at all costs be maintained if monstrous catastrophe is to be averted, could yet manage to proceed by very slow and almost imperceptible stages to modify the social structure without violent shocks. Even the most tightly swathed baby manages nevertheless to develop and grow. This is why it would be interesting to know whether Fauvel is speaking just for himself or whether he is the representative of economic forces which are looking for a way forward at all costs. Page 286. In any case, the process would be so long and encounter so many difficulties that new interests could grow up in the meanwhile, and once again oppose its development so tenaciously as to crush it entirely. SPN 289-294, Q22, Section 6. 4. Animality and industrialism. The history of industrialism has always been a continuing struggle, which to date takes an even more marked and vigorous form, against the element of animality in man. It has been an uninterrupted, often painful and bloody process of subjugating natural, that is, animal and primitive, instincts to new, more complex and rigid norms and habits of order, exactitude and precision, which can make possible the increasingly complex forms of collective life which are the necessary consequence of industrial development. This struggle is imposed from outside, and the results to date, though they have great immediate practical value, are to a large extent purely mechanical. The new habits have not yet become second nature. But has not every new way of life, in the period in which it was forced to struggle against the old, always been for a certain time a result of mechanical repression? Even the instincts which have to be overcome today because they are too animal are really a considerable advance on earlier, even more primitive instincts. Who could describe the cost in human lives and in the grievous subjugation of instinct involved in the passage from nomadism to a settled agricultural existence? The process includes the first forms of rural serfdom and trade bondage, and so forth. Up to now, all changes in modes of existence and modes of life have taken place through brute coercion, that is to say, through the dominion of one social group over all of the productive forces of society. The selection or education of men adapted to the new forms of civilizations and to the new form of production and work has taken place by means of incredible acts of brutality which have cast the weak and the non-conforming into the limbo of the underclasses and have eliminated them entirely. With the appearance of new types of civilization, or in the course of their development, there have always been crises. But who has been involved in these crises? Not so much the working masses as the middle classes and a part even of the ruling class, which had undergone the process of coercion which was necessarily being exercised over the whole area of society. Page 287. Crises of libertinism have been many, and there has been one in every historical epoch. When the pressure of coercion is exercised over the whole complex of society, and this has taken place in particular since the fall of slavery and the coming of Christianity, Puritan ideologies develop which give an external form of persuasion and consent to the intrinsic use of force. But once the result has been achieved, if only to a degree, the pressure is fragmented. Historically, this fragmentation has assumed many different forms, which is to be expected, since the pressure itself has always taken original and often personal forms. It has been identified with a religious movement. It has created an apparatus of its own, incarnated in particular strata or castes. It has taken the name of a Cromwell or a Louis XV, as the case may be. It is at this point that the crisis of libertinism ensues. The French crisis following the death of Louis XV, for example, cannot be compared with the crisis in America following the appearance of Roosevelt, nor does Prohibition, with its consequent gangsterism and so forth, have any parallel in preceding epochs. But the crisis does not affect the working masses except in a superficial manner, or it can affect them indirectly in that it depraves their womenfolk. These masses have either acquired the habits and customs necessary for the new systems of living and working, or else they continue to be subject to coercive pressure through the elementary necessities of their existence. Opposition to prohibition was not wanted by the workers, and the corruption brought about by bootlegging and gangsterism was widespread among the upper classes. In the post-war period, there has been a crisis of morals of unique proportions, but it took place in opposition to a form of coercion which has not been imposed in order to create habits suited to forms of work, but arose from the necessities, admitted as transitory, of wartime life and life in the trenches. This pressure involved a particular repression of sexual instincts, even the most normal, among great masses of young people, and the crisis which broke out with the return to normal life was made even more violent by the disappearance of so many young men and by a permanent disequilibrium in the numerical proportions of individuals of the two sexes. The institutions connected with sexual life were profoundly shaken, and new forms of enlightened utopias developed around the sexual question. Page 288. The crisis was made even more violent, and still is, by the fact that it affected all strata of the population and came into conflict with the necessities of the new methods of work which were meanwhile beginning to impose themselves, Taylorism and rationalization in general. These new methods demand a rigorous discipline of the sexual instincts at the level of the nervous system, and with it a strengthening of the family in the wide sense, rather than a particular form of the familial system. and of the regulation and stability of sexual relations. It is worth insisting on the fact that in the sexual field the most depraving and regressive ideological factor is the enlightened and libertarian conception proper to those classes which are not tightly bound to productive work and spread by them among the working classes. This element becomes particularly serious in a state where the working masses are no longer subject to coercive pressure from a superior class, and where the new methods of production and work have to be acquired by means of a reciprocal persuasion and by convictions proposed and accepted by each individual. A twofold situation can then create itself in which there is an inherent conflict between the verbal ideology which recognizes the new necessities and the real animal practice which prevents physical bodies from effectively acquiring the new attitudes. In this case, one gets the formation of what can be called a situation of totalitarian social hypocrisy. Why totalitarian? In other situations, the popular strata are compelled to practice virtue. Those who preach it do not practice it, although they pay it verbal homage. The hypocrisy is therefore a question of strata. It is not total. This is a situation which cannot last, and is certain to lead to a crisis of libertinism, but only when the masses have already assimilated virtue in the form of more or less permanent habits, that is, with ever-decreasing oscillations. On the other hand, in the case where no coercive pressure is exercised by a superior class, virtue is affirmed in generic terms, but is not practiced either through conviction or through coercion, with the result that the psychophysical attitudes necessary for the new methods of work are not acquired. The crisis can become permanent, that is, potentially catastrophic, since it can be resolved only by coercion. This coercion is a new type, in that it is exercised by the elite of a class over the rest of that same class. Page 289. It can also only be self-coercion, and therefore self-discipline, like Alfieri tying himself to a chair. Note 2. In any case, in the sphere of sexual relations, what can be opposed to this function of the elites is the enlightened and libertarian mentality. The struggle against the libertarian conception means therefore precisely creating the elites necessary for the historical task, or at least developing them so that their function is extended to cover all spheres of human activity. SPN 298-301, Q22, Section 10. 5. Rationalization of production and work. The tendency represented by Leo Davidov (Trotsky) was closely connected to this series of problems, a fact which does not seem to me to have been fully brought out. Its essential content, from this point of view, consisted of an over-resolute and therefore not rationalized will to give supremacy in national life to industry and industrial methods, to accelerate through coercion imposed from the outside the growth of discipline and order in production, and to adapt customs to the necessities of work. Given the general way in which all the problems connected with this tendency were conceived, it was destined necessarily to end up in a form of Bonapartism. Hence the inexorable necessity of crushing it. The preoccupations were correct, but the practical solutions were profoundly mistaken, and in this imbalance between theory and practice there was an inherent danger, the same danger, incidentally, which had manifested itself earlier in 1921. The principle of coercion, direct or indirect, in the ordering of production and work is correct, but the form which it assumed was mistaken. The military model had become a pernicious prejudice, and the militarization of labor was a failure. Note 3. Interest of Leo Davidov in Americanism. He wrote articles, researched into the mode of living, and into literature. Note 4. These activities were less disconnected than might appear, since the new methods of work are inseparable from a specific mode of living and of thinking and feeling life. One cannot have success in one field without tangible results in the other. In America, rationalization of work and prohibition are undoubtedly connected. Page 290. The inquiries conducted by the industrialists into the workers' private lives and the inspection services created by some firms to control the morality of their workers are necessities of the new methods of work. People who laugh at these initiatives, failures though they were, and see in them only a hypocritical manifestation of Puritanism, thereby deny themselves any possibility of understanding the importance, significance, and objective import of the American phenomenon, which is also the biggest collective effort to date to create, with unprecedented speed and with a consciousness of purpose unmatched in history, a new type of worker and of man. The expression consciousness of purpose might appear humorous, to say the least, to anyone who recalls Taylor's phrase about the trained gorilla. Note 5. Taylor is in fact expressing with brutal cynicism the purpose of American society, developing in the worker to the highest degree automatic and mechanical attitudes, breaking up the old psychophysical nexus of qualified professional work, which demands a certain active participation of intelligence, fantasy, and initiative on the part of the worker, and reducing productive operations exclusively to the mechanical, physical aspect. But these things in reality are not original or novel. They represent simply the most recent phase of a long process which began with industrialism itself. This phase is more intense than preceding phases and manifests itself in more brutal forms, but it is a phase which will itself be superseded by the creation of a psychophysical nexus of a new type, both different from its predecessors and undoubtedly superior. A forced selection will ineluctably take place. A part of the old working class will be pitilessly eliminated from the world of labor, and perhaps from the world to court. It is from this point of view that one should study the puritanical initiative of American industrialists like Ford. It is certain that they are not concerned with the humanity or the spirituality of the worker, which are immediately smashed. This humanity and spirituality cannot be realized except in the world of production and work and its productive creation. They exist most in the artisan, in the demiurge, when the worker's personality was reflected whole in the object created, and when the link between art and labor was still very strong. But it is precisely against this humanism that the new industrialism is fighting. Puritanical initiatives simply have the purpose of preserving, outside of work, a certain psychophysical equilibrium which prevents physiological collapse of the worker, exhausted by the new method of production. Page 291. This equilibrium can only be something purely external and mechanical, but it can also become internalized if it is proposed by the worker itself and not imposed from the outside, if it is proposed by a new form of society with appropriate and original methods. American industrialists are concerned to maintain the continuity of the physical and muscular nervous efficiency of the worker. It is in their interests to have a stable, skilled labor force, a permanently well-adjusted complex, because the human complex, the collective worker, of an enterprise is also a machine which cannot, without considerable loss, be taken to pieces too often and renewed with single new parts. The element of so-called high wages also depends on this necessity. It is the instrument used to select and maintain in stability a skilled labor force suited to the system of production and work. But high wages are a double-edged weapon. It is necessary for the worker to spend his extra money rationally to maintain, renew, and, if possible, increase his muscular nervous efficiency, and not to corrode or destroy it. Thus the struggle against alcohol, the most dangerous agent of destruction of laboring power, becomes a function of the state. It is possible for other puritanical struggles as well to become functions of the state if the private initiative of the industrialists provides insufficient, or if a moral crisis breaks out among the working masses which is too profound and too widespread, as might happen as a result of a long and widespread crisis of unemployment. The sexual question is again connected with that of alcohol. Abuse and irregularity of sexual functions is, after alcoholism, the most dangerous enemy of nervous energies, and it is commonly observed that obsessional work provokes alcoholic and sexual deprivation. The attempts made by Ford with the aid of a body of inspectors, to intervene in the private lives of his employees and to control how they spent their wages and how they lived is an indication of these tendencies. Though these tendencies are still only private and only latent, they could become, at a certain point, state ideology, inserting themselves into traditional Puritanism and presenting themselves as a renaissance of the pioneer morality of the true Americanism, and so forth. Page 292. The most noteworthy fact in the American phenomenon in relation to these manifestations is the gap which has been formed and is likely to be increasingly accentuated between the morality and way of life of the workers and those of the other strata of the population. Prohibition has already given an example of this gap. Who drank the alcohol brought into the United States by the bootleggers? Alcohol became a luxury product, and even the highest wages were not enough to enable it to be consumed by large strata of the working masses. Someone who works for a wage with fixed hours does not have the time to dedicate himself to the pursuit of drink or to sport or evading the law. The same observation can be made about sexuality. Womanizing demands too much leisure. The new type of worker will be a repetition, in a different form, of peasants in the villages. The relative stability of sexual unions among the peasants is closely linked to the system of work in the country. The peasant who returns home in the evening after a long and hard day's work wants the venerem facilem per bilemque, easy and accessible love, of Horace. Note 6. It is not his style to spoon over casual women. He loves his own woman, sure and unfailing, who is free from affectation and doesn't play little games about being seduced or raped in order to be possessed. It might seem that in this way the sexual function has been mechanized, but in reality we are dealing with the growth of a new form of sexual union shorn of the bright and dazzling color of the romantic tinsel typical of the petty bourgeois and the bohemian layabout. It seems clear that the new industrialism wants monogamy. It wants the man as worker not to squander his nervous energies in the disorderly and stimulating pursuit of occasional sexual satisfaction. The employee who goes to work after a night of excess is no good for his work. The exaltation of passion cannot be reconciled with the timed movements of productive motions connected with the most perfected automatism. This complex of direct and indirect repression and coercion exercised on the masses will undoubtedly produce results, and a new form of sexual union will emerge whose fundamental characteristic would apparently have to be monogamy and relative stability. It will be interesting to know the statistical occurrence of deviation from the sexual behavior officially propagandized in the United States, broken down according to social group. It will show that in general divorce is particularly frequent among the upper classes. Page 293. This demonstrates the moral gap in the United States between the working masses and the ever more numerous elements of the ruling classes. This moral gap seems to me one of the most interesting phenomena, and one which is most rich in consequences. Until recently, the American people was a working people. The vocation of work was not a trait inherent only in the working class, but it was a specific quality of the ruling classes as well. The fact that a millionaire continued to be practically active until forced to retire by age or illness, and that his activity occupied a very considerable part of his day, is a typically American phenomenon. This, for the average European, is the weirdest American extravagance. We have noted above that this difference between Americans and Europeans is determined by the absence of tradition in the United States, insofar as tradition also means passive residues of all the social forms eclipsed by past history. In the United States, on the other hand, there is a recent tradition of the pioneers, the tradition of strong individual personalities in whom the vocation of work has reached its greatest intensity and strength, men who entered directly, not by means of some army of servants and slaves, into energetic contact with the forces of nature in order to dominate them and exploit them victoriously. In Europe, it is the passive residues that resist Americanism. They represent quality, and so forth. because they have the instinctive feeling that the new forms of production and work would sweep them away implacably. But if it is true that in Europe the old but still unburied residues are due to be definitely destroyed, what is beginning to happen in America itself? The moral gap mentioned above shows that even wider margins of social passivity are in the process of being created. It would appear that women have a particularly important role here. The male industrialist continues to work even if he is a millionaire, but his wife and daughters are turning more and more into luxury mammals. Beauty competitions, competitions for new film actresses, recall the 30,000 Italian girls who sent photographs of themselves in bathing costumes to Fox in 1926. The theater, and so forth, all of which select the feminine beauty of the world and put it up for auction, stimulate the mental attitudes of prostitution and white slaving as practiced quite legally among the upper classes. The women, with nothing to do, travel. They are continually crossing the ocean to come to Europe, escaping prohibition in their own country and contracting marriages for a season. Page 294. It is worth recalling that ships' captains in the United States have been deprived of their right to celebrate marriages on board ship, since so many couples get married on leaving Europe and divorced again before disembarking in America. Prostitution in a real sense is spreading in a form barely disguised as fragile legal formulae. These phenomena proper to the upper classes will make more difficult any coercion on the working masses to make them conform to the needs of the new industry. In any case, they are determining a psychological split and accelerating the crystallization and saturation of the various social groups, thereby making evident the way that these groups are being transformed into castes just as they have been in Europe. SPN 301-26 Q22, Section 11. 6. Taylorism and the mechanization of the worker. Taylorism supposedly produces a gap between manual labor and the human content of work. On this subject, some useful observations can be made on the basis of past history, and specifically of those professions thought of as amongst the most intellectual, that is to say, the professions connected with the reproduction of texts for publication or other forms of diffusion and transmission, the scribes of the days before the invention of printing, compositors on hand presses, linotype operators, stenographers, and typists. If one thinks about it, it is clear that in these trades the process of adaptation to mechanization is more difficult than elsewhere. Why? Because it is so hard to reach the height of professional qualification when this requires of the worker that he should forget or not think about the intellectual content of the text he is reproducing. This in order to be able, if he is a scribe, to fix his attention exclusively on the calligraphic form of the single letters, and to be able to break down phrases into abstract words and then words into characters, and rapidly select the pieces of lead in the cases, or to be able to break down not single words but groups of words in the context of discourse, and group them mechanically into shorthand notation, or to acquire speed in typing, and so forth. The worker's interests in the intellectual content of the text can be measured from his mistakes. Page 295. In other words, it is a professional failing. Conversely, his qualification is commensurate with his lack of intellectual interest, that is, the extent to which he has become mechanized. The medieval copyist who was interested in the text changed the spelling, the morphology, and the syntax of the text he was copying. He missed out entire passages which, because of his meager culture, he could not understand. The train of thoughts aroused in his mind by his interest in the text led him to interpolate glosses and observations. If his language or dialect was different from that of the text, he would introduce nuances deriving from his own speech. He was a bad scribe because in reality he was remaking the text. The slow speed of the art of writing in the Middle Ages explains many of these weaknesses. there was too much time in which to reflect, and consequently mechanization was more difficult. The compositor has to be much quicker. He has to keep his hands and eyes constantly in movement, and this makes his mechanization easier. But if one really thinks about it, the effort that these workers have to make in order to isolate from the often fascinating intellectual content of a text, and the more fascinating it is, the less work is done and the less well, its written symbolization, this perhaps is the greatest effort that can be required in any trade. However it is done, and it is not the spiritual death of man. Once the process of adaptation has been completed, what really happens is that the brain of the worker, far from being mummified, reaches a state of complete freedom. The only thing that is completely mechanized is the physical gesture. The memory of the trade, reduced to simple gestures repeated at an intense rhythm, nestles in the muscular and nervous centers and leaves the brain free and unencumbered for other occupations. One can walk without having to think about all the movements needed in order to move, in perfect synchronization, all the parts of the body in the specific way that is necessary for walking. The same thing happens and will go on happening in industry with the basic gestures of the trade. One walks automatically and at the same time thinks about whatever one chooses. American industrialists have understood all too well this dialectic inherent in the new industrial methods. They have understood that trained gorilla is just a phrase, that unfortunately the worker remains a man, and even that during his work he thinks more, or at least has greater opportunities for thinking once he has overcome the crisis of adaptation without being eliminated. Page 296. And not only does the worker think, but the fact that he gets no immediate satisfaction from his work and realizes that they are trying to reduce him to a trained gorilla can lead him into a train of thought that is far from conformist. That the industrialists are concerned about such things is made clear from a whole series of cautionary measures and educative initiatives which are well brought out in Ford's books and the work of Philip. Note 7. SPN 308-210, Q22, Section 12. 7. Babbitt in square brackets. See Carlo Lunati's article, Babbitt compra il mondo, Babbitt buys the world, in Nuova Antologia, 16 October 1929. A mediocre article, but for that very reason significant as an expression of an average opinion. It can serve to establish what the more intelligent of the petty bourgeoisie think of Americanism. The article is a variation on Edgar Ansel Maurer's book The American World, which Lunati judges truly acute, rich with ideas, and written with a pleasing concision between the classical and the brutal, by a writer who clearly lacks neither a spirit of observation nor a sense of historical nuances nor variety of culture. Maurer reconstructs the cultural history of the United States up to the breaking of the umbilical cord with Europe and the advent of Americanism. It will be interesting to analyze the reasons why Babbitt was such a great success in Europe. Note 8. It is not a great book. It is constructed schematically, and its mechanism is also too apparent. It is of cultural more than artistic importance. The criticism of manners prevails over art. That there exists in America a realistic literary current that starts out as a criticism of manners is a very important cultural fact. It means that there is an increase in self-criticism, that a new American civilization is being born that is aware of its strengths and weaknesses. The intellectuals are breaking loose from the dominant class in order to unite themselves to it more intimately, to be a real superstructure and not only an inorganic and indistinct element of the structure corporation. European intellectuals have already partially lost this function. They no longer represent the cultural self-consciousness, the self-criticism of the dominant class. Page 297. Once again, they have become the immediate agents of the dominant class, or else they have completely broken loose from it by making up a caste in themselves, without roots in national popular life. They laugh at Babbitt and are amused at his mediocrity, his naive stupidity, his automatic way of thinking, and his standardized mentality. They do not even ask the question, are there Babbitts in Europe? The point is that in Europe, the standardized petty bourgeois exist, but his standardization, instead of being national and of a great nation like the United States, is regional and local. The European Babbitts belong to a historical gradation inferior to that of the American Babbitt. They are a national weakness, whereas the American one is a national strength. They are more picturesque, but also more stupid and ridiculous. Their conformism is based on a rotten and debilitating superstition, whereas Babbitt's is naive and spontaneous and based on an energetic and progressive superstition. For Lunati, Babbitt is the prototype of the modern American industrialist. In fact, Babbitt is a petty bourgeois, and his most typical mania is that of being friends with modern industrialists, being their equal and showing off their moral and social superiority. The modern industrialist is a model to be emulated, the social type to which one must conform, while for the European Babbitt, the model and type are given by the canon of the cathedral, a petty nobleman from the provinces and the section head at the ministry. This uncritical attitude of European intellectuals is worth noting. In the preface of his book on the United States, Les États-Unis d'aujourd'hui, Paris 1928, square bracket, André, close square bracket, Siegfried, compares the artisan of a Parisian luxury goods industry to the tailorized American worker, as if the former were a common type of worker. In general, European intellectuals think that Babbitt is a purely American type and are delighted with old Europe. This anti-Americanism is comical before it is stupid. SCW 278-9, Q5, Section 105. 8. Babbitt again. The European petty bourgeois laughs at Babbitt and therefore laughs at America, which is supposedly populated by 120 million Babbitts. The petty bourgeois cannot get outside of himself or understand himself, just as the imbecile is incapable of understanding that he is an imbecile, without demonstrating thereby that he is intelligent. Page 298. The real imbecile is the one who doesn't know he is one, and the Philistine who doesn't know he is one is the real petty bourgeois. The European petty bourgeois laughs at the Philistinism of Americans, but is also aware of his own. He does not know that he is the European Babbitt, inferior to the Babbitt of Lewis's novel, in that he tries to escape and not to be Babbitt. The European Babbitt does not struggle with his Philistinism, but basks in it, believing that the croaking he makes, like a frog stuck in the quagmire, is a nightingale's song. In spite of everything, Babbitt is the Philistine of a country in motion. The European petty bourgeois is the Philistine of conservative countries that are rotting in a stagnant swamp of commonplaces about the great tradition and great culture. The European Philistine believes that he discovered America with Christopher Columbus, and that Babbitt is a puppet intended for the amusement of those like him, weighed down with millennia of history. Meanwhile, no European writer has been able to depict the European Babbitt for us and show that he is capable of self-criticism. In fact, the only imbecile and Philistine is precisely the one who isn't aware of it. SCW 279-80, Q6, Section 49.
9. Notes on American Culture. In Strange Interlude, Corriere della Sera, 15 March of 1932, G.A. Borghese divides the population of the United States into 4 strata: the financial class, the political class, the intelligentsia, the common man. Compared to the first 2, the intelligentsia is extremely small, a few tens of thousands, concentrated especially in the East, among which are a few thousand writers. One should not judge by numbers alone. It is intellectually among the best equipped in the world. Someone who belongs to this class compares it to what the encyclopedists were in 18th century France. For the moment, to one who likes to stick to the facts, it appears to be a brain without limbs, a soul without locomotive power. Its influence over the public realm is almost nil. He notes that after the crisis, the financial class, which at first controlled the political class, has in recent months undergone the latter's assistance and virtual control. Page 299. Congress is supporting the banks and the stock market. The Capitol in Washington is propping up Wall Street. This is undermining the old equilibrium of the American state, but without the rise of a new order. Since in reality the financial class and the political class are the same in America, or two aspects of the same thing, this can only mean that a real differentiation has taken place, that the economic corporate phase of American history is in crisis, and America is about to enter a new phase. This will be evident only if the traditional parties, Republican and Democratic, enter into crisis and a major new party is created that can organize the common man on a permanent basis. The seeds of such a development were already there, the Progressive Party. But the economic corporate structure has so far always reacted effectively against them. The observation that the American intelligentsia has a historical position like that of the French encyclopedists of the 18th century is very acute and can be developed. SCW 280-1, Q8, Section 89. End of Section 9. Page 300. Section 10. Intellectuals and Education. Introduction. I greatly extend the notion of intellectuals, Gramsci wrote to his sister-in-law, Tatiana Schucht, in 1931, and I do not restrict myself to the current notion which refers to great intellectuals. Lettere d'Alcazare, editors S. Caprioglio and E. Fubini, Turin, 1965, page 481. As he redefines the word, it comes to designate anyone whose function in society is primarily that of organizing, administering, directing, educating, or leading others. Gramsci is concerned both with the analysis of those intellectuals who function directly or indirectly on behalf of a dominant social group to organize coercion and consent, and with the problem of how to form intellectuals of the subaltern social groups who will be capable of opposing and transforming the existing social order. Gramsci's interest in the intellectuals can be seen as developing out of his early writings on education, see Section 2 above, and from his non-economistic conception of the functioning of a historical bloc. If social classes do not exercise power directly, but through political and cultural intermediaries, then the role of these intermediaries, the intellectuals, in maintaining and reproducing a given economic and social order in the exercise of hegemony is of decisive importance. In order for the working class to challenge that existing order and become hegemonic in its turn without becoming dependent on intellectuals from another class, it must create organic intellectuals of its own. Here, however, it faces a historic obstacle. The division of labor in class society separates manual from mental or intellectual workers, and largely reserves intellectual functions, which are functions of power, to specific social groups who reproduce themselves through the education system. For Gramsci, this obstacle can be surmounted in two complementary ways: through the mass political party, which itself functions as a collective intellectual and trains its cadres in deliberative and organizational skills, and through the school, which must be reformed so as to overcome the streaming into manual and mental skills and to enable a new equilibrium between them to emerge. Page 301. These two developments would also be part of a wider movement towards human liberation and self-government, since they would break down that historic separation between leaders and led, intellectuals and non-intellectuals, which for Gramsci lay at the root of the formation of bureaucratic centralism. 1. Intellectuals. Are intellectuals an autonomous and independent social group, or does every social group have its own particular specialized category of intellectuals? The problem is a complex one because of the variety of forms assumed to date by the real historical process of formation of the different categories of intellectuals. The most important of these forms are two. 1. Every social group coming into existence on the original terrain of an essential function in the world of economic production creates, together with itself, organically, one or more strata of intellectuals which give it homogeneity and an awareness of its own function not only in the economic but also in the social and political fields. The capitalist entrepreneur creates alongside himself the industrial technician, the specialist in political economy, the organizer of a new culture, of a new legal system, etc. It should be noted that the entrepreneur himself represents a higher level of social elaboration, already characterized by a certain directive, in brackets, dirigente, and technical, in other words, intellectual, capacity. He must have a certain technical capacity, not only in the limited sphere of his activity and initiative, but in other spheres as well, at least in those which are closest to economic production. He must be an organizer of masses of men. He must be an organizer of the confidence of investors in his business, of the customers for his product, etc. If not all entrepreneurs, at least an elite amongst them must have the capacity to be an organizer of society in general, including all its complex organism of services, right up to the state organism, because of the need to create the conditions most favorable to the expansion of their own class. Or, at the least, they must possess the capacity to choose the deputies, or specialized employees, to whom to entrust this activity of organizing the general system of relationships external to the business itself. Page 302. It can be observed that the organic intellectuals which every new class creates alongside itself and elaborates in the course of its development are for the most part specializations of partial aspects of the primitive activity of the new social type which the new class has brought into prominence. Even feudal lords were possessors of a particular technical capacity, military capacity, and it is precisely from the moment at which the aristocracy loses its monopoly of technico-military capacity that the crisis of feudalism begins. But the formation of intellectuals in the feudal world and in the preceding classical world is a question to be examined separately. This formation and elaboration follows ways and means which must be studied concretely. Thus, it is to be noted that the mass of the peasantry, although it performs an essential function in the world of production, does not elaborate its own organic intellectuals, nor does it assimilate any stratum of traditional intellectuals, although it is from the peasantry that other social groups draw many of their intellectuals, and a high proportion of traditional intellectuals are of peasant origin. 2. However, every essential social group which emerges into history out of the preceding economic structure, and as an expression of a development of this structure, has found, at least in all of history up to the present, categories of intellectuals already in existence, and which seemed indeed to represent a historical continuity uninterrupted even by the most complicated and radical changes in political and social forms. The most typical of these categories of intellectuals is that of the ecclesiastics, who for a long time, for a whole phase of history, which is partly characterized by this very monopoly, held a monopoly of a number of important services: religious ideology, that is, the philosophy and science of the age, together with schools, education, morality, justice, charity, good works, etc. The category of ecclesiastics can be considered the category of intellectuals organically bound to the landed aristocracy. It had equal status juridically with the aristocracy, with which it shared the exercise of feudal ownership of land, and the use of state privileges connected with property. Page 303. But the monopoly held by the ecclesiastics in the superstructural field, from this monopoly derived the general meaning of intellectual or specialist, of the word cleric in many Romance languages, or those influenced through Church Latin by the Romance languages, together with its correlative layman in the sense of profane, non-specialist, was not exercised without a struggle or without limitations, and hence there took place the birth, in various forms, to be gone into and studied concretely, of other categories, favored and enabled to expand by the growing strength of the central power of the monarch, right up to absolutism. Thus we find the formation of the noblesse de robe, with its own privileges, a stratum of administrators, etc., scholars and scientists, theorists, non-ecclesiastical philosophers, etc. Since these various categories of traditional intellectuals experience through an esprit de corps their uninterrupted historical continuity and their special qualification, they thus put themselves forward as autonomous and independent of the dominant social group. This self-assessment is not without consequences in the ideological and political field, consequences of wide-ranging import. The whole of idealist philosophy can easily be connected with this position assumed by the social complex of intellectuals, and can be defined as the expression of that social utopia by which the intellectuals think of themselves as independent, autonomous, endowed with a character of their own, and etc. One should note, however, that if the Pope and the leading hierarchy of the Church consider themselves more linked to Christ and to the Apostles than they are to Senators Agnelli and Beni, Note 1, the same does not hold for Gentile and Crozzi, for example. Crozzi, in particular, feels himself closely linked to Aristotle and Plato, but he does not conceal, on the other hand, his links with Senators Agnelli and Beni, and it is precisely here that one can discern the most significant character of Crozzi's philosophy. Left angle bracket. This research into the history of the intellectuals will not be of a sociological character, but will lead to a series of essays of cultural history, Kulturgeschichte, and a history of political science. All the same, it will be difficult to avoid certain schematic and abstract forms that will be reminiscent of those of sociology. It will therefore be necessary to find the most suitable form of writing for making this exposition non-sociological. The first part of the research could be a methodical critique of existing works on intellectuals, which are nearly all of a sociological type. Page 304. It is therefore indispensable to collect a bibliography on the subject. Right angle bracket. What are the maximum limits of acceptance of the term intellectual? Can one find a unitary criterion to characterize equally all the diverse and disparate activities of intellectuals, and to distinguish these at the same time and in an essential way from the activities of other social groupings? The most widespread error of method seems to me that of having looked for this criterion of distinction in the intrinsic nature of intellectual activities, rather than in the ensemble of the system of relations in which these activities, and therefore the intellectual groups who personify them, have their place within the general complex of social relations. Indeed, the worker or proletarian, for example, is not specifically characterized by his manual or instrumental work, but by performing this work in specific conditions and in specific social relations, apart from the consideration that purely physical labor does not exist, and that even Taylor's phrase of trained gorilla is a metaphor to indicate a limit in a certain direction. In any physical work, even the most degraded and mechanical, there exists a minimum of technical qualification, that is, a minimum of creative intellectual activity. And we have already observed that the entrepreneur, by virtue of his very function, must have, to some degree, a certain number of qualifications of an intellectual nature, although his part in society is determined not by these, but by the general social relations which specifically characterize the position of the entrepreneur within industry. All men are intellectuals, one could therefore say, but not all men have in society the function of intellectuals. Thus, because it can happen that everyone at some time fries a couple of eggs or sews up a tear in a jacket, we do not necessarily say that everyone is a cook or a tailor. Thus, there are historically formed specialized categories for the exercise of the intellectual function. They are formed in connection with all social groups, but especially in connection with the most important social groups, and they undergo more extensive and complex elaboration in connection with the dominant social group. One of the most important characteristics of any group that is developing towards dominance is its struggle to assimilate and to conquer, ideologically, the traditional intellectuals. But this assimilation and conquest is made quicker and more efficacious the more the group in question succeeds in simultaneously elaborating its own organic intellectuals. Page 305. The enormous development of activity and organization of education in the broad sense in the societies that emerged from the medieval world is an index of the importance assumed in the modern world by intellectual functions and categories. Parallel with the attempt to deepen and to broaden the intellectuality of each individual, there has also been an attempt to multiply and narrow the various specializations. This can be seen from educational institutions at all levels, up to and including the organisms that exist to promote so-called high culture in all fields of science and technology. The education system is the instrument through which intellectuals of various levels are elaborated. The complexity of the intellectual function in different states can be measured objectively by the number and gradation of specialized schools. The more extensive the area covered by education, and the more numerous the vertical levels of schooling, the more complex is the cultural world, the civilization of a particular state. A point of comparison can be found in the sphere of industrial technology. The industrialization of a country can be measured by how well equipped it is in the production of machines with which to produce machines, and in the manufacture of ever more accurate instruments for making both machines and further instruments for making machines, etc. The country which is best equipped in the construction of instruments for experimental scientific laboratories and in the construction of instruments with which to test the first instruments can be regarded as the most complex in the technical industrial field, with the highest level of civilization, etc. The same applies to the preparation. Schools and institutes of high culture can be assimilated to each other. In this field also, quantity cannot be separated from quality. To the most refined technical cultural specialization, there cannot but correspond the maximum possible diffusion of primary education and the maximum care taken to expand the middle grades numerically as much as possible. Naturally, this need to provide the widest base possible for the selection and elaboration of the top intellectual qualifications, in other words, to give a democratic structure to high culture and top-level technology, is not without its disadvantages. Page 306. It creates the possibility of vast crises of unemployment for the middle intellectual strata, and in all modern societies this actually takes place. It is worth noting that the elaboration of intellectual strata in concrete reality does not take place on the terrain of abstract democracy, but in accordance with very concrete, traditional, historical processes. Strata have grown up which traditionally produce intellectuals, and these strata coincide with those which have specialized in saving. In other words, the petty and middle landed bourgeoisie and certain strata of the petty and middle urban bourgeoisie. The varying distribution of different types of school, classical and professional, over the economic territory, and the varying aspirations of different categories within these strata determine or give form to the production of various branches of intellectual specialization. Thus, in Italy, the rural bourgeoisie produces in particular state functionaries and professional people, whereas the urban bourgeoisie produces technicians for industry. Consequently, it is largely northern Italy which produces technicians, and the south which produces functionaries and professional men. The relationship between the intellectuals and the world of production is not as direct as it is with the fundamental social groups, but is, in varying degrees, mediated by the whole fabric of society and by the complex of superstructures, of which the intellectuals are precisely the functionaries. It should be possible both to measure the degree of organicism of the various intellectual strata and their degree of connection with a fundamental social group, and to establish a gradation of their functions and of the superstructures from the bottom to the top, from the structural base upwards. What we can do for the moment is to fix two major superstructural levels, the one that can be called civil society, that is, the ensemble of organisms commonly called private, and that of political society, or the state. These two levels correspond, on the one hand, to the function of hegemony, which the dominant group exercises throughout society, and on the other hand to that of direct domination, or command exercised through the state and juridical government. The functions in question are precisely organizational and connective. The intellectuals are the dominant group's deputies, exercising the subaltern functions of social hegemony and political government. These comprise 1. The spontaneous consent given by the great masses of the population to the general direction imposed on social life by the dominant fundamental group. Page 307. This consent is historically caused by the prestige and consequent confidence which the dominant group enjoys because of its position and function in the world of production. 2. The apparatus of state coercive power, which legally enforces discipline on those groups who do not consent either actively or passively. This apparatus is, however, constituted for the whole of society, in anticipation of moments of crisis of command and direction when spontaneous consent has failed. This way of posing the problem has, as a result, a considerable extension of the concept of intellectual, but it is the only way which enables one to reach a concrete approximation of reality. It also clashes with preconceptions of caste. The function of organizing social hegemony and state domination certainly gives rise to a particular division of labor, and therefore to a whole hierarchy of qualifications, in some of which there is no apparent attribution of directive or organizational functions. For example, in the apparatus of social and state direction there exists a whole series of jobs of a manual and instrumental character, non-executive work, agents rather than officials or functionaries. It is obvious that such a distinction has to be made, just as it is obvious that other distinctions have to be made as well. Indeed, intellectual activity must also be distinguished in terms of its intrinsic characteristics, according to levels which, in moments of extreme opposition, represent a real qualitative difference. At the highest level would be the creators of the various sciences, philosophy, art, etc. At the lowest, the most humble administrators and divulgators of pre-existing, traditional, accumulated intellectual wealth. Here again, military organization offers a model of complex gradations between subaltern officers, senior officers, and general staff, not to mention the, all caps, NCOs, whose importance is greater than is generally admitted. It is worth observing that all these parts feel a solidarity, and indeed that it is the lower strata that display the most blatant esprit de corps, from which they derive a certain conceit, which is apt to lay them open to jokes and witticisms. In the modern world, the category of intellectuals, understood in this sense, has undergone an unprecedented expansion. The democratic bureaucratic system has given rise to a great mass of functions which are not all justified by the social necessities of production, though they are justified by the political necessities of the dominant fundamental group. Page 308. Hence, Lauria's conception of the unproductive worker, note 2, but unproductive in relation to whom and to what mode of production, a conception which could, in part, be justified if one takes account of the fact that these masses exploit their position to take for themselves a large cut out of the national income. Mass training has standardized individuals both psychologically and in terms of individual qualification, and has produced the same phenomena as with other standardized masses: competition, which creates the need for professional associations and leads to unemployment, overproduction of qualified people by the education system, emigration, etc. Different positions of intellectuals of the urban type and the rural type. Intellectuals of the urban type have grown up along with industry and are linked to its fortunes. Their function can be compared to that of subaltern officers in the army. They have no autonomous initiative in elaborating plans for construction. Their job is to articulate the relationship between the entrepreneur and the instrumental mass, and to carry out the immediate execution of the production plan decided by the industrial general staff, controlling the elementary stages of work. On the whole, the average urban intellectuals are very standardized, while the top urban intellectuals are more and more identified with the industrial general staff itself. Intellectuals of the rural type are for the most part traditional. That is, they are linked to the social mass of country people and the town, particularly small-town, petty bourgeoisie, not as yet elaborated and set in motion by the capitalist system. This type of intellectual brings into contact the peasant masses with the local and state administration, lawyers, notaries, etc. Because of this activity, they have an important politico-social function, since professional mediation is difficult to separate from political. Furthermore, in the countryside, the intellectual, priest, lawyer, notary, teacher, doctor, etc., has on the whole a higher, or at least a different living standard from that of the average peasant, and consequently represents a social model for the peasant to look to in his aspiration to escape from or improve his condition. The peasant always thinks that at least one of his sons could become an intellectual, especially a priest, thus becoming a gentleman and raising the social level of the family by facilitating its economic life through the connections which he is bound to acquire with the rest of the gentry. Page 309. The peasant's attitude toward the intellectual is double and appears contradictory. He respects the social position of the intellectuals, and in general that of state employees, but sometimes affects contempt for it, which means that his admiration is mingled with instinctive elements of envy and impassioned anger. One can understand nothing of the collective life of the peasantry and of the germs and ferments of development which exist within it, if one does not take into consideration and examine concretely and in depth this effective subordination to the intellectuals. Every organic development of the peasant masses, up to a certain point, is linked to and depends on movements among the intellectuals. With the urban intellectuals, it is another matter. Factory technicians do not exercise any political function over the instrumental masses, or at least this is a phase that has been superseded. Sometimes, rather, the contrary takes place, and the instrumental masses, at least in the person of their own organic intellectuals, exercise a political influence on the technicians. The central point of the question remains the distinction between intellectuals as an organic category of every fundamental social group and intellectuals as a traditional category. From this distinction there flows a whole series of problems and possible questions for historical research. The most interesting problem is that which, when studied from this point of view, relates to the modern political party, its real origins, its developments, and the forms which it takes. What is the character of the political party in relation to the problem of the intellectuals? Some distinctions must be made. 1. The political party for some social groups is nothing other than their specific way of elaborating their own category of organic intellectuals directly in the political and philosophical field rather than in the field of productive technique. These intellectuals are formed in this way and cannot indeed be formed in any other way, given the general character and the conditions of formation, life and development of the social group within productive technique. Those strata are formed which can be said to correspond to NCOs in the army, that is to say, for the town, skilled and specialized workers, and for the country, in a more complex fashion, sharecroppers and tenant farmers. Since, in general terms, these types of farmer correspond more or less to the type of the artisan, who is the skilled worker of a medieval economy. Page 310. 2. The political party for all groups is precisely the mechanism which carries out in civil society the same function as the state carries out, more synthetically and over a larger scale, in political society. In other words, it is responsible for welding together the organic intellectuals of a given group, the dominant one, and the traditional intellectuals. The party carries out this function in strict dependence on its basic function, which is that of elaborating its own component parts, those elements of a social group which has been born and developed as an economic group, and of turning them into qualified political intellectuals, leaders and organizers of all the activities and functions inherent in the organic development of an integral society, both civil and political. Indeed, it can be said that within its field the political party accomplishes its function more completely and organically than the state does within its admittedly far larger field. An intellectual who joins the political party of a particular social group is merged with the organic intellectuals of the group itself, and is linked tightly with the group. This takes place through participation in the life of the state only to a limited degree and often not at all. Indeed, it happens that many intellectuals think that they are the state, a belief which, given the magnitude of the category, occasionally has important consequences and leads to unpleasant complications for the fundamental economic group which really is the state. That all members of a political party should be regarded as intellectuals is an affirmation that can easily lend itself to mockery and caricature. But, if one thinks about it, nothing could be more exact. There are, of course, distinctions of level to be made. A party might have a greater or lesser proportion of members in the higher grades or in the lower, but this is not the point. What matters is the function, which is directive and organizational, in other words, educative, in other words, intellectual. A tradesman does not join a political party in order to do business, nor an industrialist in order to produce more at lower cost, nor a peasant to learn new methods of cultivation, even if some aspects of these demands of the tradesman, the industrialist, or the peasant can find satisfaction in the party. Common opinion tends to oppose this, maintaining that the tradesman, industrialist, or peasant who engages in politicking loses rather than gains, and is the worst type of all, which is debatable. Page 311. For these purposes, within limits, there exists the professional association, in which the economic corporate activity of the tradesman, industrialist, or peasant is most suitably promoted. In the political party, the elements of an economic social group get beyond that moment of their historical development and become agents of more general activities of a national and international character. Bracketed ellipses. SPN 5-16, Q12, Section 1.
2. Observations on the school, in search of the educational principle. The rift created by the Gentile reform between primary and middle school on the one hand and high school on the other. Before the reform, the only marked rift of this kind had been between professional schools on the one hand and middle and high schools on the other. Primary school was placed in a sort of limbo because of certain characteristics specific to it. In the primary school, there were two elements in the educational formation of the children. They were taught the rudiments of natural science and the idea of civic rights and duties. Scientific ideas were intended to insert the child into the societas rerum, the world of things, while lessons in rights and duties were intended to insert him into the state and into civil society. The scientific ideas the children learned conflicted with the magical conception of the world and nature which they absorbed from an environment steeped in folklore, while the idea of civic rights and duties conflicted with tendencies towards individualistic and localistic barbarism, another dimension of folklore. The school combated folklore, indeed every residue of traditional conceptions of the world. It taught a more modern outlook based essentially on an awareness of the simple and fundamental fact that there exist objective, intractable natural laws to which man must adapt himself if he is to master them in his turn, and that there exist social and state laws which are the product of human activity, which are established by men and can be altered by men in the interests of their collective development. These laws of the state and of society create that human order which historically best enables men to dominate the laws of nature, that is to say, which most facilitates their work. Page 312. For work is the specific mode by which man actively participates in natural life in order to transform and socialize it more and more deeply and extensively. Thus one can say that the educational principle which was the basis of the primary school was the idea of work. Human work cannot be realized in all its power of expansion and productivity without an exact and realistic knowledge of natural laws and without a legal order which organically regulates men's life in common. Men must respect this legal order through spontaneous assent, and not merely as an external imposition. It must be a necessity recognized and proposed to themselves as freedom, and not simply the result of coercion. The idea and the fact of work, of theoretical and practical activity, was the educational principle latent in the primary school, since it is by means of work that the social and state order, rights and duties, is introduced and identified within the natural order. The discovery that the relations between the social and natural orders are mediated by work, by man's theoretical and practical activity, creates the first elements of an intuition of the world free from all magic and superstition. It provides a basis for the subsequent development of a historical, dialectical conception of the world, which understands movements and change, which appreciates the sum of effort and sacrifice which the present has cost the past, and which the future is costing the present, and which conceives the contemporary world as a synthesis of the past, of all past generations, which projects itself into the future. This is the real basis of the primary school. Whether it yielded all its fruits, and whether the actual teachers were aware of the nature and philosophical content of their task, is another question. This requires an analysis of the degree of civic consciousness of the entire nation, of which the teaching body was merely an expression, and rather a poor expression, certainly not a vanguard. It is not entirely true that instruction is something quite different from education. Note 3. An excessive emphasis on this distinction has been a serious error of idealist educationalists, and its effects can already be seen in the school system as they have reorganized it. For instruction to be wholly distinct from education, the pupil would have to be pure passivity, a mechanical receiver of abstract notions, which is absurd, and is anyway abstractly denied by the supporters of pure educativity, precisely in their opposition to mere mechanistic instruction. Page 313. The certain becomes true in the child's consciousness, but the child's consciousness is not something individual, still less individuated. It reflects the sector of civil society in which the child participates, and the social relations which are formed within his family, his neighborhood, his village, etc. The individual consciousness of the overwhelming majority of children reflects social and cultural relations, which are different from and antagonistic to those which are represented in the school curricula. Thus, the certain of an advanced culture becomes true in the framework of a fossilized and anachronistic culture. There is no unity between school and life, and so there is no automatic unity between instruction and education. In the school, the nexus between instruction and education can only be realized by the living work of the teacher. For this, he must be aware of the contrast between the type of culture and society which he represents and the type of culture and society represented by his pupils, and conscious of his obligation to accelerate and regulate the child's formation in conformity with the former and in conflict with the latter. If the teaching body is not adequate and the nexus between instruction and education is dissolved, while the problem of teaching is conjured away by cardboard schemata exalting educativity, the teacher's work will as a result become yet more inadequate. We will have rhetorical schools, quite unserious, because the material solidity of what is certain will be missing, and what is true will be a truth only of words, that is to say, precisely rhetoric. This degeneration is even clearer in the secondary school, in the literature and philosophy syllabus. Previously, the pupils at least acquired a certain baggage or equipment, according to taste, of concrete facts. Now that the teacher must be specifically a philosopher and aesthete, the pupil does not bother with concrete facts and fills his head with formulae and words which usually mean nothing to him and which are forgotten at once. It was right to struggle against the old school, but reforming it was not so simple as it seemed. The problem was not one of model curricula, but of men, and not just of the men who are actually teachers themselves, but of the entire social complex which they express. In reality, a mediocre teacher may manage to see to it that his pupils become more informed, although he will not succeed in making them better educated. Page 314. He can devote a scrupulous and bureaucratic conscientiousness to the mechanical part of teaching, and the pupil, if he has an active intelligence, will give an order of his own, with the aid of his social background, to the baggage he accumulates. With the new curricula, which coincide with a general lowering of the level of the teaching profession, there will no longer be any baggage to put in order. The new curricula should have abolished examinations entirely, for to take an examination now must be fearfully more chancy than before. A date is always a date, whoever the examiner is, and a definition is always a definition. But an aesthetic judgment or philosophical analysis? The educational efficacy of the old Italian secondary school, as organized by the Casati Act, Note 4, was not to be sought or rejected in its explicit aim as an educative system, but in the fact that its structure and its curriculum were the expression of a traditional mode of intellectual and moral life, of a cultural climate diffused throughout Italian society by ancient tradition. It was the fact that this climate and way of life were in their death throes, and that the school had become cut off from life, which brought about the crisis in education. A criticism of the curricula and disciplinary structure of the old system means less than nothing if one does not keep this situation in mind. Thus we come back to the truly active participation of the pupil in the school, which can only exist if the school is related to life. The more the new curricula nominally affirm and theorize the pupil's activity and working collaboration with the teacher, the more they are actually designed as if the pupil were purely passive. In the old school, the grammatical study of Latin and Greek, together with the study of their respective literatures and political histories, was an educational principle, for the humanistic ideal, symbolized by Athens and Rome, was diffused throughout society, and was an essential element of national life and culture. Even the mechanical character of the study of grammar was enlivened by this cultural perspective. Individual facts were not learned for an immediate practical or professional end. The end seemed disinterested, because the real interest was the interior development of personality, the formation of character by means of the absorption and assimilation of the whole cultural past of modern European civilization. Pupils did not learn Latin and Greek in order to speak them, to become waiters, interpreters, or commercial letter writers. Page 315. They learnt them in order to know at first hand the civilization of Greece and of Rome, a civilization that was a necessary precondition of our modern civilization. In other words, they learnt them in order to be themselves and to know themselves consciously. Latin and Greek were learned through their grammar, mechanically, but the accusation of formalism and aridity is very unjust and inappropriate. In education, one is dealing with children, in whom one has to inculcate certain habits of diligence, precision, poise, even physical poise, ability to concentrate on specific subjects, which cannot be acquired without the mechanical repetition of disciplined and methodical acts. Would a scholar at the age of 40 be able to sit for 16 hours on end at his work table if he had not, as a child, compulsorily, through mechanical coercion, acquired the appropriate psychophysical habits? If one wishes to produce great scholars, one still has to start at this point and apply pressure throughout the educational system in order to succeed in creating those thousands or hundreds or even only dozens of scholars of the highest quality which are necessary to every civilization. Of course, one can improve a great deal in this field by the provision of adequate funds for research, without going back to the educational methods of the Jesuits. Latin is learned, or rather studied, by analyzing it down to its smallest parts, analyzing it like a dead thing, it is true, but all analyses made by children can only be of dead things. Besides, one must not forget that the life of the Romans is a myth, which to some extent has already interested the child, and continues to interest him, so that in the dead object there is always present a greater living being. Thus, the language is dead, it is analyzed as an inert object, as a corpse on the dissecting table, but it continually comes to life again in examples and in stories. Could one study Italian in the same way? Impossible. No living language could be studied like Latin. It would be and would seem absurd. No child knows Latin when he starts to study it by these analytical methods, but a living language can be known, and it would be enough for a single child to know it, and the spell would be broken. Everybody would be off to the Berlitz school at once. Latin, like Greek, appears to the imagination as a myth, even for the teacher. One does not study Latin in order to learn the language. Page 316. For a long time, as a result of a cultural and scholarly tradition whose origin and development one might investigate, Latin has been studied as an element in an ideal curriculum, an element which combines and satisfies a whole series of pedagogic and psychological requirements. It has been studied in order to accustom children to studying in a specific manner, and to analyzing a historical body which can be treated as a corpse which returns continually to life, in order to accustom them to reason, to think abstractly and schematically, while remaining able to plunge back from abstraction into real and immediate life, to see in each fact or datum what is general and what is particular, to distinguish the concept from the specific instance. For what, after all, is the educational significance of the constant comparison between Latin and the language one speaks? It involves the distinction and the identification of words and concepts, suggests the whole of formal logic, from the contradiction between opposites to the analysis of distincts, reveals the historical movement of the entire language, modified through time, developing and not static. In the 8 years of Gymnasio and Liceo, the entire history of the real language is studied, after it has first been photographed in one abstract moment in the form of grammar. It is studied from Aeneas, or rather from the words of the fragments of the 12 tablets, right up to Phaedrus and the Christian writers in Latin. A historical process is analyzed from its sources until its death in time, or seeming death, since we know that Italian, with which Latin is continually contrasted in school, is modern Latin. Not only the grammar of a certain epoch, which is an abstraction, or its vocabulary are studied, but also, for comparison, the grammar and the vocabulary of each individual author, and the meaning of each term in each particular stylistic period. Thus the child discovers that the grammar and the vocabulary of Phaedrus are not those of Cicero, nor those of Plautus, nor of Lactantius or Tertullian, and that the same nexus of sounds does not have the same meaning in different periods and for different authors. Latin and Italian are continually compared, but each word is a concept, a symbol, which takes on different shades of meaning according to the period and the writer in each of the two languages under comparison. The child studies the literary history of the books written in that language, the political history, the achievements of the men who spoke that language. Page 317. His education is determined by the whole of this organic complex, by the fact that he has followed that itinerary. If only in a purely literal sense, he has passed through those various stages, etc. He has plunged into history and acquired a historicizing understanding of the world and of life, which becomes a second, nearly spontaneous nature, since it is not inculcated pedantically with an openly educational intention. These studies, educated without an explicitly declared aim of doing so, with a minimal educative intervention on the part of the teacher, they educated because they gave instruction. Logical, artistic, psychological experience was gained unawares, without a continual self-consciousness. Above all, a profound synthetic philosophical experience was gained of an actual historical development. This does not mean, it would be stupid to think so, that Latin and Greek, as such, have intrinsically thaumaturgical qualities in the educational field. It is the whole cultural tradition, which also and particularly lives outside the school, which in a given ambiance produces such results. In any case, one can see today, with the changes in the traditional idea of culture, the way in which the school is in crisis, and with it the study of Latin and Greek. It will be necessary to replace Latin and Greek as the fulcrum of the formative school, and they will be replaced. But it will not be easy to deploy the new subject or subjects in a didactic form which gives equivalent results in terms of education and general personality formation, from early childhood to the threshold of the adult choice of career. For in this period what is learnt, or the greater part of it, must be, or appear to the pupils to be, disinterested, that is to say, not have immediate or too immediate practical purposes. It must be formative, while being instructive, in other words, rich in concrete facts. In the present school, the profound crisis in the traditional culture and its conception of life and of man has resulted in a progressive degeneration. Schools of the vocational type, that is, those designed to satisfy immediate practical interests, are beginning to predominate over the formative school, which is not immediately interested. The most paradoxical aspect of it all is that this new type of school appears and is advocated as being democratic, while in fact it is destined not merely to perpetuate social differences, but to crystallize them in Chinese complexities. The traditional school was oligarchic because it was intended for the new generation of the ruling class, destined to rule in its turn, but it was not oligarchic in its mode of teaching. Page 318. It is not the fact that the pupils learn how to rule there, nor the fact that it tends to produce gifted men, which gives a particular type of school its social character. This social character is determined by the fact that each social group has its own type of school, intended to perpetuate a specific traditional function, ruling or subordinate. If one wishes to break this pattern, one needs, instead of multiplying and grading different types of vocational school, to create a single type of formative school, primary, secondary, which would take the child up to the threshold of his choice of job, forming him during this time as a person capable of thinking, studying, and ruling, or controlling those who rule. The multiplication of types of vocational school thus tends to perpetuate traditional social differences, but since within these differences it tends to encourage internal diversification, it gives the impression of being democratic in tendency. The laborer can become a skilled worker, for instance, the peasant a surveyor or petty agronomist. But democracy, by definition, cannot mean merely that an unskilled worker can become skilled. It must mean that every citizen can govern, and that society places him, even if only abstractly, in a general condition to achieve this. Political democracy tends towards a coincidence of the rulers and the ruled, in the sense of government with the consent of the governed, ensuring for each non-ruler a free training in the skills and general technical preparation necessary to that end. But the type of school which is now developing as the school for the people does not tend even to keep up this illusion, for it is organized ever more fully in such a way as to restrict recruitment to the technically qualified government stratum, in a social and political context which makes it increasingly difficult for personal initiative to acquire such skills as technical political preparation. Thus we are really going back to a division between juridically fixed and crystallized estates rather than moving towards the transcendence of class divisions. The multiplication of vocational schools, which specialize increasingly from the very beginning of the child's educational career, is one of the most notable manifestations of this tendency. It is noticeable that the new pedagogy has concentrated its fire on dogmatism in the field of instruction and the learning of concrete facts. That is, precisely in the field in which a certain dogmatism is practically indispensable and can be reabsorbed and dissolved only in the whole cycle of the educational process. Historical grammar could not be taught in lyceo classes. Page 319. On the other hand, it has been forced to accept the introduction of dogmatism par excellence in the field of religious thought, with the result that the whole history of philosophy is now implicitly seen as a succession of ravings and delusions. Note 5. In the philosophy course, the new curriculum impoverishes the teaching and in practice lowers its level, at least for the overwhelming majority of pupils who do not receive intellectual help outside the school from their family or home environment, and who have to form themselves solely by means of the knowledge they receive in the classroom, in spite of seeming very rational and fine as any utopia. The traditional descriptive philosophy, backed by a course in the history of philosophy and by the reading of a certain number of philosophers, in practice seems the best thing. Descriptive definitional philosophy may be a dogmatic abstraction, just as grammar and mathematics are, but it is an educational necessity. 1 = 1 is an abstraction, but it leads nobody to think that 1 fly = 1 elephant. The rules of formal logic are abstractions of the same kind. They are like the grammar of normal thought, but they still need to be studied, since they are not something innate, but have to be acquired through work and reflection. The new curriculum presupposes that formal logic is something you already possess when you think, but does not explain how it is to be acquired, so that in practice it is assumed to be innate. Formal logic is like grammar. It is assimilated in a living way, even if the actual learning process has been necessarily schematic and abstract. For the learner is not a passive and mechanical recipient, a gramophone record, even if the liturgical conformity of examination sometimes makes him appear so. The relation between these educational forms and the child's psychology is always active and creative, just as the relation of the worker to his tools is active and creative. A caliber is likewise a complex of abstractions, but without calibration it is not possible to produce real objects which are social relations, and which implicitly embody ideas. The child who sweats at Baralipton, Note 6, is certainly performing a tiring task, and it is important that he does only what is absolutely necessary and no more. But it is also true that it will always be an effort to learn physical self-discipline and self-control. The pupil has, in effect, to undergo a psycho-physical training. Page 320. Many people have to be persuaded that studying, too, is a job, and a very tiring one, with its own particular apprenticeship, involving muscles and nerves as well as intellect. It is a process of adaptation, a habit acquired with effort, tedium, and even suffering. Wider participation in secondary education brings with it a tendency to ease off the discipline of studies and to ask for relaxations. Many even think that the difficulties of learning are artificial, since they are accustomed to think only of manual work as sweat and toil. The question is a complex one. Undoubtedly, the child of a traditionally intellectual family acquires this psycho-physical adaptation more easily. Before he ever enters the classroom, he has numerous advantages over his comrades, and is already in possession of attitudes learned from his family environment. He concentrates more easily, since he is used to sitting still, etc. Similarly, the son of a city worker suffers less when he goes to work in a factory than does a peasant's child or a young peasant already formed by country life. Even diet has its importance, etc. This is why many people think that the difficulty of study conceals some trick which handicaps them, that is, when they do not simply believe that they are stupid by nature. They see the gentleman, and for many, especially in the country, gentleman means intellectual, complete, speedily, and with apparent ease, work which costs their sons tears and blood, and they think there is a trick. In the future, these questions will become extremely acute, and it will be necessary to resist the tendency to render easy that which cannot become easy without being distorted. If our aim is to produce a new stratum of intellectuals, including those capable of the highest degree of specialization, from a social group which has not traditionally developed the appropriate attitudes, then we have unprecedented difficulties to overcome. SPM 33-43, Q12, 2. 3. Left-angled bracket. Intellectuals and non-intellectuals, right-angled bracket. When one distinguishes between intellectuals and non-intellectuals, one is referring in reality only to the immediate social function of the professional category of the intellectuals. That is, one has in mind the direction in which their specific professional activity is weighted, whether towards intellectual elaboration or towards muscular nervous effort. Page 321. This means that, although one can speak of intellectuals, one cannot speak of non-intellectuals because non-intellectuals do not exist. But even the relationship between efforts of intellectual cerebral elaboration and muscular nervous effort is not always the same, so that there are varying degrees of specific intellectual activity. There is no human activity from which every form of intellectual participation can be excluded. Homo faber cannot be separated from Homo sapiens. Each man finally, outside his professional activity, carries on some form of intellectual activity. That is, he is a philosopher, an artist, a man of taste. He participates in a particular conception of the world, has a conscious line of moral conduct, and therefore contributes to sustain a conception of the world or to modify it, that is, to bring into being new modes of thought. The problem of creating a new stratum of intellectuals consists therefore in the critical elaboration of the intellectual activity that exists in everyone at a certain degree of development, modifying its relationship with the muscular nervous effort itself, insofar as it is an element of a general practical activity, which is perpetually innovating the physical and social world, becomes the foundation of a new and integral conception of the world. The traditional and vulgarized type of the intellectual is given by the man of letters, the philosopher, the artist. Therefore, journalists who claim to be men of letters, philosophers, artists, also regard themselves as the true intellectuals. In the modern world, technical education, closely bound to industrial labor, even at the most primitive and unqualified level, must form the basis of the new type of intellectual. On this basis, the weekly Ordine Nuovo worked to develop certain forms of new intellectualism and to determine the new concepts, and this was not the least of the reasons for its success, since such a conception corresponded to latent aspirations and conformed to the development of the real forms of life. The mode of being of the new intellectual can no longer consist in eloquence, which is an exterior and momentary mover of feelings and passions, but in active participation in practical life, as constructor, organizer, permanent persuader, and not just a simple orator, but superior at the same time to the abstract mathematical spirit. Page 322. From technique as work one proceeds to technique as science, and to the historical humanistic conception without which one remains a specialist and does not become a leader. Dirigente, specialist plus politician. SPN 9-10, parenthesis Q12, 3, end of parenthesis, end of section 10. Page 323, Section 11, Philosophy, Common Sense, Language, and Folklore. Introduction. The problem which preoccupies Gramsci in the notes in this section is that of how to overcome the separation between Marxism as a philosophy, the philosophy of praxis, and people's actual consciousness. His approach to this problem is, in a double movement, firstly to break down the notion of philosophy, and consequently of Marxism, as something specialized and remote, by seeing it as like other conceptions of the world, religion, folklore, everyday language, and secondly, to restore to philosophy a specificity as more coherent and critical than these other conceptions of the world. Ultimately, for Gramsci, the philosophy of praxis will in turn found, in conjunction with material changes, a new common sense, bringing about an intellectual and moral reformation, a wholesale transformation of people's conceptions of the world and norms of conduct, analogous in function and scale to the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century. It is important to see that Gramsci does not think of Marxism in this process as imposing itself mechanically from the outside, but rather as drawing out and elaborating elements of critical awareness and good sense, which are already present within people's common sense. On the latter concept, see Glossary of Key Terms. The passage, page 333, where he discusses contradictory consciousness, is particularly important in clarifying this conception. For a good discussion, see Femia, 1981, pages 45 to 46, and Passim. The philosophy of praxis can exert a leverage on people's consciousness because a part of that consciousness is already aware of its truth. It thus draws out and elaborates that which people already feel but do not know, in other words, that which is present in nascent or inchoate form in their consciousness, but which is contradicted and immobilized by other conceptions. In order for them to break out of the state of moral and intellectual passivity which these contradictions produce, an ideological struggle must take place, a struggle of political hegemonies. Page 324. In order to shift people's common sense, Marxism must engage with what they actually think. Gramsci sees it as a major limitation of Bukharin's The Theory of Historical Materialism, a manual of popular sociology, 1921, not to have started from such a critique of common sense. Gramsci's writings on language and folklore are closely related to this discussion. For Gramsci, every language contains the elements of a conception of the world. He sees the process by which a given conception of the world exerts an influence over others in terms of the influence of one form of a language upon another, as well as in relation to the educational process. It has been argued by Franco Lo Piparo, Lingua Intellectuali Egemonia in Gramsci, Rome Bari, 1979, that Gramsci's conception of hegemony was influenced by the concepts of prestige and radiation of innovations in historical linguistics, the subject of his unfinished degree thesis. These terms designated the process by which the speakers of one form of a language exert an influence over others, changing the way the latter speak, either by simple everyday contact or through the mediation of the education system and other channels of cultural communication. Gramsci extends this process from language to other relations of political and cultural influence of an active, expansive, and consensual rather than a passive, mechanical, or merely coercive kind. In the case of folklore, he is extremely critical, indeed dismissive, of much of the content of traditional popular culture. His point, however, is that one needs to understand popular conceptions of the world in order to bring about a situation in which the separation between modern culture or popular culture of folklore will disappear. All this is part of the process of intellectual and moral reformation. 1. Notes for an introduction and an approach to the study of philosophy and the history of culture. Roman 1. Some preliminary reference points. It is essential to destroy the widespread prejudice that philosophy is a strange and difficult thing just because it is the specific intellectual activity of a particular category of specialists or of professional and systematic philosophers. Page 325. It must first be shown that all men are philosophers by defining the limits and characteristics of the spontaneous philosophy which is proper to everybody. This philosophy is contained in 1. Language itself, which is a totality of determined notions and concepts, and not just of words grammatically devoid of content. 2. Common sense and good sense. 3. Popular religion and, therefore, also in the entire system of beliefs, superstitions, opinions, ways of seeing things and of acting, which are collectively bundled together under the name of folklore. Having first shown that everyone is a philosopher, though in his own way and unconsciously, since even in the slightest manifestation of any intellectual activity whatever, in language there is contained a specific conception of the world, one then moves on to the second level, which is that of awareness and criticism. That is to say, one proceeds to the question, is it better to think, without having a critical awareness, in a disjointed and episodic way, to take part in a conception of the world mechanically imposed by the external environment, that is, by one of the many social groups in which everyone is automatically involved from the moment of entry into the conscious world, and this can be one's village or province. It can have its origins in the parish and the intellectual activity of the local priest or aging patriarch whose wisdom is law, or in the little old woman who has inherited the lore of the witches, or the minor intellectual soured by his own stupidity and inability to act. Or is it better to work out consciously and critically one's own conception of the world, and thus, in connection with the labors of one's own brain, choose one's sphere of activity, take an active part in the creation of the history of the world, be one's own guide, refusing to accept passively and supinely from outside the molding of one's personality? Note 1. In acquiring one's conception of the world, one always belongs to a particular grouping, which is that of all the social elements which share the same mode of thinking and acting. We are all conformists of some conformism or other, always man in the mass or collective man. The question is this: of what historical type is the conformism, the mass humanity to which one belongs? When one's conception of the world is not critical and coherent, but disjointed and episodic, one belongs simultaneously to a multiplicity of mass human groups. Page 326. The personality is strangely composite. It contains Stone Age elements and principles of a more advanced science, prejudices from all past phases of history at the local level, and intuitions of a future philosophy, which will be that of a human race united the world over. To criticize one's own conception of the world means, therefore, to make it a coherent unity, and to raise it to the level reached by the most advanced thought in the world. It therefore also means criticism of all previous philosophy, insofar as this has left stratified deposits in popular philosophy. The starting point of critical elaboration is the consciousness of what one really is, and is knowing thyself, Note 1, as a product of the historical process to date, which has deposited in you an infinity of traces without leaving an inventory. Such an inventory must therefore be made at the outset. Note 2. Philosophy cannot be separated from the history of philosophy, nor can culture from the history of culture. In the most immediate and relevant sense, one cannot be a philosopher, by which I mean have a critical and coherent conception of the world, without having a consciousness of its historicity, of the phase of development which it represents, and of the fact that it contradicts other conceptions or elements of other conceptions. One's conception of the world is a response to certain specific problems posed by reality, which are quite specific and original in their immediate relevance. How is it possible to consider the present, and quite specific present, with a mode of thought elaborated for a past, which is often remote and superseded? When someone does this, it means that he is a walking anachronism, a fossil, and not living in the modern world, or at the least that he is strangely composite. And it is in fact the case that social groups which in some ways express the most developed modernity lag behind in other respects, given their social position, and are therefore incapable of complete historical autonomy. Note 3. If it is true that every language contains the elements of a conception of the world and of a culture, it could also be true that from anyone's language one can assess the greater or lesser complexity of his conception of the world. Someone who only speaks dialect or understands the standard language incompletely necessarily has an intuition of the world which is more or less limited and provincial, which is fossilized and anachronistic in relation to the major currents of thought which dominate world history. Page 327. His interests will be limited, more or less corporate or economistic, not universal. While it is not always possible to learn a number of foreign languages in order to put oneself in contact with other cultural lives, it is at the least necessary to learn the national language properly. A great culture can be translated into the language of another great culture, that is to say, a great national language with historic richness and complexity, and it can translate any other great culture and can be a worldwide means of expression. But a dialect cannot do this. Note 4. Creating a new culture does not only mean one's own individual original discoveries. It also, and most particularly, means the diffusion in a critical form of truths already discovered, their socialization, as it were, and even making them the basis of vital action, an element of coordination and intellectual and moral order. For a mass of people to be led to think coherently and in the same coherent fashion about the real present world is a philosophical event far more important and original than the discovery by some philosophical genius of a truth which remains the property of small groups of intellectuals. Connection between common sense, religion, and philosophy. Philosophy is an intellectual order which neither religion nor common sense can be. It is to be observed that religion and common sense do not coincide either, but that religion is an element of fragmented common sense. Moreover, common sense is a collective noun, like religion. There is not just one common sense, for that too is a product of history and a part of the historical process. Philosophy is criticism and the superseding of religion and common sense. In this sense it coincides with good as opposed to common sense. Relations between science, religion, common sense. Religion and common sense cannot constitute an intellectual order because they cannot be reduced to unity and coherence even within an individual consciousness, let alone collective consciousness. Or rather, they cannot be so reduced freely, for this may be done by authoritarian means, and indeed, within limits, this has been done in the past. Note the problem of religion taken not in the confessional sense, but in the secular sense of a unity of faith between a conception of the world and a corresponding norm of conduct. But why call this unity of faith religion and not ideology, or even politics? Page 328. Philosophy in general does not, in fact, exist. Various philosophies or conceptions of the world exist, and one always makes a choice between them. How is this choice made? Is it merely an intellectual event, or is it something more complex? And is it not frequently the case that there is a contradiction between one's intellectual choice and one's mode of conduct? Which, therefore, would be the real conception of the world, that logically affirmed as an intellectual choice, or that which emerges from the real activity of each man, which is implicit in his mode of action? And since all action is political, can one not say that the real philosophy of each man is contained in its entirety in his political action? This contrast between thought and action, that is, the coexistence of two conceptions of the world, one affirmed in words and the other displayed in effective action, is not simply a product of self-deception, malafide. Self-deception can be an adequate explanation for a few individuals taken separately, or even for groups of a certain size, but it is not adequate when the contrast occurs in the life of great masses. In these cases, the contrast between thought and action cannot but be the expression of profounder contrasts of a social historical order. It signifies that the social group in question may indeed have its own conception of the world, even if only embryonic, a conception which manifests itself in action, but occasionally and in flashes, when, that is, the group is acting as an organic totality. But this same group has, for reasons of submission and intellectual subordination, adopted a conception which is not its own, but is borrowed from another group, and it affirms this conception verbally and believes itself to be following it, because this is the conception which it follows in normal times. That is when its conduct is not independent and autonomous, but submissive and subordinate. Hence the reason why philosophy cannot be divorced from politics, and one can show furthermore that the choice and the criticism of a conception of the world is also a political matter. What must next be explained is how it happens that in all periods there coexist many systems and currents of philosophical thought, how these currents are born, how they are diffused, and why in the process of diffusion they fracture along certain lines and in certain directions. Page 329. The fact of this process goes to show how necessary it is to order in a systematic, coherent, and critical fashion one's own intuitions of life and the world, and to determine exactly what is to be understood by the word systematic, so that it is not taken in the pedantic and academic sense. But this elaboration must be, and can only be, performed in the context of the history of philosophy, for it is this history which shows how thought has been elaborated over the centuries, and what a collective effort has gone into the creation of our present method of thought, which has subsumed and absorbed all this past history, including all its follies and mistakes. Nor should these mistakes themselves be neglected, for, although made in the past and since corrected, one cannot be sure that they will not be reproduced in the present, and once again require correcting. What is the popular image of philosophy? It can be reconstructed by looking at expressions in common usage. One of the most usual is being philosophical about it, which, if you consider it, is not to be entirely rejected as a phrase. It is true that it contains an implicit invitation to resignation and patience, but it seems to me that the most important point is rather the invitation to people to reflect and to realize fully that whatever happens is basically rational and must be confronted as such, and that one should apply one's power of rational concentration and not let oneself be carried away by instinctive and violent impulses. These popular turns of phrase could be compared with similar expressions used by writers of a popular stamp, examples being drawn from a large dictionary, which contain the terms philosophy or philosophically. One can see from these examples that the terms have a quite precise meaning, that of overcoming bestial and elemental passions through a conception of necessity which gives a conscious direction to one's activity. This is the healthy nucleus that exists in common sense, the part of it which can be called good sense, and which deserves to be made more unitary and coherent. So it appears that here again it is not possible to separate what is known as scientific philosophy from the common and popular philosophy, which is only a fragmentary collection of ideas and opinions. But at this point we reach the fundamental problem facing any conception of the world, any philosophy which has become a cultural movement, a religion, a faith, any that has produced a form of practical activity or will in which the philosophy is contained as an implicit theoretical premise. Page 330. One might say ideology here, but on condition that the word is used in its highest sense of a conception of the world that is implicitly manifest in art, in law, in economic activity, and in all manifestations of individual and collective life. This problem is that of preserving the ideological unity of the entire social bloc, which that ideology serves to cement and to unify. The strength of religions, and of the Catholic Church in particular, has lain, and still lies, in the fact that they feel very strongly the need for the doctrinal unity of the whole mass of the faithful, and strive to ensure that the higher intellectual stratum does not get separated from the lower. The Roman Church has always been the most vigorous in the struggle to prevent the official formation of two religions, one for the intellectuals and the other for the simple souls. This struggle has not been without serious disadvantages for the Church itself, but these disadvantages are connected with the historical process which is transforming the whole of civil society, and which contains overall a corrosive critique of all religion, and they only serve to emphasize the organizational capacity of the clergy in the cultural sphere and the abstractly rational and just relationship which the Church has been able to establish in its own sphere between the intellectuals and the simple. The Jesuits have undoubtedly been the major architects of this equilibrium, and in order to preserve it they have given the Church a progressive forward movement, which has tended to allow the demands of science and philosophy to be, to a certain extent, satisfied. But the rhythm of the movement has been so slow and methodical that the changes have passed unobserved by the mass of the simple, although they appear revolutionary and demagogic to the integralists. One of the greatest weaknesses of immanentist philosophies in general consists precisely in the fact that they have not been able to create an ideological unity between the bottom and the top, between the simple and the intellectuals. In the history of Western civilization, the fact is exemplified on a European scale, with the rapid collapse of the Renaissance, and to a certain extent also the Reformation faced with the Roman Church. Their weakness is demonstrated in the educational field, in that the immanentist philosophies have not even attempted to construct a conception which could take the place of religion in the education of children. Page 331. Hence the pseudo-historicist sophism, whereby non-religious, non-confessional, and in reality atheist educationalists justify allowing the teaching of religion on the grounds that religion is the philosophy of the infancy of mankind renewed in every non-metaphorical infancy. Note 2. Idealism has also shown itself opposed to cultural movements which go out to the people, as happened with the so-called popular universities and similar institutions. Note 3. Nor was the objection solely to the worst aspects of the institutions, because in that case they could simply have tried to improve them. And yet these movements were worthy of attention and deserved study. They enjoyed a certain success in the sense that they demonstrated on the part of the simple a genuine enthusiasm and a strong determination to attain a higher cultural level and a higher conception of the world. What was lacking, however, was any organic quality either of philosophical thought or of organizational stability and central cultural direction. One got the impression that it was all rather like the first contacts of English merchants and the Negroes of Africa. Trashy baubles were handed out in exchange for nuggets of gold. In any case, one could only have had cultural stability and an organic quality of thought if there had existed the same unity between the intellectuals and the simples as there should be between theory and practice. That is, if the intellectuals had been organically the intellectuals of those masses, and if they had worked out and made coherent the principles and the problems raised by the masses in their practical activity, thus constituting a cultural and social bloc. The question posed here was the one we have already referred to, namely this: is a philosophical movement properly so called when it is devoted to creating a specialized culture among restricted intellectual groups, or rather when, and only when, in the process of elaborating a form of thought superior to common sense and coherent on a scientific plane, it never forgets to remain in contact with the simple, and indeed finds in this contact the source of the problems it sets out to study and to resolve. Only by this contact does a philosophy become historical, purify itself of intellectualistic elements of an individual character, and become life. Perhaps it is useful to make a practical distinction between philosophy and common sense in order to indicate more clearly the passage from one moment to the other. In philosophy, the features of individual elaboration of thought are the most salient. In common sense, on the other hand, it is the diffuse, uncoordinated features of a generic form of thought common to a particular period and a particular popular environment. Page 332. But every philosophy has a tendency to become the common sense of a fairly limited environment, that of all the intellectuals. It is a matter, therefore, of starting with a philosophy which already enjoys, or could enjoy, a certain diffusion, because it is connected to and implicit in practical life, and elaborating it so that it becomes a renewed common sense, possessing the coherence and the sinew of individual philosophies. But this can only happen if the demands of cultural contact with the simple are continually felt. A philosophy of praxis cannot but present itself at the outset in a polemical and critical guise, as superseding the existing mode of thinking and existing concrete thought, the existing cultural world. First of all, therefore, it must be a criticism of common sense, basing itself initially, however, on common sense in order to demonstrate that everyone is a philosopher, and that it is not a question of introducing from scratch a scientific form of thought into everyone's individual life, but of renovating and making critical an already existing activity. It must then be a criticism of the philosophy of the intellectuals, out of which the history of philosophy developed, and which, in so far as it is a phenomenon of individuals, in fact, it develops essentially in the activity of single, particularly gifted individuals, can be considered as marking the high points of the progress made by common sense, or at least the common sense of the more educated strata of society, but through them also of the people. Thus, an introduction to the study of philosophy must expound in synthetic form the problems that have grown up in the process of the development of culture as a whole, and which are only partially reflected in the history of philosophy. Nevertheless, it is the history of philosophy which, in the absence of a history of common sense, impossible to reconstruct for lack of documentary material, must remain the main source of reference. The purpose of the synthesis must be to criticize the problems, to demonstrate their real value, if any, and the significance they have had as superseded links of an intellectual chain, and to determine what the new contemporary problems are, and how the old problems should now be analyzed. The relation between common sense and the upper level of philosophy is assured by politics, just as it is politics that assures the relationship between the Catholicism of the intellectuals and that of the simple. There are, however, fundamental differences between the two cases. Page 333. That the Church has to face up to a problem of the simple means precisely that there has been a split in the community of the faithful. This split cannot be healed by raising the simple to the level of the intellectuals. The Church does not even envisage such a task, which is both ideologically and economically beyond its present capacities, but only by imposing an iron discipline on the intellectuals so that they do not exceed certain limits of differentiation, and so render the split catastrophic and irreparable. In the past, such divisions in the community of the faithful were healed by strong mass movements, which led to, or were absorbed in, the creation of new religious orders centered on strong personalities, Saint Dominic, Saint Francis, bracketed ellipsis. The position of the philosophy of praxis is the antithesis of this Catholic one. The philosophy of praxis does not tend to leave the simple in their primitive philosophy of common sense, but rather to lead them to a higher conception of life. If it affirms the need for contact between intellectuals and simple, it is not in order to restrict scientific activity and preserve unity at the low level of the masses, but precisely in order to construct an intellectual moral block, which can make politically possible the intellectual progress of the mass, and not only of small intellectual groups. The active man in the mass has a practical activity, but has no clear theoretical consciousness of his practical activity, which nonetheless is an understanding of the world insofar as it transforms it. His theoretical consciousness can indeed be historically in opposition to his activity. One might almost say that he has two theoretical consciousnesses, or one contradictory consciousness. One which is implicit in his activity and which in reality unites him with all his fellow workers in the practical transformation of the real world, and one superficially explicit or verbal, which he has inherited from the past and uncritically absorbed. But this verbal conception is not without consequences. It attaches one to a specific social group. It influences moral conduct and the direction of will, with varying efficacy, but often powerfully enough to produce a situation in which the contradictory state of consciousness does not permit of any action, any decision, or any choice, and produces a condition of moral and political passivity. Critical understanding of self takes place, therefore, through a struggle of political hegemonies from opposing directions, first in the ethical field and then in that of politics, in order to arrive at the working out of it at a higher level of one's own conception of reality. Page 334. Consciousness of being part of a particular hegemonic force, that is to say, political consciousness, is the first stage towards a further progressive self-consciousness in which theory and practice will finally be one. Even the unity of theory and practice is not therefore a matter of mechanical fact, but a part of the historical process, whose elementary and primitive phase is to be found in the sense of being different and apart, in a barely instinctive feeling of independence, and which progresses to the level of real and complete possession of a single and coherent conception of the world. This is why it must be stressed that the political development of the concept of hegemony represents a great philosophical advance as well as a politico-practical one. For it necessarily involves and supposes an intellectual unity and an ethic in conformity with a conception of reality that has gone beyond common sense and has become, if only within as yet narrow limits, a critical conception. However, in the most recent developments of the philosophy of praxis, the exploration and refinement of the concept of the unity of theory and practice is still only at an early stage. There still remain residues of mechanicism, since people speak about theory as a complement or an accessory of practice, or as the handmaid of practice. It would seem right for this question, too, to be considered historically as an aspect of the political question of the intellectuals. Critical self-consciousness means, historically and politically, the creation of an elite of intellectuals. A human mass does not distinguish itself, does not become independent in its own right, without, in the widest sense, organizing itself. And there is no organization without intellectuals, that is, without organizers and leaders, in other words, without the theoretical aspect of the theory-practice nexus being distinguished concretely by the existence of a group of people specialized in conceptual and philosophical elaboration of ideas. But the process of creating intellectuals is long, difficult, full of contradictions, advances and retreats, dispersals and regroupings, in which the loyalty of the masses is often sorely tried. And one must not forget that at this early stage loyalty and discipline are the ways in which the masses participate and collaborate in the development of the cultural movement as a whole. The process of development is tied to a dialectic between the intellectuals and the masses. Page 335. The intellectual stratum develops both quantitatively and qualitatively, but every leap forward towards a new breadth and complexity of the intellectual stratum is tied to an analogous movement on the part of the mass of the simple, who raise themselves to higher levels of culture and at the same time extend their circle of influence towards the stratum of specialized intellectuals, producing outstanding individuals and groups of greater or less importance. In the process, however, there continually recur moments in which a gap develops between the mass and the intellectuals, at any rate between some of them or a group of them, a loss of contact, and thus the impression that theory is an accessory, a complement, and something subordinate. Insistence on the practical element of the theory-practice nexus, after having not only distinguished but separated and split the two elements, an operation which in itself is merely mechanical and conventional, means that one is going through a relatively primitive historical phase, one which is still economic corporate, in which the general framework of the base is being quantitatively transformed, and the appropriate quality superstructure is in the process of emerging, but is not yet organically formed. One should stress the importance and significance which, in the modern world, political parties have in the elaboration and diffusion of conceptions of the world, because essentially what they do is work out the ethics and the politics corresponding to these conceptions and act, as it were, as their historical laboratory. The parties recruit individuals out of the working mass, and the selection is made on practical and theoretical criteria at the same time. The relation between theory and practice becomes even closer the more the conception is vitally and radically innovatory and opposed to old ways of thinking. For this reason, one can say that the parties are the elaborators of new integral and totalitarian intelligentsias, and the crucibles where the unification of theory and practice, understood as a real historical process, takes place. It is clear from this that the party should be formed by individual memberships, and not on the pattern of the British Labour Party, because, if it is a question of providing an organic leadership for the entire economically active mass, this leadership should not follow old schemas, but should innovate. But innovation cannot come from the mass, at least at the beginning, except through the mediation of an elite, for whom the conception implicit in human activity has already become to a certain degree a coherent and systematic, ever-present awareness and a precise and decisive will. Page 336. One of these phases can be studied by looking at the recent discussion in which the latest developments of the philosophy of praxis are brought out, and which has been summarized in an article by D.S. Mirsky, a collaborator on La Cultura, Note 4. One can see from this that a change has taken place from a mechanistic and purely external conception to one which is activist and, as has been pointed out, closer to a correct understanding of the unity of theory and practice, although it has not yet attained the full synthetic meaning of the concept. It should be noted how the deterministic, fatalistic, and mechanistic element has been a direct ideological aroma emanating from the philosophy of praxis, rather like religion or drugs, in their stupefying effect. It has been made necessary and justified historically by the subaltern character of certain social strata. When you don't have the initiative in the struggle, and the struggle itself comes eventually to be identified with a series of defeats, mechanical determinism becomes a tremendous force of moral resistance, of cohesion, and of patient and obstinate perseverance. I have been defeated for the moment, but the tide of history is working for me in the long term. Real will take on the garments of an active faith in a certain rationality of history, and in a primitive and empirical form of impassioned finalism, which appears in the role of a substitute for the predestination or providence of confessional religions. It should be emphasized, though, that a strong activity of the will is present even here, directly intervening in the force of circumstance, but only implicitly and in a veiled and, as it were, shamefaced manner. Consciousness here, therefore, is contradictory and lacking critical unity, etc. But when the subaltern becomes directive and responsible for the economic activity of the masses, mechanicism at a certain point becomes an imminent danger, and a revision must take place in modes of thinking, because a change has taken place in the social mode of existence. The boundaries and the dominion of the force of circumstance become restricted. But why? Because, basically, if yesterday this subaltern element was a thing, today it is no longer a thing but a historical person, a protagonist. If yesterday it was not responsible, because resisting a will external to itself, now it feels itself to be responsible because it is no longer resisting but an agent, necessarily active and taking the initiative. Page 337. But even yesterday, was it ever mere resistance, a mere thing, mere non-responsibility? Certainly not. Indeed, one should emphasize how fatalism is nothing other than the clothing worn by real and active will when in a weak position. This is why it is essential at all times to demonstrate the futility of mechanical determinism. For, although it is explicable as a naive philosophy of the mass, and as such, but only as such, can be an intrinsic element of strength, nevertheless, when it is adopted as a thought-out and coherent philosophy on the part of the intellectuals, it becomes a cause of passivity, of idiotic self-sufficiency. This happens when they don't even suspect that the subaltern will become directive and responsible. In fact, however, some part of even a subaltern mass is always directive and responsible, and the philosophy of the part always precedes the philosophy of the whole, not only as its theoretical anticipation, but as a necessity of real life. That the mechanicist conception has been a religion of the subaltern is shown by an analysis of the development of the Christian religion. Over a certain period of history, in certain specific historical conditions, religion has been and continues to be a necessity, a necessary form taken by the will of the popular masses, and a specific way of rationalizing the world and real life, which provided the general framework for real practical activity. This quotation from an article in La Civiltà Cattolica, Individualismo Pagano e Individualismo Cristiano, issue of 5 March 1939, seems to me to express very well this function of Christianity. Quote, faith in a secure future, in the immortality of the soul destined to beatitude, in the certainty of arriving at eternal joy, was the force behind the labor for intense inner perfection and spiritual elevation. True Christian individualism found here the impulse that led it to victory. All the strength of the Christian was gathered around this noble end. Free from the flux of speculation which weakens the soul with doubt, and illuminated by immoral principles, man felt his hopes reborn. Sure that a superior force was supporting him in the struggle against evil, he did violence to himself and conquered the world. End of quote. But here again it is naive Christianity that is being referred to, not Jesuitized Christianity, which has become a pure narcotic for the popular masses. The position of Calvinism, however, with its iron conception of predestination and grace, which produces a vast expansion of the spirit of initiative, or becomes the form of this movement, is even more revealing and significant. Page 338. On this question see Max Weber, L'etica protestante e lo spirito del capitalismo, published in Nuovi Studi, volume for 1931 and following, and Grethussen's book on the religious origins of the bourgeoisie in France, Origine de l'esprit bourgeois en France, volume 1, L'Église et la bourgeoisie, Paris 1927. What are the influential factors in the process of diffusion, which is also one of a substitution of the old conception and, very often, of combining old and new? How do they act, and to what extent? Is it the rational form in which the new conception is expounded and presented, or is it the authority, insofar as this is recognized and appreciated, if only generically, of the expositor and the thinkers and experts whom the expositor calls in his support? Or the fact of belonging to the same organization as the man who upholds the new conception, assuming, that is, that one has entered the organization for other reasons than that of already sharing the new conception? In reality, these elements will vary according to social groups and the cultural level of the groups in question, but the enquiry has a particular interest in relation to the popular masses, who are slower to change their conceptions, or who never change them in the sense of accepting them in their pure form, but always and only as a more or less heterogeneous and bizarre combination. The rational and logically coherent form, the exhaustive reasoning which neglects no argument, positive or negative, of any significance, has a certain importance, but is far from being decisive. It can be decisive, but in a secondary way, when the person in question is already in a state of intellectual crisis, wavering between the old and the new, when he has lost his faith in the old and has not yet come down in favor of the new, etc. One could say this about the authority of thinkers and experts. It is very important among the people, but the fact remains that every conception has its thinkers and experts to put forward, and authority does not belong to one side. Further, with every thinker it is possible to make distinctions, to cast doubt on whether he really said such and such a thing, etc. One can conclude that the process of diffusion of new conceptions takes place for political, that is, in the last analysis, social, reasons. Page 339. But that the formal element, that of logical coherence, the element of authority, and the organizational elements have a very important function in this process, immediately after the general orientation has been reached, whether by single individuals or groups of a certain size. From this we must conclude, however, that in the masses as such, philosophy can only be experienced as a faith. Imagine the intellectual position of the man of the people. He has formed his own opinions, convictions, criteria of discrimination, standards of conduct. Anyone with a superior intellectual formation with a point of view opposed to his can put forward arguments better than he and really tear him to pieces logically, and so on. But should the man of the people change his opinions just because of this, just because he cannot impose himself in a bout of argument? In that case he might find himself having to change every day, or every time he meets an ideological adversary who is his intellectual superior. On what elements, therefore, can his philosophy be founded, and in particular his philosophy in the form which has the greatest importance for his standards of conduct? The most important element is undoubtedly one whose character is determined not by reason but by faith. But faith in whom, or in what? In particular in the social group to which he belongs, in so far as in a diffuse way it thinks as he does. The man of the people thinks that so many like-thinking people can't be wrong, not so radically as the man he is arguing against would like him to believe. He thinks that, while he himself admittedly is not able to uphold and develop his arguments as well as the opponent, in his group there is someone who could do this, and could certainly argue better than the particular man he has against him. And he remembers, indeed, hearing expounded, discursively, coherently, in a way that left him convinced, the reasons behind his faith. He has no concrete memory of the reasons and could not repeat them, but he knows that reasons exist, because he has heard them expounded and was convinced by them. The fact of having once suddenly seen the light and been convinced is the permanent reason for his reasons persisting, even if the arguments in its favor cannot be readily produced. These considerations lead, however, to the conclusion that new conceptions have an extremely unstable position among the popular masses, particularly when they are in contrast with orthodox convictions, which they themselves be new, conforming socially to the general interests of the ruling classes. Page 340. This can be seen if one considers the fortunes of religions and churches. Religion, or a particular church, maintains its community of faithful within the limits imposed by the necessities of general historical development, insofar as it nourishes its faith permanently and in an organized fashion, indefatigably repeating its apologetics, struggling at all times and always with the same kind of arguments, and maintaining a hierarchy of intellectuals who give to the faith, in appearance at least, the dignity of thought. Whenever the continuity of relations between the Church and the faithful has been violently interrupted for political reasons, as happened during the French Revolution, the losses suffered by the Church have been incalculable. If the conditions had persisted for a long time in which it was difficult to carry on practicing one's own religion, it is quite possible that these losses would have been definitive, and a new religion would have emerged, as indeed one did emerge in France, in combination with the old Catholicism. Specific necessities can be deduced from this for any cultural movement which aimed to replace common sense and old conceptions of the world in general. 1. Never to tire of repeating its own arguments, though offering literary variation of form. Repetition is the best didactic means for working on the popular mentality. 2. To work incessantly to raise the intellectual level of ever-growing strata of the populace, in other words, to give a personality to the amorphous mass element. This means working to produce elites of intellectuals of a new type which arise directly out of the masses, but remain in contact with them to become, as it were, the whalebone in the corset. This second necessity, if satisfied, is what really modifies the ideological panorama of the age. But these elites cannot be formed or developed without a hierarchy of authority and intellectual competence growing up within them. The culmination of this process can be a great individual philosopher, but he must be capable of reliving concretely the demands of the massive ideological community and of understanding that this cannot have the flexibility of movement proper to an individual brain, and must succeed in giving formal elaboration to the collective doctrine in the most relevant fashion, and the one most suited to the modes of thought of a collective thinker. Page 341. It is evident that this kind of mass construction cannot just happen arbitrarily around any ideology simply because of the formally constructive will of a personality or a group which puts it forward solely on the basis of its own fanatical philosophical or religious convictions. Mass adhesion or non-adhesion to an ideology is the real critical test of the rationality and historicity of modes of thinking. Any arbitrary constructions are pretty rapidly eliminated by historical competition, even if sometimes, through a combination of immediately favorable circumstances, they manage to enjoy popularity of a kind, whereas constructions which respond to the demands of a complex organic period of history always impose themselves and prevail in the end, even though they may pass through several intermediary phases during which they manage to affirm themselves only in more or less bizarre and heterogeneous combinations. These developments pose many problems, the most important of which can be subsumed in the form and the quality of the relations between the various intellectually qualified strata, that is, the importance and the function which the creative contribution of superior groups must and can have in connection with the organic capacity of the intellectually subordinate strata to discuss and develop new critical concepts. It is a question, in other words, of fixing the limits of freedom of discussion and propaganda, a freedom which should not be conceived of in the administrative and police sense, but in the sense of a self-limitation which the leaders impose on their own activity, or, more strictly, in the sense of fixing the direction of cultural policy. In other words, who is to fix the rights of knowledge and the limits of the pursuit of knowledge? And can these rights and limits indeed be fixed? It seems necessary to leave the task of researching after new truths and better, more coherent, clearer formulations of the truths themselves to the free initiative of individual specialists, even though they may continually question the very principles that seem most essential. And it will in any case not be difficult to expose the fact whenever such proposals for discussion arise because of interested and not scientific motives. Nor is it inconceivable that individual initiatives should be disciplined and subject to an ordered procedure, so that they have to pass through the sieve of academies or cultural institutes of various kinds, and only become public after undergoing a process of selection. Page 342. It would be interesting to study concretely the forms of cultural organization which keep the ideological world in movement within a given country, and to examine how they function in practice. A study of the numerical relationship between the section of the population professionally engaged in active cultural work in the country in question and the population as a whole would also be useful, together with an approximate calculation of the unattached forces. The education system at all levels and the church are the two biggest cultural organizations in every country in terms of the number of people they employ. Then there are newspapers, magazines, and the book trade and private educational institutions, either those which are complementary to the state system or cultural institutions like the popular universities. Other professions include among their specialized activities a fair proportion of cultural activity. For example, doctors, army officers, the legal profession. But it should be noted that in all countries, though in differing degrees, there is a great gap between the popular masses and the intellectual groups, even the largest ones, and those nearest to the peripheries of national life, like priests and school teachers. The reason for this is that, however much the ruling class may affirm to the contrary, the state, as such, does not have a unitary, coherent, and homogeneous conception, with the result that intellectual groups are scattered between one stratum and the next, or even within a single stratum. The universities, except in a few countries, do not exercise any unifying influence. Often an independent thinker has more influence than the whole university, institution, etc. Note 1. With regard to the historical role played by the fatalistic conception of the philosophy of praxis, one might perhaps prepare its funeral oration, emphasizing its usefulness for a certain period of history, but precisely for this reason underlining the need to bury it with all due honors. Its role could really be compared with that of the theory of predestination and grace for the beginnings of the modern world, a theory which found its culmination in classical German philosophy and in its conception of freedom as the consciousness of necessity. It has been a replacement in the popular consciousness for the cry of "'Tis God's will," although even on this primitive elementary plane it was the beginnings of a more modern and fertile conception than that contained in the expression "'Tis God's will," or in the theory of grace. Page 343. Is it possible that formally a new conception can present itself in a guise other than the crude, unsophisticated version of the populace? And yet the historian, with the benefit of all necessary perspective, manages to establish and to understand the fact that the beginnings of a new world, rough and jagged though they always are better than the passing away of the world in its death throes and the swan song that it produces. Bracketed ellipsis. SPN 323-43, Q11, 12. Roman 2. Observations and critical notes on an attempt at a popular manual of sociology. A work like the popular manual, Bukharin's The Theory of Historical Materialism, a Manual of Popular Sociology, which is essentially destined for a community of readers who are not professional intellectuals, should have taken as its starting point a critical analysis of the philosophy of common sense, which is the philosophy of non-philosophers, or, in other words, the conception of the world which is uncritically absorbed by the various social and cultural environments in which the moral individuality of the average man is developed. Common sense is not a single unique conception, identical in time and space. It is the folklore of philosophy, and, like folklore, it takes countless different forms. Its most fundamental characteristic is that it is a conception which, even in the brain of one individual, is fragmentary, incoherent, and inconsequential, in conformity with the social and cultural position of those masses whose philosophy it is. At those times in history when a homogeneous social group is brought into being, there comes into being also, in opposition to common sense, a homogeneous, in other words, coherent and systematic philosophy. The popular manual makes the mistake of starting, implicitly, from the assumption that the great systems of traditional philosophy and the religion of the upper clergy, that is, the conception of the world of the intellectuals and high culture, are in opposition to this elaboration of an original philosophy of the popular masses. In reality, these systems are unknown to the multitude and have no direct influence on its way of thinking and acting. Page 344. This does not mean, of course, that they are altogether without influence, but it is influence of a different kind. These systems influence the popular masses as an external political force, an element of cohesive force exercised by the ruling classes, and therefore an element of subordination to an external hegemony. This limits the original thought of the popular masses in a negative direction, without having the positive effect of a vital ferment of transformation of what the masses think in an embryonic and chaotic form about the world and life. The principal elements of common sense are provided by religions, and consequently the relationship between common sense and religion is much more intimate than that between common sense and the philosophical systems of the intellectuals. But even within religion some critical distinctions should be made. Every religion, even Catholicism, indeed, Catholicism more than any, precisely because of its efforts to retain a surface unity and avoid splintering into national churches and social stratifications, is in reality a multiplicity of distinct and often contradictory religions. There is one Catholicism for the peasants, one for the petty bourgeoisie and the urban workers, one for women and one for intellectuals, which is itself variegated and disconnected. But common sense is influenced not only by the crudest and least elaborated forms of these sundry Catholicisms as they exist today. Previous religions have also had an influence and remain components of common sense to this day, and the same is true of previous forms of present Catholicism, popular heretical movements, scientific superstitions connected with past cults, etc. In common sense, it is the realistic, materialistic elements which are predominant, the immediate product of crude sensation. This is by no means in contradiction with the religious element, far from it, but here these elements are superstitious and acritical. This, then, is a danger of the popular manual, which often reinforces, instead of scientifically criticizing, these acritical elements which have caused common sense to remain Ptolemaic, anthropomorphic, and anthropocentric. The above remarks about the way in which the popular manual criticizes systematic philosophies instead of starting from a critique of common sense should be understood as a methodological point and within certain limits. Certainly they do not mean that the critique of the systematic philosophies of the intellectuals is to be neglected. Page 345. When an individual from the masses succeeds in criticizing and going beyond common sense, he by this very fact accepts a new philosophy. Hence the necessity, in an exposition of the philosophy of praxis, of a polemic with traditional philosophies. Indeed, because by its nature it tends towards being a mass philosophy, the philosophy of praxis can only be conceived in a polemical form and in the form of a perpetual struggle. None the less, the starting point must always be that common sense, which is the spontaneous philosophy of the multitude, who must be made ideologically homogeneous. More than in any other national literature, there exist in French philosophical literature treatments of common sense. This is due to the more strictly popular national character of French culture. In other words, to the fact that the intellectuals, because of certain specific traditional conditions, tend more than elsewhere to approach the people in order to guide it ideologically and keep it linked with the leading group. One will be able to find in French literature a lot of material on common sense that can be used and elaborated. The attitude of French philosophical culture towards common sense can indeed offer a model of hegemonic ideological construction. American and English culture can also offer some suggestions, but not in such an organic and complete way as the French. Common sense has been considered in various ways. Sometimes it has even been criticized from the point of view of another philosophy. In reality, in either case, the result was to transcend a particular form of common sense and to create another which was closer to the conception of the world of the leading group. Bracketed ellipsis.
Crochet's attitude toward common sense seems unclear. In Crochet, the proposition that all men are philosophers has an excessive influence on his judgment about common sense. It seems that Crochet often likes to feel that certain philosophical propositions are shared by common sense. But what can this mean concretely? Common sense is a chaotic aggregate of disparate conceptions, and one can find there anything that one likes. Furthermore, this attitude of Crochet's towards common sense has not led to a conception of culture which is productive from the national popular point of view, that is, to a more concretely historic conception of philosophy, but that in any case could happen only with the philosophy of praxis. Bracketed ellipsis. Page 346. What has been said so far does not mean that there are no truths in common sense. It means rather that common sense is an ambiguous, contradictory, and multiform concept, and that to refer to common sense as a confirmation of truth is a nonsense. It is possible to state correctly that a certain truth has become part of common sense in order to indicate that it has spread beyond the confines of intellectual groups, but all one is doing in that case is making a historical observation and an assertion of the rationality of history. In this sense, and used with restraint, the argument has a certain validity, precisely because common sense is crudely conservative and opposed to novelty, so that to have succeeded in forcing the introduction of a new truth is a proof that the truth in question is exceptionally evident and capable of great expansion. Recall Gusti's epigram. Good sense, which once ruled far and wide, now in our schools to rest is laid. Science, its once beloved child, killed it to see how it was made. Note 5. This quotation can serve to indicate how the terms good sense and common sense are used ambiguously. As philosophy, as a specific mode of thought with a certain content of beliefs and opinions, and as an attitude of amiable indulgence, though at the same time contemptuous towards anything abstruse and ingenuous. It was therefore necessary for science to kill a particular form of traditional good sense in order to create a new good sense. References to common sense and to the solidity of its beliefs are frequent in Marx, Note 6. But Marx is referring not to the validity of the content of these beliefs, but rather to their formal solidity and to the subsequent imperative character they have when they produce norms of conduct. There is, further, implicit in these references an assertion of the necessity for new popular beliefs, that is to say, a new common sense, and with it a new culture and a new philosophy, which will be rooted in the popular consciousness with the same solidity and imperative quality as traditional beliefs. Bracketed ellipsis. In the teaching of philosophy, which is aimed not at giving the student historical information about the development of past philosophy, but at giving him a cultural formation and helping him to elaborate his own thought critically so as to be able to participate in an ideological and cultural community, it is necessary to take at one starting point what the student already knows in his philosophical experience, having first demonstrated to him precisely that he has such an experience, that he is a philosopher without knowing it. Page 347. And since one presupposes a certain average cultural and intellectual level among the students, who in all probability have only acquired scattered and fragmentary bits of information, and have no methodological and critical preparation, one cannot but start in the first place from common sense. then secondly from religion, and only at a third stage move on to the philosophical systems elaborated by traditional intellectual groups. SPN 419-25, parentheses Q11, section mark 13, end of parentheses. 2. Language, languages, common sense. We have established that philosophy is a conception of the world and that philosophical activity is not to be conceived solely as the individual elaboration of systematically coherent concepts, but also and above all has a cultural battle to transform the popular mentality and to diffuse the philosophical innovations which will demonstrate themselves to be historically true to the extent that they have become concretely, i.e. historically and socially, universal. Given all this, the questions of languages in general and of languages in the technical sense must be put in the forefront of our enquiry. Bracketed ellipsis. It seems that one can say that language is essentially a collective term which does not presuppose any single thing existing in time and space. Language also means culture and philosophy, if only at the level of common sense, and therefore the fact of language is in reality a multiplicity of facts more or less organically coherent and coordinated. At the limit, it could be said that every speaking being has a personal language of his own, that his own particular way of thinking and feeling. Culture, at its various levels, unifies in a series of strata to the extent that they come into contact with each other, a greater or lesser number of individuals who understand each other's modes of expression in differing degrees, etc. It is these historico-social distinctions and differences which are reflected in common language and produce those obstacles and sources of error which the pragmatists have talked about. Page 348. From this one can deduce the importance of the cultural aspect also in practical collective activity. An historical act can only be performed by collective man, and this presupposes the attainment of a cultural social unity through which a multiplicity of dispersed wills and heterogeneous aims are welded together with a single aim on the basis of an equal and common conception of the world, both general and particular, operating in transitory bursts, in emotional ways or permanently, where the intellectual base is so well rooted, assimilated, and experienced that it becomes passion. Since this is the way things happen, great importance is assumed by the general question of language, that is, the question of collectively attaining a single cultural climate. This problem can and must be related to the modern way of considering educational doctrine and practice, according to which the relationship between teacher and pupil is active and reciprocal, so that every teacher is always a pupil, and every pupil a teacher. But the educational relationship should not be restricted to the strictly classroom relationships, by means of which the new generation comes into contact with the old and absorbs its experiences and its historically necessary values and matures and develops a personality of its own which is historically and culturally superior. This form of the relationship exists throughout society as a whole and for every individual relative to other individuals. It exists between intellectual and non-intellectual sections of the population, between the rulers and the ruled, elites and their followers, leaders and led, the vanguard and the body of the army. Every relationship of hegemony is necessarily an educational relationship that occurs not only within a nation, between the various forces of which the nation is composed, but in the international and worldwide field, between complexes of national and continental civilizations. One could say, therefore, that the historical personality of an individual philosopher is also given by the active relationship which exists between him and the cultural environment he is proposing to modify. The environment reacts back on the philosopher and imposes on him a continual process of self-criticism. It is his teacher. This is why one of the most important demands that the modern intelligentsias have made in the political field has been that the so-called freedom of thought and of expression of thought, freedom of the press, freedom of association. Page 349. For the relationship between master and disciple in the general sense referred to above is only realized where this political condition exists, and only then do we get the historical realization of a new type of philosopher, whom we could call a democratic philosopher in the sense that he is a philosopher convinced that his personality is not limited to himself as a physical individual, but is an active social relationship of modification of the cultural environment. When the thinker is content with his own thought, subjectively free, that is abstractly free, he nowadays becomes a joke. The unity of science and life is precisely an active unity, in which alone liberty of thought can be realized. It is a master-pupil relationship, one between the philosopher and the cultural environment in which he has to work and from which he can draw the necessary problems for formulation and resolution. In other words, it is the relationship between philosophy and history. SPN 348-51, Q10, Roman numeral 2, section mark 44. 3. Knowledge and feeling. Passage from knowing to understanding and to feeling, and vice versa from feeling to understanding and to knowing. The popular element feels but does not always know or understand. The intellectual element knows but does not always understand, and in particular does not always feel. The two extremes are therefore pedantry and philisticism on the one hand, and blind passion and sectarianism on the other. Not that the pedant cannot be impassioned, far from it. Impassioned pedantry is every bit as ridiculous and dangerous as the wildest sectarianism and demagogy. The intellectual's error consists in believing that one can know without understanding, and even more without feeling and being impassioned, not only for knowledge in itself, but also for the object of knowledge. In other words, that the intellectual can be an intellectual, and not a pure pedant, if distinct and separate from the people-nation, that is, without feeling the elementary passions of the people, understanding them and therefore explaining and justifying them in the particular historical situation, and connecting them dialectically to the laws of history and to a superior conception of the world, scientifically and coherently elaborated, i.e., knowledge. Page 350. One cannot make politics history without this passion, without this connection of feeling between intellectuals and people-nation. In the absence of such a nexus, the relations between the intellectual and the people-nation are, or are reduced to, relationships of a purely bureaucratic and formal order. The intellectuals become a caste, or a priesthood, so-called organic centralism. Note 7. If the relationship between intellectuals and people-nation, between the leaders and the led, the rulers and the ruled, is provided by an organic cohesion in which feeling, passion becomes understanding and thence knowledge, not mechanically, but in a way that is alive. Then and only then is the relationship one of representation. Only then does there take place the exchange of individual elements between governed and governing, between led and leaders, and one achieves the life of the whole, which alone is the social force. One creates the historical block. Bracketed ellipsis. SPN 418, parentheses, Q11, section mark 67. End of parentheses. 4. The philosophy of praxis and intellectual and moral reformation. Bracketed ellipsis. A conception of the philosophy of praxis as a modern popular reformation, since those people who expect a religious reformation in Italy, a new Italian edition of Calvinism, like Mario Miserielli and company, are living in cloud cuckoo land, was perhaps hinted at by George Sorel, but his vision was fragmentary and intellectualistic, because of his kind of Janist's fury against the squalor of parliamentarism and political parties. Sorel took from Renan the concept of the necessity of an intellectual and moral reformation. He affirmed, in a letter to Miserielli, that often great historical movements are not represented by a modern culture, etc. Note 8. It seems to me, though, that a conception of this kind is implicit in Sorel when he uses primitive Christianity as a touchstone, in a rather literary way, it is true, but nevertheless with more than a grain of truth, and mechanical and often contrived references, but nevertheless with occasional flashes of profound intuition. Page 351. The philosophy of praxis presupposes all this cultural past: Renaissance and Reformation, German philosophy and the French Revolution, Calvinism and English classical economics, secular liberalism, and this historicism which is at the root of the whole modern conception of life. The philosophy of praxis is the crowning point of this entire movement of intellectual and moral reformation, made dialectical in the contrast between popular culture and high culture. It corresponds to the Nexus Protestant Reformation and French Revolution. It is a philosophy which is also politics, and a politics which is also philosophy. It is still going through its populist phase. Creating a group of independent intellectuals is not an easy thing. It requires a long process, with actions and reactions coming together and drifting apart, and the growth of very numerous and complex new formations. It is the conception of a subaltern social group, deprived of historical initiative, in continuous but disorganic expansion, unable to go beyond a certain qualitative level, which still remains below the level of the possession of the state and of the real exercise of hegemony over the whole of society, which alone permits a certain organic equilibrium in the development of the intellectual group. The philosophy of praxis has itself become prejudice and superstition. As it stands, it is the popular aspect of modern historicism, but it contains in itself the principle through which historicism can be superseded. In the history of culture, which is much broader than the history of philosophy, every time that there has been a flowering of popular culture because a revolutionary phase was being passed through and because the metal of a new class was being forged from the ore of the people, there has been a flowering of materialism. Conversely, at the same time, the traditional classes clung to philosophies of the spirit. Hegel, halfway between the French Revolution and the Restoration, gave dialectical form to the two movements of the life of thought, materialism and spiritualism, but his synthesis was a man walking on his head. Note 9. Hegel's successors destroyed this unity, and there was a return to materialistic systems on the one side and spiritualistic ones on the other. The philosophy of praxis, through its founder, relived all this experience of Hegelianism, Feuerbachianism, and French materialism, in order to reconstruct the synthesis of dialectical unity, the man walking on his feet. The laceration which happened to Hegelianism has been repeated with the philosophy of praxis. Page 352. That is to say, from dialectical unity there has been a regress to philosophical materialism on the one hand, while on the other hand modern idealistic high culture has tried to incorporate that part of the philosophy of praxis which was needed in order to find a new elixir. Politically, the materialist conception is close to the people, to common sense. It is closely linked to many beliefs and prejudices, to almost all popular superstitions, witchcraft, spirits, etc. This can be seen in popular Catholicism, and even more so in Byzantine Orthodoxy. Popular religion is crassly materialistic, and yet the official religion of the intellectuals attempts to impede the formation of two distinct religions, two separate strata, so as not to become officially, as well as in reality, an ideology of restricted groups. But from this point of view, it is important not to confuse the attitude of the philosophy of praxis with that of Catholicism. Whereas the former maintains a dynamic contact and tends continually to raise new strata of the population to a higher cultural life, the latter tends to maintain a purely mechanical contact, an external unity based in particular on the liturgy and on occult, visually imposing to the crowd. Many heretical movements were manifestations of popular forces, aiming to reform the Church and bring it closer to the people by exalting them. The reaction of the Church was often very violent. It has created the Society of Jesus. It has clothed itself in the protective armor of the Council of Trent, although it has organized a marvelous mechanism of democratic selection of its intellectuals. They have been selected as single individuals and not as the representative expression of popular groups. In the history of cultural developments, it is important to pay special attention to the organization of culture and the personnel through whom its organization takes concrete form. G. de Ruggiero's volume on Renaissance and Reformation, Rinascimento Riforma Controriforma, Barry, 1930, brings out the attitude of very many intellectuals, with Erasmus at their head. They gave way to the face of persecution and the stake. The bearer of the Reformation was therefore the German people itself in its totality, as undifferentiated mass, not the intellectuals. It is precisely this desertion of the intellectuals in the face of the enemy which explains the sterility of the Reformation in the immediate sphere of high culture, until, by a process of selection, the people, which remained faithful to the cause, produced a new group of intellectuals culminating in classical philosophy. Page 353. Something similar has happened up to now with the philosophy of praxis. The great intellectuals formed on the terrain of this philosophy, besides being few in number, were not linked with the people. They did not emerge from the people, but were the expression of traditional intermediary classes, to which they returned to the great turning points of history. Some remained, but rather to subject the new conception of a systematic revision than to advance the autonomous development. The affirmation that the philosophy is a new, independent, and original conception, even though it is also a moment of world historical development, is an affirmation of the independence and originality of a new culture in incubation, which will develop with the development of social relations. What exists at any given time is a variable combination of old and new, a momentary equilibrium of cultural relations corresponding to the equilibrium of social relations. Only after the creation of the new state does the cultural problem impose itself in all its complexity and tend towards a coherent solution. In any case, the attitude to be taken up before the formation of the new state can only be critico-polemical, never dogmatic. It must be a romantic attitude, but of a romanticism which is consciously aspiring to a classical composure. Bracketed ellipsis. SPN 395-398, parentheses Q16, section mark 9, end of parentheses. 5. How many forms of grammar can there be? Several, certainly. There is the grammar immanent in language itself, by which one speaks according to grammar without knowing it, as Moliere's character produced prose without knowing it. Note 10. Nor does this point seem useless, because Panzini, Guida alla Grammatica Italiana, bracketed ellipsis, seems not to distinguish between this grammar and the normative written one which he intends to speak about, and which seems to be for him the only possible grammar there can be. The preface to the first edition is full of inanities, which are, however, significant in someone who writes and is considered a specialist on grammatical matters, that the statement, "We can write and speak even without grammar." Page 354. Besides the immanent grammar in every language, there is also, in reality, i.e., even if not written, a normative grammar, or more than one. This is made up of the reciprocal monitoring, reciprocal teaching, and reciprocal censorship expressed in such questions as, "What did you mean to say?" or "What do you mean?" "Make yourself clearer," etc., and in mimicry and teasing. This whole complex of actions and reactions come together to create a grammatical conformism, to establish norms or judgments of correctness or incorrectness. But this spontaneous expression of grammatical conformity is necessarily disconnected, discontinuous, and limited to local social strata or local centres. A peasant who moves in the city ends up conforming to urban speech through the pressure of the city environment. In the country, people try to imitate urban speech. The subaltern classes try to speak like the dominant classes and the intellectuals, etc. One could sketch a picture of the normative grammar that operates spontaneously in every given society, and that this society tends to become unified both territorially and culturally. In other words, it has a governing class whose function is recognized and followed. The number of immanent or spontaneous grammars is incalculable, and theoretically one can say that each person has a grammar of his own. Alongside this actual fragmentation, however, one should also point out the movements of unification, which with varying degrees of amplitude, both in terms of territory and linguistic volume. Written normative grammars tend to embrace the entire territory of a nation and its total linguistic volume to create a unitary national linguistic conformism. This, moreover, places an expressive individualism at a higher level because it creates a more robust and homogeneous skeleton for the national linguistic body, of which every individual is the reflection and interpreter, Taylor system, and self-education. Historical as well as normative grammars. But it is obvious that someone who writes a normative grammar cannot ignore the history of the language of which he wishes to propose an exemplary phase as the only one worthy to become, in an organic and totalitarian way, the common language of a nation in competition and conflict with other phases and types of schemes that already exist, connected to traditional developments or the inorganic and incoherent attempts of forces which, as we have seen, act continuously on the spontaneous grammars immanent in the language. Page 355. Historical grammar cannot but be comparative, an expression that, analyzed thoroughly, indicated the deep-seated awareness that the linguistic fact, like any other historical fact, cannot have strictly defined national boundaries, but that history is always world history, and that particular histories exist only within the frame of world history. Normative grammar has other ends. Even though the national language cannot be imagined outside the frame of other languages that exert an influence on it through innumerable channels which are often difficult to control. Who can control the linguistic innovations introduced by returning emigrants, travelers, readers of foreign newspapers and languages, translators, etc.? Written normative grammar, then, always presupposes a choice, a cultural tendency, and is thus always an act of national cultural politics. One might discuss the best way to present the choice and the tendency in order to get them accepted willingly. That is, one might discuss the most suitable means to obtain the goal, but there can be no doubt that there is a goal to be reached, that adequate and suitable means are needed, in other words, that we are dealing with a political act. Questions. What is the nature of this political act, and is it going to raise oppositions of principle, a de facto collaboration, opposition to the details, etc.? If one starts from the assumption of centralizing what already exists in a diffused, scattered but inorganic and incoherent state, it seems obvious that an opposition on principle is not rational. On the contrary, it is rational to collaborate practically and willingly, to welcome everything that may serve to create a common national language, the non-existence of which creates friction, particularly in the popular masses, among whom local particularisms and phenomena of a narrow and provincial mentality are more tenacious than is believed. In other words, it is a question of stepping up the struggle against illiteracy. There is already de facto opposition in the resistance of the masses to shedding their particularistic habits and ways of thinking, a stupid resistance caused by the fanatical advocates of international languages. It is clear that with this set of problems, the question of the national struggle of a hegemonic cultural against the nationalities or residues of nationalites cannot be discussed. Panzini does not even remotely consider these problems, and, as a result, his publications on grammar are ambiguous, contradictory, and wavering. Page 356. For example, he does not ask what is the center from linguistic innovations are presently diffused from below, yet this is a problem of no small practical importance. Florence, Rome, and Milan. On the other hand, he does not even ask if and where there is a spontaneous center of diffusion from above, i.e. in a relatively organic, continuous, and efficient form, and whether it can be regulated and intensified. SCW 180-182, parentheses Q29, section mark 2, end of parentheses. 6. Sources of diffusion of linguistic innovations in the tradition and of a national linguistic conformism in the broad national masses. 1. The education system. 2. Newspapers. 3. Artistic writers and popular writers. 4. The theater and sound filmed. 5. Radio. 6. Public meetings of all kinds, including religious ones. 7. The relations of conversation between the more educated and less educated strata of the population. A question which is perhaps not given all the attention it deserves is that of the words in verse learned by heart in the forms of song, snatches of opera, etc. It should be noted that the people do not bother really to memorize these words, which are often strange, antiquated, and baroque, but reduce them to kinds of nursery rhymes that are only helpful for remembering the tune. 8. The local dialects, understood in various senses, from the more localized dialects to those which embrace more or less broad regional complexes, thus Neapolitan for southern Italy, and dialects of Palermo and Catania for Sicily. Since the process of formation, spread, and development of a unified national language occurs through a whole complex of molecular processes, it helps to be aware of the entire process as a whole in order to be able to intervene actively in it with the best possible results. One need not consider this intervention as decisive and imagine that the ends proposed will all be reached in detail, i.e. that one will obtain a specific unified language. One will obtain a unified language if it is a necessity, and the organized intervention will speed up the already existing process. What this language will be, one cannot foresee or establish. In any case, if the intervention is rational, it will be organically tied to tradition, and this is of no small importance in the economy of culture. Page 357. Manzonians and classicists, they had a type of language which they wanted to make prevail. It is not correct to say that these discussions were useless and have not left traces in modern culture, even if the traces are modest. Over the last century, a unified culture has in fact been extended, and therefore also a common unified language. But the entire historical formation of the Italian nation moved at too slow a pace. Every time the question of the language surfaces, in one way or another, it means that a series of other problems are coming to the force. The formation and enlargement of the governing class, the need to establish more intimate and secure relationships between the governing groups and the national popular mass, in other words, to reorganize the cultural hegemony. Today we have witnessed various phenomena which indicate a rebirth of these questions. The publications of Panzini, Trebalza, Elodoli, Monelli, columns in the newspaper, intervention by union leaderships, etc. SCW 183-184, parentheses, Q29, section mark 3, end of parentheses. 7. Historical and normative grammars. Taking normative grammar to be a political act, and taking this starting point as the only one from which one can scientifically justify its existence and the enormous amount of patience needed to learn it, all the effort required to form hundreds of thousands of recruits of the most disparate origins and mental preparation into a homogeneous army capable of moving and acting in a disciplined and united manner, all the practical and theoretical lessons on the regulations, etc. One needs to posit its relationships to historical grammar. The failure to define this relationship explains many inconsistencies of normative grammars, including that of Trebalza Elodoli. We are dealing with two distinct and in part different things, like history and politics, but they cannot be considered independently any more than politics and history. Besides, since the study of languages as a cultural phenomenon grew out of political needs, more or less conscious and consciously expressed, the needs of normative grammar have exerted an influence on historical grammar and on its legislative conceptions, or at least this traditional element has reinforced. During the last century, the application of the positivist naturalist method to the study of the history of languages conceived as the science of language. Page 358. It appears from Trebalza's grammar and from Schifani's damning review of it, Nuova Antologia, 16 September 1934, that not even the so-called idealists have understood the innovation which the doctrines of Bartoli have brought to the science of language. Note 11. The idealist current has found its most complete expression in Bertoni. It involves a return to old rhetorical conceptions, to words which are beautiful and ugly in and by themselves, conceptions which have been glossed over with a new pseudo-scientific language. What these people are really looking for is an extrinsic justification of normative grammar, after having demonstrated in an equally extrinsic fashion its theoretical and also practical uselessness. Trebalza's essay on the history of grammar could be a useful source of the interferences between historical grammar, or better, the history of language, and normative grammar on the history of the problems, etc. SCW 184-185, parentheses, Q29, section mark 5, end of parentheses. 8. Grammar and technique. Does grammar involve the same question as technique in general? Is grammar only the technical aspect of language? At all events, are the idealists, especially the Gentilians, justified in their arguments about the uselessness of grammar and its exclusion from the schools? If one speaks, expresses oneself with words, in a manner which is historically determined by nations and linguistic areas, can one dispense with teaching this historically determined manner? Granted that traditional normative grammar was inadequate, is this a good reason for teaching no grammar at all? For not being in the least concerned with speeding up the process of learning the particular way of speaking of a certain linguistic area, and rather leaving the language to be learnt through living it, or some other expression of the sort used by Gentile or his followers? All in all, this is a liberalism of the most bizarre and eccentric stripe. Differences between Crochet and Gentile. As usual, Gentile bases himself on Crochet, exaggerating some of the latter's theoretical tenets to the point of absurdity. Page 359. Crochet maintains that grammar does not pertain to any of the theoretical activities of the spirit elaborated by him, but ends up justifying in the practical sphere many activities denied at the theoretical level. At first, Gentile also excludes from practice what he denies theoretically, only to find a theoretical justification for the most outdated and technically unjustified practical manifestations. Does a technique have to be learnt systematically? In practice, the technique of the village artisan has been set against that of Ford. Think of the variety of ways in which industrial technique is learned. Artisanally, during factory work itself, watching how others work, and hence wasting more time and energy and learning only partially. In professional schools, where the whole trade is systematically learned, even though some of the notions one learns will be applied very rarely in one's lifetime, if ever. By combining various methods with the Taylor-Ford system, which created a new kind of qualification and a skill limited to certain factories, or even to specific machines and stages of the production process. Normative grammar, which only by abstraction can be considered as divorced from the living language, tends to make one learn the entire organism of the language in question, and to create a spiritual attitude that enables one always to find one's way around the linguistic environment. See note on the study of Latin in the classical curriculum. Note 13. If grammar is excluded from education and is not written, it cannot thereby be excluded from real life, as I have already pointed out elsewhere. The only thing excluded is the unitarily organized intervention in the process of learning the language. In practice, the national popular mass is excluded from learning the educated language, since the highest level of the ruling class, which traditionally speaks standard Italian, passes it on from generation to generation through a slow process that begins with the first stutterings of the child under the guidance of its parents, and continues through conversation, this is how one says it must be said like this, etc., for the rest of one's life. In reality, one is always studying grammar, by imitating the model one admires, etc. In Gentile's attitude, there is much more politics than one thinks, and a great deal of unconscious reactionary thought, as has in any case already been noted at other times and on other occasions. There is all the reactionary thought of the old liberal view, the laissez-faire, laissez-passer, which is not justified, as it was in Rousseau, and Gentile is more like Rousseau than he thinks, by opposition to the paralysis of Jesuit education, note 14, but which has become an abstract, ahistorical ideology. SCW 185-187, parentheses Q29, section mark 6, end of parentheses.
Page 360.
Number 9. Observations on folklore. Bracketed ellipsis. One can say that until now, folklore has been studied primarily as a picturesque element. Actually, until now, only scholarly material has been collected. The science of folklore mostly consists of methodological studies on how to collect, select, and classify such material, i.e., of the investigation of the practical precautions and empirical principles necessary for profitability carrying out a particular aspect of scholarship. To say that this is not to disregard the importance and historical significance of some of the major scholars of folklore. Folklore should instead be studied as a conception of the world and life, implicit to a large extent in determinate in time and space strata of society, and in opposition, also for the most part implicit, mechanical, and objective, to official conceptions of the world, or in a broader sense, the conceptions of the cultural part of historically determinate societies that have succeeded one another in the historical process. Hence the strict relationship between folklore and common sense, which is philosophical folklore. This conception of the world is not elaborated and systematic because, by definition, the people, the sum total of the instrumental and subaltern classes of every form of society that has so far existed, cannot possess conceptions which are elaborated, systematic, and politically organized and centralized in their albeit contradictory development. It is, rather, many-sided, not only because it includes different and juxtaposed elements, but also because it is stratified, from one more crude to the less crude, if indeed one should not speak of a confused agglomerate of fragments of all the conceptions of the world and of life that have succeeded one another in history. In fact, it is only in folklore that one finds surviving evidence, adulterated and mutilated, of the majority of these conceptions. Page 361. Philosophy and modern science are also constantly contributing new elements to modern folklore, in that certain opinions and scientific notions, removed from their context and more or less distorted, constantly fall within the popular domain and are inserted into the mosaic of tradition. La Scoperta de l'America by C. Pasquarella shows how notions about Christopher Columbus and about a whole set of scientific opinions put about by school textbooks and the popular universities can be strangely assimilated. Note 15. Folklore can be understood only as a reflection of the condition of cultural life of the people, although certain conceptions specific to folklore remain even after these conditions have been, or seem to be, modified or have given way to bizarre combinations. Certainly there is a religion of the people, especially in Catholic and Orthodox countries, which is very different from that of the intellectuals, the religious ones, and particularly from that organically set up by the ecclesiastical hierarchy. One could claim, though, that all religions, even the most refined and sophisticated, are folklore in relation to modern thought. But there is the essential differences that religion, in the first place Catholicism, are elaborated and set up by the intellectuals as above, and the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Therefore, they present special problems. One should see if such an elaboration and set up may not be necessary to keep folklore scattered and many-sided. The conditions of the Church before and after the Reformation and the Council of Trent, and the different historico-cultural development of the Reformed and Orthodox countries after the Reformation and Trent are highly significant elements. Thus it is true that there is a morality of the people understood as a determinate, in space and time, set of principles and practical conduct, and of customs that derive from them or have produced them. Like superstition, this morality is closely tied to real religious beliefs. Imperatives exist that are much stronger, more tenacious, and more effective than those of official morality. In this sphere, too, one must distinguish various strata, the fossilized ones which reflect conditions of past life and are therefore conservative and reactionary, and those which consist of a series of innovations, often creative and progressive, determined spontaneously by forms and conditions of life which are in the process of developing, and which are in contradiction to, or simply different from the morality of the governing strata. Page 362. Bracketed ellipsis. It is clear that, in order to achieve the desired end, the spirit of folklore study should be changed, as well as deepened and extended. Folklore must not be considered an eccentricity, an oddity, or a picturesque element, but as something which is very serious and is to be taken seriously. Only in this way will the teaching of folklore be more efficient and really bring about the birth of a new culture among the broad popular masses, so that the separation between modern culture and popular culture of folklore will disappear. An activity of this kind, thoroughly carried out, would correspond to the intellectual plane to what the Reformation was in Protestant countries. STW 188-191, parentheses Q27, section mark 1, end of parentheses. End of section 11. Page 363. Section 12. Popular Culture. Introduction. Gramsci's interest in popular culture was bound up with his conception of revolutionary change as a process in which popular mentalities and behavior are transformed. See section 11. In Italy, there has been historically, with the partial exception of opera, no national popular culture. That is to say, no form of culture in which there was an organic relationship between Italian intellectuals and the broad national masses. This, Gramsci argues, is because of the age-old detachment of Italian intellectuals from the people, their tendency to make up a caste remote from popular life. The intellectuals' failure to forge a national popular alliance has contributed to the perpetuation of a gap in Italy between elite culture and popular culture, of which the most manifest signs were the lack of unified national language or of popular cultural traditions at a higher level than that of the local region or village. Gramsci's observations on the non-national character of Italian culture parallel those of the passive, non-Jacobin character of bourgeois revolution in Italy. The failure of the bourgeoisie to become an expansively hegemonic class, see section 8. In Italy, the lay, i.e. non-Catholic forces, ellipsis, have not known how to elaborate a modern humanism able to reach right to the simplest and most uneducated classes. Page 369. Instead, popular culture has become permeated with foreign products, such as French crime stories, and with the bombastic and insincere operatic style. The cultural situation in which Gramsci was writing was one of transition to modernity. and this needs to be taken into account when reading these notes. At the time of his imprisonment, a large market for books had not developed in Italy, mainly because of a still high illiteracy rate, though illustrated magazines and comics were taking off. Cinema and sound recording had been around since the turn of the century, but radio broadcasting was still in its infancy, and television would not be introduced until the 1950s. Gramsci was interested in this situation in drawing up a map of popular taste in order to establish the terrain upon which cultural transformation might take place. Page 364. His aim was not to produce a static, descriptive picture, but to explore the relations between dominant and subaltern cultural forms in dynamic terms, as they act upon each other historically. He has a form of seepage theory of popular culture. He sees popular culture and folklore as containing the sediments of residues of earlier dominant cultural forms which have remained from the past and have entered into combination with other forms. For example, he sees the popular literature of rural areas as containing residues of medieval and Renaissance romances of chivalry and of earlier superseded scientific conceptions. By a converse process, he sees popular culture forms as being raised into the dominant artistic literature. Dostoevsky, for instance, passes through popular serial fiction in order to draw materials for writing artistic fiction. See section 14 below, page 397. This latter process interests Gramsci in particular because of its bearing on how a dominated class can become hegemonic in its turn. In his notes on popular culture, Gramsci tends explicitly to privilege written over spoken or visual cultural forms like radio and film, even though the latter were becoming increasingly important in the 1930s. This may be attributable in part to a widespread tendency in Italy at that period to identify culture largely with the written word, but more particularly it seems to be bound up with Gramsci's own conception of hegemony and intellectual and moral reformation as a process of acquisition of a critical outlook, of logical capacities, of coherent and systematic thought, all of which he tends to identify with writing and the print media. 1. Concept of national popular. A note in Critica Fascista of August 1, 1930, complains that two major daily newspapers, one in Rome and the other in Naples, have begun serial publications of these novels, The Count of Monte Cristo and Joseph Balsamo by Alexandre Dumas, and A Mother's Calvary by Paul Fontenay. Critica writes, page 365, begin quote, "The 19th century in France was undoubtedly a golden period for the serial novel, but those newspapers which reprint novels of a century ago, as if taste, interest, and literary experience have not changed at all from then until now, must have a very poor idea of their readers. Furthermore, why not take account of the fact that, despite opinions to the contrary, a modern Italian novel exists, and to think that these people are ready to shed tears of ink over the sad fate of our national literature." End of quote. Critica is confusing different categories of problems, that of the non-circulation of so-called artistic literature among the people, and that of the non-existence in Italy of a popular literature, which means that the newspapers are forced to take in supplies abroad. Of course, in theory, nothing prevents the possible existence of an artistic popular literature. The most obvious example is the popular success, even today, of the great Russian novelists. But in fact, neither a popular artistic literature nor a local production of popular literature exists because writers and people do not have the same conception of the world. In other words, the feelings of the people are not lived by the writers as their own, nor do the writers have a national educative function. They have not and do not set themselves the problem of elaborating popular feelings after having relived them and made them their own. Nor does Critica set itself these problems, and it is unable to draw the realistic conclusions from the fact that if people like the novels of 100 years ago, it means that their tastes and ideology are precisely those of 100 years ago. Newspapers are politico-financial bodies, and they do not propose to put out belles lettres in their own columns if these belles lettres increase the return of unsold issues. The serial novel is a way of circulating newspapers among the popular classes. Remember the example of Il Lavoro of Genoa, under the editorship of Giovanni Ansaldo, which reprinted all the French serial literature, while at the same time trying to give the most refined cultural tone to other parts of the newspaper. and this means political and financial success. Hence, the newspaper look for that novel, that type of novel, which the people are certain to enjoy, and which will assure a permanent and continuous clientele. The man of the people buys only one newspaper, when he buys one. The choice is not even personal, but it is often that of the family as a group. The women have a large say in the choice and insist on the nice, interesting novel. Page 366. This does not mean that the men do not read the novel too, but it is the women who are particularly interested in it and in items of local news. This always meant that purely political papers or papers of pure opinion never had a large circulation, except in periods of intense political struggle. They were bought by young people, men and women, without too many family worries, who were keenly interested in the fortunes of their political opinions, and by a small number of families highly compact in their ideas. In general, those who read the newspapers do not share the opinion of the newspaper they buy, or are minimally influenced by it. From the point of view of journalistic technique, then, one should study the case of Il Secolo and Il Lavoro, which used to publish up to 3 serial novels in order to gain a large and steady circulation. One does not consider that for many readers the serial novel has the same importance as quality literature has for educated people. It used to be a kind of social obligation for the porters, the courtyard, and the people upstairs to know the novel that La Stampa was publishing. Every installment led to conversations, sparkling with the logical and psychological intuitions of the most distinguished presences. It can be claimed that the readers of serial novels enthuse about their authors with far more sincerity and a much livelier human interest than was shown in so-called culture drawing books from the novels of D'Annunzio, or is shown there now for works of Pirandello. But the most interesting problem is this. If the Italian newspapers of 1930 want to increase or maintain their circulation, why must they publish serial novels of 100 years ago, or modern ones of the same kind? Why is there no national literature on this type in Italy, even though it must be profitable? One should note that in many languages, national and popular are either synonymous or nearly so. They are in Russian or in German, where Volshik has an even more intimate meaning of race, and in the Slavonic languages in general. In France, the meaning of national already includes a more politically elaborated notion of popular because it is related to the concept of sovereignty. National sovereignty and popular sovereignty have or had the same value. Note 1. In Italy, the term national has an ideologically very restricted meaning. That does not in any case coincide with popular, because in Italy the intellectuals are distant from the people, i.e., the nation. Page 367. They are tied instead to a caste tradition that has never been broken by a strong popular or national political movements from below. This tradition is abstract and bookish, and the typical modern intellectual feels closer to Annibale Caro or Ippolito Pindamonte than to a Napoleon or Sicilian peasant. Note 2. The current term national is connected to Italy in this intellectual and bookish tradition. Hence the foolish and ultimately dangerous facility of calling anti-national whoever does not have this archaeological and moth-eaten conception of the country's interests. One should also see Umberto Frascia's article in the June 1930 issues of L'Italia Letteraria and Ugo Oggetti's letter to Umberto Frascia on criticism in August 1930 number of Pegaso. Frascia's complaints are very similar to those of Critica Fascista. The so-called artistic national literature is not popular in Italy. Whose fault is it? That of the public, which does not read, that of the critics who are not able to present and extol literary values to the public, that of the newspapers which publish the old Count of Monte Cristo instead of serializing the modern Italian novel. But why does the public not read in Italy, when in other countries it does? Besides, is it true that in Italy nobody reads? Would it not be more accurate to state the problem in this way? Why does the Italian public read foreign literature, popular and non-popular, instead of reading its own? Has not Frascia himself published ultimatums to the editors who publish, and thus must sell, relatively speaking, foreign works, threatening them with governmental measures? And has the government not tried to intervene, at least partly, in the person of Michel Bianchi, Under-Secretary of Internal Affairs? What is the meaning of the fact that the Italian people prefer to read foreign writers? It means that they undergo the moral and intellectual hegemony of foreign intellectuals, that they feel more closely related to foreign intellectuals than to domestic ones, that there is no national intellectual and moral bloc, either hierarchical or still less egalitarian. The intellectuals do not come from the people, even if by accident some of them have origins among the people. They do not feel tied to them, rhetoric apart. They do not know and sense their needs, aspirations, and feelings. In relation to the people, they are something detached, without foundation, a caste and not an articulation with organic functions of the people themselves. Page 368. The question must be extended to the entire national popular culture, and not restricted just to narrative fiction. The same things must be said about the theater, about scientific literature in general, the sciences of nature, history, etc. Why do no writers like Flammarion emerge in Italy? Note 3. Why has no popularized scientific literature arisen as in France and other countries? These foreign books are read and sought after in translation and are often very successful. All this means that the entire educated class, with its intellectual activity, is detached from the people nation, not because the latter has not shown and does not show itself to be interested in this activity at all levels, from the lowest, dreadful serial novels, to the highest, indeed it seeks out foreign books for this purpose, but because in relation to the people nation, the indigenous intellectual element is more foreign than the foreigners. The question has not just arisen now. It has been posed since the foundation of the Italian state, and its previous existence is a document for explaining the delay in forming the peninsula into a national political unit. See Ruggero Sbongi's book on the unpopularity of Italian literature. The question of the language posed by Manzoni also reflects this problem, that of the moral and intellectual unity of the nation and the state sought in the unity of the language. Note 4. The unity of the language, though, is one of the external means, and not an exclusively necessary one of national unity. Anyway, it is in effect and not a cause. See F. Martini's writings on the theater. There is an entire literature on the theater which is still developing. The national popular literature, narrative and other kinds, has always been lacking in Italy and still is. In poetry there has been no figures like Béranger or the French chansonnier in general. Still, there have been individual popular writers who have been successful. Gramsci, for instance, was successful, and his books are still published and circulated. People once read Carolina in Vernizio, and perhaps still do, even though she is inferior to the Ponsons and the Montepins. People also read Francesco Mastriani. G. Papini wrote an article on Invernizio in Il Resto del Carlino during the war in 1916, or so. Check if the article is included in the collection. He has something interesting to say on this old trooper of popular literature, observing precisely that she got herself read by ordinary people. Bracketed ellipsis. Page 369. In the absence of their own modern literature, certain strata of the menu pupil have satisfied their intellectual and artistic needs, which do exist, albeit in a plain and elementary form, in a variety of ways. The circulation of medieval romances of chivalry, the Reali di Francio, Guernia Detto il Macino, etc., especially in southern Italy and the mountains. The Magi in Tuscany. The subjects represented by the Magi are taken from books, tales, and especially popular legends like Pia di Tolomei. There are various publications on the Magi and their repertoire. Note 5. The lay forces have failed in their historical task as educators and elaborators of the intellect and the moral awareness of the people nation. They have been incapable of satisfying the intellectual needs of the people precisely because they have failed to represent a lay culture, because they have not known how to elaborate a modern humanism able to reach right into the simplest and most uneducated classes, as was necessary from the national point of view, and because they have been tied to an antiquated world, narrow, abstract, too individualistic, or caste-like. French popular culture, on the other hand, which is the most widespread in Italy, does represent this modern humanism. This is its own way modern secularism, to a greater or lesser degree, and is a more attractive, and in a more or less attractive way. Gramsci, Mastriani, and our few other popular writers were also representations of it. Yet if the lay forces have failed, the Catholics have not had any more success. One should not be deceived by the moderately high circulation of certain Catholic books. This is due to the vast powerful organization of the Church, not to an inner force of expansion. The books are given away at the innumerable ceremonies and are read for chastisement, or command, or out of desperation. It is a striking fact that in the field of adventure literature the Catholics have only managed to produce mediocrities, and yet they possess an excellent source in the travels of the missionaries and their eventful and often risky lives. Yet even when the geographical adventure novel was in its heyday, the Catholic version of this literature was mediocre and in no way comparable to its French, English, or German secular counterparts. The most remarkable book is the story of Cardinal Message's life in Abyssinia. This apart, there has been an invasion of books by Ugo Mioni, formerly a Jesuit priest, which are utterly substandard. In scientific popular culture, too, the Catholics offer very little, despite their great astronomers, like Father Secchi, a Jesuit, and the fact that astronomy is the science which interests the people most. Page 370. This Catholic literature oozes with Jesuit apologetics, like a goat with musk, and is nauseating in its mean narrow-mindedness. The inadequacy of Catholic intellectuals and the limited success of their literature are one of the most eloquent indications of the profound split that exists between religion and the people. The people are reduced to an extreme state of indifference and lack of a lively spiritual life. Religion has remained at the level of superstition, but it has not been replaced by a new humanistic and secular morality, because of the impotence of the lay intellectuals. Religion has neither been replaced nor internally transformed and nationalized as it has in other countries, like Jesuitism itself in America. Popular Italy is still in the conditions created immediately after the Counter-Reformation. At best, religion has been combined with pagan folklore and has remained at the stage. SCW 206-212, parentheses Q2, section mark 5, end of parentheses. 2. Various types of popular novel. A certain variety of types of popular novel exists, and it should be noted that, although all of them simultaneously enjoy some degree of success and popularity, one of them nevertheless predominates by far. From this predominance one can identify a change in fundamental tastes, just as from the simultaneous success of the various types one can prove that there exist among the people various cultural levels, different masses of feelings prevalent in one or the other level, various popular hero models. It is thus important for the present essay to draw up a catalogue of these types and to establish historically their greater or lesser degree of success. 1. The Victor Hugo, Eugène Sue, Les Miserables, The Mysteries of Paris, type, overtly ideologico-political in character and with democratic tendencies linked to the ideologies of 1848. 2. The sentimental type, not strictly political, but which expresses what could be defined as a sentimental democracy, Richebourg, de Courcelles, etc. 3. The type presented as pure intrigue, but which has a conservative reactionary ideological content, Montepin. 4. The historical novel of A. Dumas and Ponson du Terrail, which, besides its historical aspect, has a politico-ideological character, but less marked. Page 371. Ponson du Terrail is, however, a conservative reactionary, and his exaltation of the aristocrats and their faithful servants is quite different from the historical representations of Alexandre Dumas, even though Dumas has no overt democratic political tendency, but is pervaded by passive and generic democratic feelings and often comes close to the sentimental type. 5. The detective novel in its double aspect, Lecoq, Rocambole, Sherlock Holmes, Arsène Lupin. 6. The Gothic novel, Ghosts, Mysterious Castles, etc., Anne Radcliffe, etc. 7. The geographical scientific adventure novel, which can be tendentious or consists simply of intrigue, Jules Verne, Boussinard. Each of these types has also different national characteristics. In America, the adventure novel is the epic of the pioneers. One can observe how in the overall production of each country there is an implicit nationalism, not rhetorically expressed, but skillfully insinuated into the story. In Verne and the French there is a very deep anti-English feeling. related to the loss of the colonies and the humiliating naval defeats. In the geographical adventure novel, the French do not clash with the Germans, but with the English. But there is also an anti-English feeling in the same historical novel, and even in the sentimental novel, example George Sand, reaction due to the Hundred-Year Wars and the killing of Joan of Arc and to the defeat of Napoleon. In Italy, none of these types has had many writers of stature, not literary stature, but commercial value, in the sense of inventiveness and ingeniously constructed plots which, although complicated, are worked out with a certain rationality. Not even the detective novel, which has been so successful internationally, and for authors and publishers financially, has found writers in Italy. Yet many novels, especially historical ones, have chosen for their subject Italy and the historical events of its cities, regions, institutions, and men. Thus, Venetian history, with its political, judicial, and police organizations, has provided and continues to provide subject matter for popular novelists of every country, except Italy. Popular literature on the life of brigands has had a certain success in Italy, but its quality is extremely poor. The latest type of popular book is the novelized biography, which at any rate represents an unconscious attempt to satisfy the cultural needs of some of the popular strata who are more smart culturally and are not satisfied with a Dumas type of story. Page 372. This literature, too, has few representatives in Italy. Mazzucchelli, Cesare Giordani, etc. Not only do Italian writers not compare with the French, the Germans, and the English in terms of numbers significantly, they choose their subjects outside Italy. Mazzucchelli and Giordani in France, Eucardio Mamigliani in England. In order to adapt to the Italian popular taste formed on historical novels, especially French ones. The Italian man of letters could not write a novelized biography of Masaniello, Michel de Lando, or Cola di Rienzo without feeling obliged to cram it with tiresome rhetorical padding, for fear people might think, might wonder, etc. It is true that the success of novelized biographies has induced many publishers to start running series of biographies, but these books are to the novelized biography what the Nuns of Monza is to the Count of Monte Cristo. Note 6. They consist of the familiar, often philologically correct, biographical scheme, which can at most find a few thousand readers, but cannot become popular. One should note that some of the types of popular novel listed above have parallels in the theater and now in cinema. In the theater, the considerable success of Dario Nicodemi is doubtless due to the ability to dramatize ideas and motifs eminently related to popular ideology. This is true of Scampolo, Maigret, and La Volata, etc. There is also something familiar in G. Forzano's work, but on the model of Ponson de Terral, with conservative tendencies. The theatrical work of an Italian character that has had the greatest popular success in Italy is Giacometti's La Mort Civile, but it has not had imitators of any merit, still speaking in a non-literary sense. In this section on the theater, we might note how a whole series of playwrights of great literary value can be enormously liked by the people as well. The people in the cities greatly enjoy Ibsen's A Doll's House because the feelings depicted and the author's moral tendency find a profound resonance in the popular psyche. And what should the so-called theater of ideas be, if not this, the representation of passions related to social behavior with dramatic solutions that can depict a progressive catharsis, Note 7, which can depict the drama of the most intellectually and morally advanced part of a society, that which expresses the historical growth imminent in present social and behavior itself. This drama and these passions, though, must be represented and not expounded like a thesis or a propaganda speech. Page 373. In other words, the author must live in the real world with all its contradictory needs and not express feelings absorbed merely from books. SCW 185 to 187, Q21, section mark 6, end of parentheses.
3. The operatic conception of life. It is not true that a bookish and non-innate sense of life is only to be found in certain inferior strata of the intelligentsia. Among the popular classes, too, there is a bookish degeneration of life which comes not only from books, but also from other instruments of diffusion of culture and ideas. Verdi's music, or rather the libretti and plots of the plays set to music by Verdi, are responsible for a whole range of artificial poses in the life of people, for ways of thinking, for a style. Artificial is perhaps not the right word, because among the popular classes this artificiality assumes naive and moving forms. To many common people, the Baroque and the operatic appear as an extraordinarily fascinating way of feeling and acting, a means of escaping what they consider low, mean, and contemptible in their lives and education in order to enter a more select sphere of great feelings and noble passions. Serial novels and below-stairs reading, all that literature which is mawkish, mellifluous, and whimpery, provide the heroes and heroines. But opera is the most pestiferous, because words set to music are more easily recalled, and they become matrices in which thought takes shape out of flux. Look at the writing style of many common people. It is modeled on a repertory of clichés. However, sarcasm is too corrosive. Remember that we are not dealing with superficial snobs, but with something deeply felt and experienced. SCW 377 to 378, Q8, Section 46. 4. Popular literature, operatic taste. How can one combat in Italy the operatic taste of the man of the people when he comes into contact with literature, especially poetry? Page 374. He thinks that poetry is characterized by certain external traits, largely rhyme and the hammering of metrical accents, but above all bombastic solemnity, oratory, and operatic sentimentalism, a theatrical rendering coupled with a Baroque vocabulary. One of the causes of this taste is to be sought in the fact that it has been formed not through private and individual meditations on poetry and art, but through the collective expressions of oratory and theatre. Oratory does not just refer to the notorious popular assemblies of the past, but to a whole series of urban and rural instances. In the country, for example, funeral oratory and that of the local magistrate's court and law courts is closely followed. All of these manifestations have a popular audience of fans, and for the law courts, an audience made up those waiting their turns, witnesses, etc. In certain district magistrates' courts, the hall is always full of these people, who memorize the turns of phrase and the solemn words, feed on them, and remember them. It is the same for the funerals of important people, which always draw large crowds, often just to hear the speeches. Lectures in the cities have the same function, and likewise the law courts. Popular theaters, with what are called arena performances, and today perhaps sound films, but also the subtitles of old silent films, all done in an operatic style, are of the utmost importance for the creation of this taste and its corresponding language. This taste can be combated in two principal ways, by ruthlessly criticizing it, and by circulating books of poetry, written or translated in non-elevated language, where the feelings expressed are not rhetorical or operatic. See the anthology compiled by Schiavi, Gori's Poems, perhaps translations of Marcel Martinet and other writers who are more numerous now than before, sober translations like Togalati's versions of Whitman and Martinet. Note 8. SCW 379 to 380, Q14, Section 19. 5. Oratory, Conversation, Culture. In his essay on the Athenian orators, check the source, Macaulay attributes the facility with which even the most educated Greeks let themselves be dazzled by almost puerile sophisms to the predominance of live and spoken discourse in Greek life and education. Note 9. Page 375. The habit of conversation and oratory generates a certain ability to find very quickly arguments that are apparently brilliant and that momentarily silence one's adversary and leave the listener dazed. This observation can also be applied to certain phenomena of modern life and to the ephemeral cultural preparation of some social groups like the urban workers. This partly explains why the peasants are distrustful of intellectuals speaking at political meetings. The peasants spend a long time chewing over the statements they have heard, and whose sparkle has temporarily struck them. But after the emotion stirred up by the words has cooled, and their good sense has regained the upper hand, they see the deficiencies and the superficiality and become distrustful as a matter of course. There is another important observation by Macaulay that is worth recalling. He reports a remark by Eugene of Savoy, who said that those who ended up being the greatest generals were those who were suddenly put in charge of the army and thus had to concern themselves with large-scale operations and maneuvers. In other words, he who by profession has become a slave of trivial details is the victim of bureaucracy. He sees the tree, but loses sight of the wood. He sees the regulation and not the strategic plan. Yet the great captains could take care of both, the soldiers' rations as well as large-scale maneuvers, etc. One might add that the newspaper comes very close to oratory and conversation. Newspaper articles are usually written in a hurried, improvised, and are almost always like speeches made at public meetings because of the rapidity with which they are conceived and constructed. Few newspapers have specialist editors. When they do, their work is largely improvised. Specialization helps one to improvise better and more rapidly. Especially in the Italian newspapers, there are no pondered and detailed periodical reviews for such sectors as the theater and the economy. The contributors only partially make up for this, and lacking a unified approach, do not leave much of a mark. The solidity of a culture can thus be measured in three principal degrees. A. The culture of those who only read the newspapers. B. Of those who also read magazines, not the variety ones. C. Of those who read books, not to mention all those people, the majority, who do not even read the newspapers, and who form their handful of opinions by attending occasional public meetings, such as those held in election periods, where they hear speakers of widely differing levels. Page 376. Observations made in prison in Milan, where Il Sole was available. Most of the prisoners, including politicals, read La Gazzetta dello Sport. Among about 2,500 prisoners, 80 copies at the most of Il Sole were sold. After the Gazzetta dello Sport, the most read publications were the Domenica del Corriere and Il Corriere dei Piccoli. It is evident that for a very long time the process of intellectual civilizing has especially taken an oratorical and rhetorical form. In other words, one with no or too few written aids. The recollection of notions expounded by word of mouth was the basis of any education, and still is in some countries, for example Abyssinia. A new tradition began in the humanist period, when the written exercise was introduced into schools and teaching. But already in the Middle Ages, with scholasticism, there was an implicit criticism of the tradition of teaching based on oratory, and an effort to supply the memory with a firmer and more permanent skeleton. It can be seen on reflection that the importance given by the schools to the study of formal logic is in fact a reaction against the old loose style of exposition in teaching. Errors of formal logic are especially common in spoken arguments. The art of printing then revolutionized the entire cultural world, giving to memory an aid of inestimable value and allowing an unprecedented extension of educational activity. Another kind of extension is thus implicit in this research, that of the qualitative as well as quantitative modifications, mass extension, brought about in ways of thinking by the technical and mechanical development of cultural organization. Even today, spoken communication is a means of ideological diffusion which has a rapidity, a field of action, and an emotional simultaneity far greater than written communication. Theater, cinema, and radio, with its loudspeakers in public squares, beat all forms of written communication, including books, magazines, newspapers, and newspapers posted on walls. But superficially, not in depth. The academies and universities, as organizations of culture and means for its diffusion. In the universities, oral lectures, seminars, and workshops, the role of the great professor and the assistant. The role of the professional assistant and that of the elders of Santa Zita in the school of Basilio Puoti, mentioned by De Sanctis, note 10, namely the formation in the class itself of voluntary assistants, spontaneously selected from among the students themselves, who help the teacher and give follow-up lectures, teaching others by practical example how to study. Page 377. Some of the preceding observations have been suggested by reading the Popular Manual of Sociology, which is imbued with all the deficiencies of conversation, the superficial argumentation of oratory, and the weak structure of formal logic. It would be interesting to use this book as an example of all the logical errors indicated by the schoolmen, recalling the very true observation that even ways of thinking are acquired and not innate, and that once acquired, their correct use corresponds to a professional qualification. Not to possess them, not to be aware of not possessing them, not to raise the problem of acquiring them through apprenticeship, is like claiming to be able to build an automobile while knowing that one must rely on the workshop and the tools of a village blacksmith. The study of the old formal logic has now fallen into disrepute, and to an extent with good reason. But the problem of putting people through an apprenticeship in formal logic to act as a check upon the loose expository manner of oratory reappears as soon as one raises the fundamental problem of creating a new culture on a new social base, which does not have traditions in the way the old class of intellectuals does. A traditional intellectual block, with its complex and capillary articulations, is able to assimilate the apprenticeship in logic element into the organic development of each of its individual components without even needing a distinct and specialized apprenticeship, just as the children of educated parents learn to speak grammatically. In other words, they learn the language of educated people without ever having to go through specific and tiring grammatical exercises, unlike the children of parents who speak a dialect or Italian mixed with a dialect. But not even this occurs without difficulty, friction, and loss of energy. The development of technical professional schools in all the post-elementary grades has posed this problem anew in other forms. According to Professor G. Piano, even in the Polytechnic and the higher institutes of mathematics, the students from grammar schools are better trained than those from the technical institutes. This better training is due to the overall humanist instruction, history, literature, philosophy, as is more amply demonstrated in other notes, those dealing with the intellectuals and the problem of education. Page 378. Why cannot mathematics, the study of mathematics, give the same results, if it is so close to formal logic that it can be confused with it? As occurs in matters of teaching, if there is a similarity, there is also an enormous difference. Mathematics is essentially based on the numerical series, on an infinite series of equivalences, 1 equals 1, that can be combined in infinite ways. Formal logic tends to do the same, but only up to a point. Its abstractness is maintained only at the beginning of the learning process, in the immediate and basic formulation of its principles, but it becomes concretely operative in the very discourse in which the abstract formulation is made. The language exercises that one does in the grammar school make it apparent after a time that in Latin-Italian and Greek-Italian translations there is never identity between the terms of the languages placed side by side, or at least that what identity where seemed to be at the beginning of the exercise. Italian rosa equals Latin rosa becomes increasingly complicated as the apprenticeship progresses, moves increasingly away from the mathematical scheme, and arrives at a historical judgment, or a judgment of taste, in which nuances, unique and individualized expressiveness, prevail. And this occurs not only when one compares two languages, but also when one studies the history of a single language, where it emerges how a single sound word varies semantically through time, and how its function in a clause, morphological, syntactic, and semantic, as well as phonetic changes, varies too. Note: an experiment made to demonstrate the evanescent impact of the oratorical method of instruction. 12 well-educated persons repeat one to another a complex fact, and then each person writes down what he has heard. Often the 12 versions are amazingly different from the original account, which is written down as a control. Repeated, this experiment can be used to show that the memory which is not trained with appropriate methods should not be trusted. SCW 380-385, Q16, Section 21. End of Section 12. Page 379. Section 13. Journalism. Introduction. The notes on journalism included here are mainly of a prescriptive and ideal kind. They deal, that is, with the kind of press Gramsci would like to see the Communist Party organize if it were not prevented from doing so by the conditions of fascist repression and censorship at the time he was writing. His discussion is consequently drawn largely from his experience of pre-fascist journalism, and is projected onto the future as a model of an ideal party press, subdivided into publications of various types and levels suitable for different functions and different readerships. This forward projection gives the notes a rather generic and abstract character, yet it is this very character which is one of the reasons for their rich suggestiveness. For in fact the notes dealing with the party press provide, beyond their immediate reference to problems of journalism, valuable indications of the way Gramsci conceived of the relations between party, class, and class allies. This is because the relations between a party press and its readers are at the same time the relations between the party center and its rank and file and allied groups. The press is a crucial means by which information is relayed to supporters and new members are won over. It is clear from these notes that Gramsci conceives of these relations in a dynamic, expansive way. He defines what he calls integral journalism as one which is able to create and develop its readers' needs and progressively enlarge its readership. Page 383. This expansive process will be paralyzed if the press party become bureaucratized. It is essential, rather, that the press should stimulate the needs of its readers and develop their potential. In this way, the association, the party, does not set itself up as something fixed and definitive, but is tending to widen itself out towards a whole social grouping, which in turn is conceived as tending to unify the whole of humanity. Page 382. Similarly, Gramsci's discussion of types of periodical that can be imitated or adapted by the left is of great interest for what it indicates about his conception of social transformation in a situation where there are many different cultural strata. Page 380. He touches here on the vanguardist risks implicit in the conception according to which a mass movement can be created in a uniform way from a single political center, what he calls organic diffusion from a homogeneous center of a homogeneous way of thinking and acting. Different people, he insists, are at different cultural and educational levels. If one wants to reach them all, one needs to make adjustments to these levels. He uses here the analogy of a single ray of light being refracted through a series of prisms. Page 389. Gramsci's model of cultural influence here is still, in some respects, a totalizing one. As such, it reflects an all-embracing conception of the party, hegemony and intellectual and moral reformation, which is present in many other parts of his work. Nevertheless, it is also clearly in intention an anti-bureaucratic, democratic conception, because it bases cultural change in people's actual cultural experiences, capabilities, and common sense, rather than seeing it as being imposed on them from without. 1. Ideological material. A study of how the ideological structure of a dominant class is actually organized, namely, the material organization aimed at maintaining, defending, and developing the theoretical or ideological front. Its most prominent and dynamic part is the press in general, publishing houses which have an implicit and explicit program and are attached to a particular tendency. Political newspapers, periodicals of every kind, specific, literary, philological, popular, etc., various periodicals down to parish bulletins. If this kind of study were conducted on a national scale, it would be gigantic. One could therefore do a series of studies for one city or for a number of cities. A news editor of a daily newspaper should have this study as a general outline for his work. Indeed, he should make his own version of it. Think of all the wonderful leading articles one could write on the subject. The press is the most dynamic part of this ideological structure, but not the only one. Page 381. Everything which influences, or is able to influence public opinion, directly or indirectly, belongs to it. Libraries, schools, associations, and clubs of various kinds, even architecture and the layout and names of streets. It would be impossible to explain the position retained by the Church in modern society if one were unaware of the constant and patient efforts it makes to develop continuously its particular section of this material structure of ideology. Such a study, done seriously, would be very important. Perhaps providing a living historical model of such a structure, it would accustom one to a more cautious and exact estimate of the forces acting in society. What resources can an innovative class set against this formidable complex of trenches and fortifications of the dominant class? The spirit of scission, Note 1, in other words, the progressive acquisition of the consciousness of its own historical personality, a spirit of scission that must aim to spread itself from the protagonist class to the classes that are its potential allies. All this requires a complex ideological labor, the first condition of which is an exact knowledge of the field that must be cleared of its element of human mass. SCW 389-340, Q3, Section 49. 2. Dilettantism and discipline. Necessity of severe and rigorous internal criticism, with no lapses into conventionalism or half-measures. There exists a tendency in historical materialism which stimulates and supports all the worst traditions of middle-level Italian culture, and seems to correspond to certain traits of the Italian character: improvisation, flair, fatalistic laziness, mindless dilettantism, lack of intellectual discipline, moral and intellectual irresponsibility and disloyalty. Historical materialism destroys a whole set of prejudices and conventionalities, false senses of duty, hypocritical obligations, but it does not for this reason justify falling into skepticism and snobbish cynicism. Machiavellism had a similar result. Because of an appropriate extension or confusion between political morality and private morality, between politics and ethics, though this confusion certainly did not exist in Machiavelli himself, far from it, since his greatness precisely consists in having distinguished politics from ethics. Page 382. No permanent association can exist and retain a capacity for development if it is not sustained by certain ethical principles, which the association itself establishes for its single components in the interests of internal compactness and the homogeneity needed to achieve its ends. This does not mean that these principles are devoid of a universal character. Such would be the case if the association had itself as its end, if it were a sect or a criminal conspiracy. In this case, only does it seem to me possible to say that politics and ethics are indistinguishable precisely because the particular is raised to a universal. But a normal association thinks of itself as an aristocracy, an elite, a vanguard, and thus linked by a million threads to a given social grouping, through that to the whole of humanity. Therefore, the association does not set itself up as something fixed and definitive, but is tending to widen itself out towards a whole social grouping, which in its turn is conceived as tending to unify the whole of humanity. All these relationships give a tendentially universal character to the group ethic, which has to be conceived as capable of becoming a norm of conduct for humanity as a whole. Politics is conceived as a process out of which a morality will emerge. That is to say, it is conceived as leading towards a form of social coexistence in which politics and morality, along with it, will alike be superseded. Only from this historicist point of view can one explain the widely felt anguish about the contrast between private morality and public political morality. This anguish is an unconscious and sentimentally uncritical reflection of the contradictions of contemporary society and of the absence of equality of moral subjects. But one cannot talk of elite, aristocracy, vanguard, as if it were an indistinct and chaotic collectivity into which, by intercession of a mysterious Holy Spirit or some other mysterious and metaphysical unknown deity, is poured the grace of intelligence, ability, education, technical preparation, etc. And yet such a way of thinking is widespread. We find reflected here, on a small scale, what happened on a national scale, when the state was conceived as something abstracted from the collectivity of citizens, as an eternal Father who thought of everything, arranged everything, etc., hence the absence of a real democracy, of a real national collective will, and hence, as a result of this passivity of individuals, the necessity of a more or less disguised despotism of the bureaucracy. The collectivity must be understood as the product of a development of will and of collective thought attained through concrete individual effort, and not through a process of destiny extraneous to individual people. Page 383. Hence the need for an inner discipline, and not just an external and mechanical one. If there have to be polemics and splits, there is no need to be afraid of confronting them and getting beyond them. They are inevitable in these processes of development, and to avoid them only means putting them off until they indeed become dangerous and even catastrophic, etc. SCW 399-401, Q6, Section 79. 3. Integral journalism. The type of journalism considered in these notes is one that could be called integral. The meaning of this term will become increasingly clear in the course of the notes themselves. In other words, one that seeks not only to satisfy all the needs of a given category of its public, but also to create and develop these needs, to arouse its public and progressively enlarge it. If one examines all the existing forms of journalism and the activities of newspaper writing and publishing in general, one sees that each of them presupposes other forces to be integrated or to be coordinated with mechanically. For a critical and comprehensive treatment of the subject, it seems more opportune, for methodological and didactic purposes, to presuppose another situation. That there exists, as the starting point, a more or less homogeneous cultural grouping, in the broad sense, of a given type, of a given level, and especially with a given general orientation, and that one wants to use such a grouping to construct a self-sufficient, complete cultural edifice by beginning directly from, language, from the means of expression and reciprocal contact. The whole edifice should be constructed according to rational, functional principles, in that one has definite premises and wants to arrive at definite results. Of course, the premises will necessarily change during the elaboration of the plan, because, while it is true that a given end presupposes given premises, it is also true that during the actual elaboration of the given activity, the premises are necessarily changed and transformed. One's knowledge of the end, as it widens and becomes more concrete, reacts back upon the premises, shaping them increasingly. The objective existence of the premises allows one to think of given ends, i.e., the given premises are such only in relation to certain ends that can be conceived concretely. Page 384. But if the ends begin progressively to materialize, the initial premises necessarily change, which in the meantime are no longer, initial, and therefore the conceivable ends change too. The connection is rarely considered, even though it is immediately obvious. We see it manifested in businesses with planned management, which do not function as pure machines, but depend on a mode of thinking in which freedom and the spirit of enterprise, doing deals, play a far greater part than the official mouthpieces of abstract, or maybe too concrete, freedom and enterprise, stuck as they are in their present roles, would care to admit. This connection is therefore a real one. Yet it is also true that the initial premises continually reappear, though under other conditions. Just because a new intake into a school learns its ABC, it doesn't mean that illiteracy disappears once and for all. Every year there will be a new intake, which will have to be taught the ABC. Nevertheless, it is clear that the rarer illiteracy becomes among adults, the less difficult it will be to get 100% attendance in the elementary schools. There will always be illiterates, but they will tend to disappear above the normal age of 5 or 6. SCW 408-409, Q24, Section 1. 4. Types of periodical. 3 fundamental types of review can be roughly distinguished, characterized by the way in which they are compiled, the type of reader they aim at, and the educative goals they want to achieve. The first type can be established by combining the editorial elements found in a specialized way in B. Croce's La Critica, F. Coppola's Politica, and C. Barbagallo's Nuovo Rivista Storica. The second type, critical, historical, bibliographical, by combining the elements that characterize the best issues of El Russo's Leonardo, Rerum Scriptur's Leonita, and Prisolina's La Voce. Note 3. The third type, by combining some elements of the second type with the English type of weekly, like the Manchester Guardian Weekly or the Times Weekly. Note 4. Each of these types should be characterized by a highly unitary and non-anthological intellectual line. It should, in other words, have a homogeneous and disciplined editorial staff. Page 385. Hence, only a few principal contributors should write the essential body of each number. The editorial line should be highly organized, so as to make an intellectually homogeneous product, while respecting the necessary variety of styles and literary personalities. The editorial staff should have a written statute which, for what it is worth, can prevent incursions, conflicts, and contradictions. For example, the content of each number should be approved by the majority of the staff before publication. A unitary cultural organism, which offered the 3 above-mentioned types of review to the various strata of the public, and a common spirit should in any case be present in all 3 types, backed up by a corresponding book publication, would satisfy the needs of a certain mass of readers, a mass which is intellectually most active, but only in the potential state, and which it matters most to develop, to make it think concretely, to transform it and homogenize it through a process of organic development that can lead it from simple common sense to coherent and systematic thought. The cultural, historical, bibliographical type, analytical study of the material carried out from the viewpoint of the reader of reviews who generally cannot read the works themselves. A scholar who examines a definite historical phenomenon in order to build up a general overview must carry out a whole series of preliminary investigations and intellectual operations, of which only a small part end up being used. Such a labor would, however, be used for this average type of review, put in the hands of a reader who, in order to develop intellectually, needs to have access both to the overview and to the whole work of analysis which led to that particular result. The ordinary reader does not and cannot have a scientific habit of mind, which is acquired only through specialized work. It is therefore necessary to help him obtain at least a sense of it through an appropriate critical activity. It is not enough to give him concepts already elaborated and fixed in their definitive form. Their concreteness, which lies in the process that has led to that form, escapes him. One should therefore offer him the whole process of reasoning and the intermediate connections in a well-defined way, and not just by referring to them. For example, a complex historical movement can be broken down in time and space, and also into various levels. Page 386. Thus, although Catholic action has always had a single and centralized leadership, it displays greater differences and also contrasts in regional attitude in different periods and according to the specific problem encountered, e.g. the agrarian problem, trade union line, etc. In reviews of this type, certain actions are indispensable or useful. 1. A political, scientific, philosophical, encyclopedic dictionary, in this sense. In each number, one should publish 1 or more short encyclopedic monographs on the political, philosophical, and scientific concepts that come up time and again in the newspapers and the reviews, and which the average reader has difficulty in understanding or actually misinterprets. In reality, every cultural event creates a language of its own, i.e., it participates in the general development of a determinate national language, introducing new terms, giving a new content to terms already in use, creating metaphors, using historical names to facilitate the understanding and judgment of specific contemporary situations, etc., etc. These monographs should be practical, related to needs that are really felt, and should be written with the average reader in mind. If possible, the compilers should be aware of the more frequent errors and should trace them back to their sources, which are the publications of scientific trash, like the Biblioteca Popolare Sonzogno, or the encyclopedic dictionaries, Melzi, Premoli, Bonacci, etc., or the most widely circulated popular encyclopedias, Sonzogno, etc. The monographs should not be presented in organic form, e.g. in alphabetical order or grouped according to subject matter, nor should they be allotted a pre-established space, as if a comprehensive work were already in view. But they should be immediately related to the subjects discussed in the review itself or in its more advanced or more elementary sister publications. The length of the treatment should be determined in each case not by the intrinsic importance of the subject, but by its immediate journalistic interest. All this is stated as a general rule, and with the usual grain of salt. In short, the encyclopedic section must not be presented as a book published in installments, but in each case as a treatment of subjects that are interesting in themselves, from which a book might derive, but not necessarily.
Page 387.
2. Linked to the preceding section is the one dealing with biographies, to be understood in two senses, both in that a person's whole life can be of interest to the general culture of a given social stratum, and in that a historical name can become part of an encyclopedic dictionary because of its association with a particular concept or event. Thus, for example, one might need to mention Lord Carson in order to allude to the fact that the crisis of the parliamentary regime already existed before the World War, and precisely in England, in the country where this regime appeared the most efficient and substantial. This does not mean that a full biography of Lord Carson has to be provided. A person of average culture is interested in only two biographical facts. A. In 1914, on the eve of the war, Lord Carson was in Ulster, where he enlisted a very large armed corps in order to oppose, through an insurrection, the application of the Irish Home Rule Act, approved by Parliament, which, according to the English saying, can do everything except make a man into a woman. B. Lord Carson not only was not punished for high treason, but he became a minister a little later, on the outbreak of the war. It might be useful to present complete biographies in a separate section. 3. Another section can include political, intellectual autobiographies. If these are well put together, with sincerity and simplicity, they can be of the utmost journalistic interest, and can have a great formative effectiveness. The way in which one has succeeded in freeing oneself from a given provincial or corporate environment as a result of what external impulses, and with what internal conflicts, so as to achieve a historically superior personality, can suggest in living form an intellectual and moral course, besides being a document of cultural development in given epochs. 4. A fundamental section can be the critical, historical, bibliographical examination of the regional situations, meaning by region a differentiated geo-economic organism. Many people would like to know and study local situations, which are always interesting, but they do not know how or where to begin. They do not know the bibliographical material or how to research in libraries. One would therefore need to provide the general framework of a concrete problem or a scientific theme by listing the books that have dealt with it, the articles and specialized reviews, as well as the material that is still in a raw state, statistics, etc., in the form of bibliographical summaries, with a special circulation for publications that are unusual or in foreign languages. Page 388. In addition to regions, this work can be done from various points of view for general problems, cultural problems, etc. 5. A systematic culling of data from newspapers and reviews for whatever is relevant to the fundamental sections, simply citing authors and titles with brief remarks on their general tendency. This bibliographical section should be compiled for each number, and for some subjects it also needs to be retrospective. 6. Book reviewing. Two types. A critical informative type, on the assumption that the average reader cannot read the book in question, but that it is useful for him to know its content and conclusions. a theoretical critical type, on the assumption that the reader has to read the book in question. Therefore, it is not simply summarized, but the critical objections that can be brought against it are voiced, its most interesting parts are stressed, points that have been sacrificed in it are developed, etc. This second type of book review is more appropriate to the higher level of periodical. 7. Critically presented bibliographical data, arranged by subject matter or groups of topics on the literature concerning authors and the fundamental question for the conception of the world underlying the review published, for Italian authors and for Italian translations of foreign authors. This critical bibliography should be very detailed and meticulous, since one must remember that only through this work and this systematic critical elaboration can one arrive at the genuine source of a whole series of erroneous concepts put about without control or censorship. One must keep in mind that in every region in Italy, given their very rich variety of local traditions, there exist groups of different sizes characterized by particular ideological and psychological elements. Each town has or has had its local saint, hence its own cult and its own chapel. The unitary national elaboration of a homogeneous collective consciousness demands a wide range of conditions and initiatives. Diffusion from a homogeneous center of a homogeneous way of thinking and acting is the principal condition, but it must not and cannot be the only one. A very common error is that of thinking that every social stratum elaborates its consciousness and its culture in the same way, with the same methods, namely the methods of the professional intellectuals. The intellectual is a professional, a skilled worker who knows how his own specialized machines function. Page 389. He has an apprenticeship and a tailor system of his own. It is childish and illusory to attribute to everyone this acquired and not innate ability, just as it would be childish to think that any unskilled worker can drive a train. It is childish to think that a clear concept, suitably circulated, is inserted in various consciousnesses with the same organizing effects of diffuse clarity. This is an Enlightenment error. The ability of the professional intellectual adroitly to combine induction and deduction, to generalize without falling into empty formalism, to transport from one sphere of judgment to another certain criteria of discrimination, adapting them to new conditions, is a specialization, a qualification. It is not something given to ordinary common sense. This is why the premise of organic diffusion from a homogeneous center, of a homogeneous way of thinking and acting, is not enough. When a ray of light passes through different prisms, it is refracted differently. If you want the same refraction, you need to make a whole series of rectifications of each prism. Patient and systematic repetition is a fundamental methodological principle. But this must not be a mechanical, obsessive material repetition, but an adaptation of each concept to the different peculiarities and cultural traditions. The concept must be repeatedly presented in all its positive aspects and in its traditional negations, arranging each partial aspect into the totality. Finding the real identity beneath the apparent contradiction and differentiation, and finding the substantial diversity beneath the apparent identity, is the most delicate, misunderstood, and yet essential endowment of the critic of ideas and the historian of historical developments. The educative, formative work that a homogeneous cultural center carries out, the elaboration of a critical consciousness that it promotes and favors on a specific historical base which contains the concrete premises for such an elaboration, cannot be limited to the simple theoretical enunciation of clear methodological principles. This would be to proceed merely in the manner of the 18th century philosophes. The work needed is complex and must be articulated and graduated. It requires a combination of deduction and induction, formal logic and dialectic, identification and distinction, positive demonstration and the destruction of the old. And not in the abstract, but in the concrete, on the basis of the real and of actual experience. Page 390. But how can one know what the most widespread and entrenched errors are. Evidently, it is impossible to have statistics on ways of thinking and single individual opinions, with all the combinations of them found in larger and smaller groups, statistics that give an organic and systematic picture of the real cultural situation and the ways in which common sense is really manifested. The only alternative is a systematic review of the literature that is most widely circulated and most accepted by the people, combined with the study and criticism of the ideological currents of the past, each of which may have left a deposit, combining variously with the preceding and successive layers. A more general criterion enters into the same order of observations. Changes in ways of thinking, in beliefs, in opinions do not occur through rapid, simultaneous, and generalized explosions. Rather, they are almost always the result of successive combinations, determined by the most disparate and uncontrollable formulas of authority. The illusion that there are explosions comes from a lack of critical penetration. Methods of traction did not develop directly from the animal-drawn coach to the modern electric express train, but passed through a series of intermediate combinations, some of which are still in existence, such as animal traction on rails, etc. And the railway stock, which has become outdated in the United States, is still used for many years in China and represents a technological advance there. Likewise, in the cultural sphere, the different ideological strata are variously combined, and what has become scrap iron in the city is still a utensil in the provinces. Indeed, in the cultural sphere, explosions are even less frequent and less intense than in the technological sphere, where, at least at the highest level, an innovation spreads with relative rapidity and simultaneity. The explosion of political passions accumulated in a period of technological transformations, which lack correspondingly new forms of adequate juridical organization, but which instead are immediately accompanied by a degree of direct and indirect coercion, is confused with cultural transformations which are slow and gradual. Whereas passion is impulsive, culture is the product of a complex process of elaboration. The reference to the fact that at times what has become scrap iron in the city is still a utensil in the provinces can be usefully developed. SCW 412-419, Q24, Section 3. End of Section 13. Page 391. Section 14. Art and the Struggle for a New Civilization. Introduction. The discussions of culture and literature in the prison notebooks 1929 to 1935 coincide in time with the great debates on the European left over realism and modernism, proletarian literature, popular frontism, and socialist realism. At first sight they appear tangential to those debates, but on closer inspection they overlap with several of their key themes, most notably the relation between artistic freedom and political direction, as well as developing a quite distinct perspective. This can be seen clearly in one of the most interesting notes, an indirect dialogue with the French communist Paul Nizan. In this note, Literary Criticism, which was written in 1933, Gramsci discusses Nizan's article, Littérature révolutionnaire en France, 1932, which he knew not at first hand, but also as it was reported and paraphrased by a hostile reviewer in Critica Fascista, one of the journals he was permitted to read in prison. Nizan was writing as a member of the Association des Écrivains et des Artistes Révolutionnaires, AEAR, an international organization which then included among its members John Dos Passos, Anna Segers, Louis Aragon, and Louis Bunel. The line pursued by the AEAR, Nizan argues, is so closely tied to the aims of the proletariat that, as the class struggle and the world crisis intensifies, as war draws nearer, the most honest of the pre-revolutionary writers from the other literary currents will be drawn to it, whereas the unreconstructed petty bourgeois members of those group will show their true colors and go over to the fascist camp. Gramsci's main objection to Nizan's position is that it is too cosmopolitan. By backing just one cultural line, that of the AEAR, at the expense of all others, Nizam ignores the necessity for cultural change to start from below, from where people really are in cultural terms, and to move through a national stage before it becomes genuinely internationalist. Page 392. In particular, Nizam, for Gramsci, is too dismissive of popular culture, which he treats as a form of opiate foisted upon the working class by the bourgeois masters. In contrast to these positions, Gramsci insists that the strategies for a new culture must be multiple, that one must back several currents simultaneously, that the new literature must sink its roots into the humus of popular culture as it is, with its tastes and tendencies, and with its moral and intellectual world, even if it is backward and conventional. Page 397. These arguments are related both to Gramsci's opposition elsewhere in the notebooks to cosmopolitan or pseudo-internationalist outlooks, for instance his criticisms of Trotsky, and to his opposition to a narrowly artistic approach to culture and criticism. He argues that literary criticism should overlap and fuse with social criticism, with the ideological struggle to form a new culture. He takes respectively as his positive and negative models of literary criticism the 19th century intellectual Francesco de Sanctis, a left Democrat who sought to connect artistic criticism to political and social criticism, and Benedetto Croce, a liberal conservative concerned to separate aesthetics from history and practical activity. Gramsci's discussion of artistic freedom and political direction is equally distinctive. Another of his arguments against Nizam's position of supporting only the most correct political line in art is that artists and writers must necessarily have a less precise and definite outlook than politicians. He also writes, criteria of literary criticism, when the politician put pressure on the art of his time to express a particular cultural world, his activity is one of politics, not of artistic criticism. These arguments, despite first appearances, do not add up to a defense of the autonomy of the individual artist vis-à-vis all forms of political direction. Indeed, Gramsci is concerned precisely with the formation of specific cultural currents, which he sees as entailing rational forms of conformism. In other words, the voluntary acceptance and participation by artists in a progressive cultural tendency. What he does reject is merely factitious, external, and coercive attempts to create a new artistic style by political fiat. Against this he argues that when artists feel the historical necessity of a new culture, they will accept its rationality voluntarily and produce works which follow the curve of the historical tendency. The precise form of their works cannot be predicted in advance. Page 393. All one can say is that with the development of the economic and social forces, with the rise of the working class, a new social group that enters history with a hegemonic attitude, page 395, a new culture will be born, which will generate its own artists and its own works of art. 1. Art and the struggle for a new civilization. The artistic relationship brings out, especially in relation to the philosophy of praxis, the fatuous naivete of the parrots who think that with a few brief and stereotyped formulas they possess the key to open all doors. Those keys are actually called picklocks. Two writers can represent, express, the same socio-historical moment, but one can be an artist, and the other a mere scribbler. To try to deal with the question just by describing what the two represent or express socially, that is, by summarizing more or less thoroughly the characteristics of a specific socio-historical moment, hardly touches at all upon the artistic problem. All this can be useful and necessary, indeed it certainly is, but in another field, that of political criticism, the criticism of social life, involving the struggle to destroy and to overcome certain feelings and beliefs, certain attitudes towards life and the world. This is not the criticism or the history of art, nor can it be presented as such, except at the expense of creating confusion and a retarding or stagnation of scientific concepts. In other words, a failure precisely to pursue the intrinsic aims of cultural struggle. A given socio-historical moment is never homogeneous. On the contrary, it is rich in contradictions. It acquires a personality and is a moment of development, in that a certain fundamental activity of life prevails over others and represents a historical peak. But this presupposes a hierarchy, a contrast, a struggle. The person who represents this prevailing activity, this historical peak, should represent the given moment. But how should one who represents the other activities and elements be judged? Are not these also representative? And is not the person who expresses reactionary and anachronistic elements also representative of the moment? Page 394. Or should he be considered representative who expresses all those contrasting forces and elements in conflict among themselves? That is, the one who represents the contradiction of the socio-historical whole. It could also be said that a critique of literary civilization, a struggle to create a new culture, is artistic in the sense that a new art will be born from the new culture. But this appears to be a sophism. At any rate, it is perhaps on the basis of such presuppositions that one can best understand the relationship between De Sanctis and Croce, and the controversy over form and content. De Sanctis's criticism is militant, not frigidly aesthetic. It belongs to a period of cultural struggles and contrasts between antagonistic conceptions of life. Analyses of content, criticism of the structure of works, that is, the logical, historical, and topical coherence of the mass of artistically represented feelings, are connected to this cultural struggle. The profound humanity and humanism of De Sanctis, which even today make this critic so congenial, would seem to consist precisely in this. It is good to feel in him the impassioned fervor of one who is committed, one who has strong moral and political convictions, and does not hide them, nor even attempt to. Croce succeeds in distinguishing these various aspects of the critic which in De Sanctis were organically united and fused. Croce has the same cultural motives as De Sanctis, but at a time when these are in a period of expansion and triumph. The struggle continues, but it is a struggle for refinement of culture, a certain type of culture, and not for its right to live. Romantic fervor and passion have subsided into a superior serenity and an indulgence full of bonhomie. Even in Croce, though, this position is not permanent. A new phase follows in which cracks appear in the serenity and indulgence, and acrimony and a barely repressed anger emerge. A defensive, not an aggressive and impassioned phase, hence not to be compared with that of De Sanctis. In short, the literary criticism suitable to the philosophy of praxis is offered by De Sanctis, not by Croce, or by anyone else, least of all by Carducci. Note 1. It must fuse the struggle for a new culture, that is, for a new humanism, and criticism of social life, feelings, and conceptions of the world with aesthetic or purely artistic criticism, and it must do so with heat and passion, even if it takes the form of sarcasm. SCW 93-95, Q23, Section 3. Page 395. 2. Art and Culture. It seems evident that, to be precise, one should speak of a struggle for a new culture, and not for a new art, in the immediate sense. To be precise, perhaps, it cannot even be said that the struggle is for a new artistic content, apart from form, because content cannot be considered abstractly, in separation from form. To fight for a new art would mean to fight to create new individual artists, which is absurd, since artists cannot be created artificially. One must speak of a struggle for a new culture, that is, for a new moral life, that cannot but be intimately connected to a new intuition of life, until it becomes a new way of feeling and seeing reality, and therefore a world intimately ingrained in possible artists and possible works of art. Although one cannot artificially create individual artists, this does not therefore mean that the new cultural world for which one is fighting, by stirring up passions and human warmth, does not necessarily stir up new artists. In other words, one cannot say that Tom, Dick, and Harry will become artists, but one can say that new artists will be born from the movement. A new social group that enters history with a hegemonic attitude, with a self-confidence which it initially did not have, cannot but stir up from deep within itself personalities who would not previously have found sufficient strength to express themselves fully in a particular direction. Therefore, one cannot talk about a new poetic aura, being formed, to use a phrase that was popular a few years ago. Poetic aura is only a metaphor to express the ensemble of those artists who have already formed and emerged, or at least the process of formation and emergence, which has begun and is already consolidated. SCW 98, Q23, Section 6. 3. Literary criticism. See Argos' polemical article against Paul Nizan, Idées d'outre-confins, Ideas from Across the Border, in the March 1933 issue of Educazione Fascista, concerning the conception of a new literature that should arise from an integral moral and intellectual renewal. Page 396. Nizan seems to pose the problem well by beginning with a definition of an integral review of cultural premises, thus limiting the very field to be investigated. Argos' only valid objection is this: the impossibility of going beyond a national and autochthonous stage of the new literature, and the cosmopolitan dangers of Nizan's conceptions. From this point of view, many of Nizan's criticisms of groups of French intellectuals should be reconsidered. The Nouvelle Revue Française, Populism, and so on, including the Monde group, not because its criticism is politically off-target, but because the new literature must necessarily manifest itself nationally, in relatively hybrid and different combinations and alloys. One must examine and study the entire current objectively. Besides, one must keep the following criterion in mind when dealing with the relationship between literature and politics. The literary man must necessarily have a less precise and definite outlook than the politician. He must be less sectarian, if one can put it this way, but in a contradictory way. For the politician, every fixed image is a priori reactionary. He considers the entire movement in its development. The artist, however, must have fixed images that are cast into their definite form. The politician imagines man as he is, and at the same time how he should be, in order to reach a specific goal. His task is precisely to stir men up, to get them to leave their present life behind in order to become collectively able to reach the proposed goal, that is, to get them to conform to the goal. The artist necessarily and realistically depicts that which is, at a given moment, the personal, the nonconformist, etc. From the political point of view, therefore, the politician will never be satisfied with the artist, and will never be able to be. He will find him always behind the times, always anachronistic and overtaken by the real flow of events. If history is a continuous process of liberation and self-awareness, it is evident that every stage, historical, and in this case cultural, will be immediately surmounted, and will no longer hold any interest. It is this, it seems to me, that must be kept in mind when evaluating Nizan's opinions about various groups. From the objective point of view, though, just as Voltaire is still current for certain strata of the population, so can these literary groups and the combinations which they represent be, and indeed are. In this case, objective means that moral and intellectual renewal does not develop simultaneously in all of the social strata. Page 397. On the contrary, it is worth repeating that even today many people are Ptolemaic and not Copernican. There are many conformisms, many struggles for new conformisms, and various combinations of that which already exists, variously expressed, in that which one is working to bring about, and there are many people who are working in this direction. It is a serious error to adopt a single progressive strategy according to which each new gain accumulates and becomes the premise of further gains. Not only are the strategies multiple, but even in the most progressive ones there are retrogressive moments. Furthermore, Nizan does not know how to deal with so-called popular literature, that is, with the success of serial literature, adventure stories, detective stories, thrillers, among the masses, a success that is assisted by the cinema and the newspapers. And yet it is this question that represents the major part of the problem of a new literature, as the expression of moral and intellectual renewal, for only from the readers of serial literature can one select a sufficient and necessary public for creating the cultural base of the new literature. It appears to me that the problem is this: how to create a body of writers who are artistically to serial literature what Dostoevsky was to Sue and Sully, or with respect to the detective story, what Chesterton was to Conan Doyle and Wallace. With this aim in mind, one must abandon many prejudices, and above all, it should be remembered not only that one cannot have a monopoly, but also that one is faced with a formidable organization of publishing interests. The most common prejudice is this, that the new literature has to identify itself with an artistic school of intellectual origins, as was the case with Futurism. The premise of the new literature cannot but be historical, political, and popular. It must aim at elaborating that which already is, whether polemically or in some other way does not matter. What does matter, though, is that it sinks its roots into the humus of popular culture as it is, with its tastes and tendencies, and with its moral and intellectual world, even if it is backward and conventional. SCW 99-102, Q15, Section 58. Page 398. 4. Criteria of literary criticism. Is the concept that art is art, and not willed and directly political propaganda, in itself an obstacle to the formation of specific cultural currents that reflect their time and contribute to the strengthening of specific political currents? It seems not. Indeed, it seems that such a concept poses the problem in more radical terms, thus of a more efficient and conclusive criticism. Given the principle that one should look only to the artistic character of the work of art, this does not in the least prevent one from investigating the mass of feelings and the attitude towards life present in the work of art itself. Indeed, one need only consult De Sanctis and Croce himself to see that this is accepted by modern currents in aesthetics. What is excluded is the idea that a work is beautiful because of its moral and political content, and not for its form, with which the abstract content is fused and becomes one. Furthermore, one should examine whether a work of art might not have failed because the author was diverted by external, practical, that is, artificial and insincere, preoccupations. The crucial point of the polemic seems to be this. X wants to express a definite content in an artful way and fails to create a work of art. The artistic failure of this work shows that in X's hands that particular content was unpliable and refractory, since he has proven to be an artist in other works that he has really felt and experienced. It also shows that his enthusiasm was fictitious and externally willed, that in that specific case he was not really an artist but a servant who wanted to please his masters. There are then two sets of facts, one aesthetic, to do with pure art, the other political-cultural, that is, frankly, political. The possibility of coming to deny the artistic character of a work can help the political critic proper to demonstrate that as an artist X does not belong to that particular political world. And since his personality is prevalently artistic, that world does not have an influence on him at a deep and intimate level, and does not exist for him. As far as politics is concerned, therefore, X is play-acting. He wants to be taken for what he is not, etc., etc. The political critic then denounces him as a political opportunist, not as an artist. When the politician puts pressure on the art of his time to express a particular cultural world, his activity is one of politics, not of artistic criticism. If the cultural world for which one is fighting is a living and necessary fact, its expansiveness will be irresistible, and it will find its artists. Page 399. Yet if, despite pressure, this irresistibility does not appear and is not effective, it means that the world in question was artificial and fictitious, a cardboard lucubration of mediocre men who complain that those of major stature do not agree with them. The very way of posing the question can be an indication of the firmness of such a moral and cultural world. In fact, so-called calligraphism, Note 2, is nothing but the defense thrown up by petty artists who opportunistically assert certain principles, but who feel incapable of expressing them artistically, i.e. in their own proper sphere of activity, and drivel on about pure form, which is its own content, etc., etc. The formal principle of the distinction and the unity and circulation of the spiritual categories, abstract though it is, allows one to grasp the actual truth and to criticize the arbitrariness and pseudo-life of those who are not prepared to put their cards on the table, or who are simply second-rate individuals whom chance has placed in positions of authority. SCW 108-110, Q15, Section 38. 5. Sincerity or spontaneity and disciplined. Is sincerity or spontaneity always a merit and a value? Only if disciplined. Sincerity and spontaneity means the maximum degree of individualism, even in the sense of idiosyncrasy. In this case, originality is equal to idiom. An individual is historically original when he gives maximum prominence to social being, without which he would be an idiot, in the etymological sense, which is, however, not far from the common and vulgar sense. Note 3. There is romantic meaning attached to such words as originality, personality, and sincerity, and this meaning is historically justified in that it springs from an attempt to counteract a certain essentially Jesuitical conformism, an artificial and fictitious conformism created superficially for the interests of a small group or clique, and not for those of a vanguard. There is also a rational form of conformism that corresponds to necessity, to the principal amount of force needed to obtain a useful result. The discipline involved must be exalted and promoted and made spontaneous or sincere. Conformism, then, means nothing other than sociality, but it is nice to use the word conformism, precisely because it annoys imbeciles. Page 400. This does not mean that one cannot form a personality or be original, but it makes matters more difficult. It is too easy to be original by doing the opposite of what everyone else is doing. This is just mechanical. It is too easy to speak differently from others, to play with neologisms, whereas it is difficult to distinguish oneself from others without doing acrobatics. Today people try to be original and to have a personality on the cheap. Prisons and mental asylums are full of original men with strong personalities. What is really difficult is to put the stress on discipline and sociality and still profess sincerity, spontaneity, originality, and personality. Nor can one say that conformism is too easy and reduces the world to a monastery. What is real conformism? What is the most useful and freest form of behavior that is rational in that it obeys necessity? In other words, what is necessity? Everyone is led to make of himself the archetype of fashion and sociality, to offer himself as the model. Therefore, sociality or conformism is the result of a cultural, but not only cultural, struggle. It is an objective or universal fact, just as the necessity on which the edifice of liberty is built cannot but be objective and universal. Liberty and free will, etc. In literature, art, sincerity and spontaneity are opposed to calculation or mechanical procedures. This, too, can be a false conformism or sociality, that is, a tendency to settle down into customary and received ideas. There is a classical example of Nino Barini, who catalogues the past and seeks to be original by doing what is absent from the files. Barini's principles for the theatre are as follows. 1. The length of the work. Determine the average length, basing it on those works which have been successful. 2. The study of endings. Which ones have been successful and have won applause. 3. The study of combinations. For example, in the bourgeois sexual drama involving husband, wife, and lover, see what combinations are exploited the most, and through elimination invent new combinations discovered in this mechanical way. In this way, Barini found that a drama must not have over 50,000 words. That is, it must not last beyond a specific time. Every act or principal scene must culminate in a given way, and this way is studied experimentally, according to an average of those feelings and stimuli that have been traditionally successful. Page 401. Undoubtedly, with these criteria, a box office catastrophe is impossible. Note 4. But is this conformism, or sociality in the sense explained above? Of course not. It is an accommodation to what already exists. Discipline also means a study of the past, since the past is an element both of the present and the future. It is not, though, an idle element, but a necessary one, in that it is a language, an element of necessary uniformity, and not of an idle and slothful uniformity. SCW 124-125, Q14, Section 61. 6. Functional literature. What in literature corresponds to rationalism in architecture? Clearly literature based on a plan or on a pre-established social course, in other words, functional literature. It is strange that rationalism is acclaimed and justified in architecture and not in the other arts. There must be a misunderstanding. Is it perhaps that architecture alone has practical aims? This certainly looks like being the case because architecture is used to build houses. But this is not the point. It is a question of necessity. One might say that houses are more necessary than the products of the other arts, meaning by this that everybody needs a house, while the products of the other arts are necessary only for intellectuals, for the cultured. One should then conclude that it is precisely the practical people who propose to make all the arts necessary for everybody, to make everybody artists. Social coercion again. How people do blather against this coercion. Nobody sees that it is merely a word. Coercion, direction, and planning are nothing more than a terrain for selecting artists. They are to be chosen for practical purposes in a field in which will and coercion are perfectly justified, as if there has not always been some form of coercion. Just because it is exerted unconsciously by the environment and by single individuals, and not by a central power or a centralized force, does it cease to be coercion? Ultimately, it is always a question of rationalism versus the individual will. Therefore, coercion is not the issue, but whether we are dealing with an authentic rationalism, a real functionalism, or with an act of the will. This is all. Page 402. Coercion is such only for those who reject it, not for those who accept it. If it goes hand in hand with the development of the social forces, it is not coercion, but the revelation of cultural truth obtained by an accelerated method. One can say of coercion what the religious say of predestination. For the willing, it is not predestination, but free will. In fact, there is opposition to the concept of coercion because it involves a struggle against intellectuals, especially traditional and traditionalist intellectuals, who are prepared at most to concede that innovations can be brought in little by little, gradually. It is curious that in architecture rationalism is contrasted with decorativism, which is called industrial art. Curious, but correct. In fact, any artistic manifestation that is meant to satisfy the taste of individual wealthy buyers, to embellish their lives, as they say, should always be called industrial. When art, especially in its collective forms, aims to create a mass taste, to elevate this taste, it is not industrial, but disinterested, i.e., it is art. The concept of rationalism or functionalism in architecture seems to me to be rich in consequences and principles for cultural politics. It is no accident that the concept arose in the present period of socialization, in the broad sense, and of attempts by central forces to organize the great masses against the remnants of individualism and the aesthetics of individualism in cultural politics. SCW 129-131, Q14, Section 65. End of Section 14. End of Part 2. End of text. The Gramsci Reader. Selected Writings, 1916 to 1935. First New York University Press edition.
Page 403. Notes. Section 1. Socialism and Marxism, 1917 to 1918. Note 1. Servants of the Queen, in The Jungle Book, London, 1894. Note 2. Giuseppe Prezzolina, Il processo della democrazia, Il popolo d'Italia, 24 April 1918. The remainder of this paragraph reproduces almost exactly the text of Prezzolini's article. Note 3. This article in its full version starts by replying to a series of articles in La Stampa, the Turin newspaper linked to Giolitti, on the divisions in the PSI. The PSI reformists had argued that socialist collaboration was necessary if the nation was to move, act, and break with inertia. SPW 1, page 43. Section 2.
Working Class Education and Culture. Note 1. Enrico Leone, Revolutionary Syndicalist. The article referred to is Democrazia in Fantumi, Democracy in Smithereens, in Guerra di Classe, Journal of the Syndicalist Union, USI, 15 January 1916. Quote, "The modern worker learns far more from his class organizations than from the official book of knowledge." Ellipsis. There is thus no salvation except in workerism, in the class with calloused hands and with brains uncontaminated by culture and the infection of the classroom. Ellipsis. Away with politics. The road is open. Ignorance has discovered the method of the general strike and feeds upon it, making the idea grow great. Wars are just what is needed to root this idea in the minds of the ignorant and primitive class. End of quote. Note 2. Avanguardia was the journal of the Socialist Youth Federation, FGSI. At its Nationalist Congress at Bologna in September 1912, the discussion on youth education and culture had been opened by Amadeo Bordiga. Angela Tasca, one of the delegates from Turin, had intervened, arguing that the party needed a full-scale theoretical and cultural renewal, and that Avanguardia should give priority to education and culture. Bordiga opposed this. Quote, "No one becomes a socialist through education, but through real-life necessities imposed by the class they belong to." End of quote. Tasca replied that Bordiga, quote, "wants to ignite. We want to evangelize." Ellipsis. "We want to preach socialism in the hope or certainty that we shall ignite, not to ignite in the hope or certainty that socialists will be produced." End of quote. Note 3. The reference is to a meeting of the Turin Council in December 1916 to discuss a council-funded vocational training institute for young workers. Zeno Zini was a socialist counselor and teacher of philosophy who favored a humanities element in the institute's curriculum. Francesco Sincero, one of the liberal majority, argued that such an approach was inappropriate to the low educational level of the workers and said that the institute's role should be restricted to technical education. Page 404. Notes to pages 62 through 122. Note 4. This article appeared in L'Ordine Nuovo in 1919 and is part of its discussions of factory councils and council democracy. See Section 3. Council, here, corresponds to the Russian word Soviet. Note 5. The PSI reformists accused the Ordine Nuovo group of Bergsonian voluntarism. Henri Bergson, 1859 to 1941, had been one of the early intellectual influences on Gramsci. He criticized mechanistic theories and exalted the freedom of the will, voluntarism, and chance. Note 6. Lenin, The State and Revolution, in Collected Works, Volume 25, page 471. Quote, "It follows that under communism there remains for a time not only bourgeois right, but even the bourgeois state, without the bourgeoisie." End of quote. Section 3. Factory Councils and Socialist Democracy. Note 1. Filippo Turati, 1857 to 1932, leading PSI reformist. Minos was famous in Greek legend as a pitiless judge. Note 2. This article appeared on the first Sunday of the occupation of the factories in September 1920. Note 3. The decision by FIOM to end the factory occupations was submitted to the workers' approval by referendum on 24 September 1920. A small majority approved the agreement. Note 4. Umanità Nova was the newspaper of the Unione Anarchica Italiana whose leading spirit was Enrico Malatesta. The phrase, the Turin Communists, in this article, refers to the communist fraction within the PSI. By the time this article was written, that fraction had, with others, split from the Socialists to form the Communist Party. Note 5. Giacinto Minotti Cerati, 1872 to 1926, PSI maximalist leader. In October 1919, he had called for the PSI's affiliation to the Third International, Comintern. He refused, however, to comply with one of the key conditions of affiliation, expulsion of the reformists, set out by Lenin at the Second Comintern Congress in 1920. He thereby helped provoke the splitting of the PSI and the formation of the Communist Party in January 1921. He finally expelled the reformists only in 1922. Section 4. Communism, 1919 to 1924. Note 1. In Le Père Goriot, Goriot asks Rastignac whether he would still eat oranges if he knew that each time he did so someone would die in China. Rastignac answers that he would, since oranges are a familiar part of his everyday world, while China is far off and unknown. Note 2. This article was written just before the 17th Congress of the PSI at Livorno, 15 to 21 January 1921. See Introduction to this section. Note 3. Reggio Emilia in central Italy was the principal bastion of reformist socialism. Note 4. On 16 December 1920, Avanti carried an article by Cerati, see Section 3, Note 5, which opposed Lenin's call for the expulsion of the reformists and defended party unity. Page 405. Notes to pages 122 through 142. The reformists, he maintained, were not counter-revolutionary. The bourgeoisie was strong, and revolution was not on the immediate agenda. Risposta di un comunista unitario al Compagno Lenin. An edited version is in G. Manacorda, editor, Il socialismo nella storia d'Italia. Bari, 1966, pages 488 through 501. Note 5. The Italian Popular Party, PPI, was a mass Catholic party founded by Luigi Sturzo in January 1919. It won 100 seats in the elections of that year, the first with both manhood suffrage and proportional representation, and became the second largest party in Parliament after the PSI, 155 seats. After Mussolini took power, the PPI split over the stance to be adopted toward the fascists, and was progressively abandoned by the pro-fascist Catholic right, Vatican, Jesuits, before being suppressed, like the other opposition parties, in November 1926. Note 6. On 3 August 1921, the PSI parliamentary group signed in Rome a pacification pact with the fascist deputies in the hope of securing an end to fascist violence. In fact, the raids barely abated, and the pact was annulled. Note 7. At Treviso on 12 July 1921, fascist squads destroyed the premises of the local Catholic and Republican newspapers. At Sarzana on 21 July, a small force of carabinieri dispersed an armed fascist expedition of 600. At Roccastrada on 1 July, a fascist expedition wrecked the home of the socialist mayor and later forced him to resign. A further raid was carried out on 24 July. Note 8. On Turati, see Note 1 to Section 3 above. Ludovico d'Aragona, 1876 to 1961, was the reformist general secretary of the CGL. Note 9. Marcellus, during the Punic Wars between Rome and Carthage, was the first Roman general to show that Hannibal was not invincible. Note 10. The reference is to the right-wing minority in the PCDI around Angelo Tasca. Note 11. Arturo Carotti was an important maximalist leader from Pisa, a parliamentary deputy who joined the Communist Party when it was founded. His son Leopoldo, referred to here, had launched a journal called Spartacus at Livorno in 1919, while still a student. Section 5. Fascist Reaction and Communist Strategy, 1924 to 1926. Note 1. Roberto Farinacci, Intransigent Fascist, Party Secretary, 1924 to 1926. Giovanni Amendola, Liberal parliamentarian, a leader of the Aventine opposition to fascism in 1924. Luigi Sturzo, leader of the Catholic Popular Party. Filippo Turati, reformist socialist leader. Gramsci's characterization here of the legalitarian opposition to fascism as semi-fascism reflected a view becoming widespread in the Comintern in 1924. Bordiga had told the Fifth Congress in July that, quote, all bourgeois parties, particularly social democracy, take on a more and more fascist character, end of quote, and Stalin was to call social democracy in September objectively the moderate wing of fascism. Page 406. Notes to pages 146 through 184. Note 2. The Sicilian fasci, fascio in the 19th century meant simply band or organization, was the name of a movement of broad popular discontent in Sicily in 1893 through 94, which linked poor peasants, sulfur miners, and elements of the urban middle classes around socialist and autonomous demands. The movement was violently repressed by Prime Minister Francesco Crispi. The same period saw the formation of the PSI, 1892, and working-class agitations in many cities, 1898, in turn put down by force, most brutally in Milan. Note 3. The Podesta was the centrally appointed fascist official at the level of the Commune, the lowest tier of Italian local government, who replaced the pre-fascist elected Sindaco, mayor, communal council, and executive. Note 4. Since 1922, the PSI had been split into two parties, a maximalist party, which retained the name PSI, and a reformist minority party, named PSU, around Turati. See Note 1 to Section 3. Note 5. Antonio Graziadei, 1873 to 1953, leading PCDI right-winger, had published in 1923 a revisionist text, Prezzo e sovrapprezzo nell'economia capitalistica, for which he had been attacked by Zinoviev at the Fifth Congress of the Comintern, 1924. He was to be expelled from the party in 1928. Note 6. In August 1917, Kornilov, commander-in-chief of the Russian armed forces, assembled troops to march on Petrograd and forestall a Bolshevik seizure of power. Kerensky, head of the provisional government, ordered his arrest. The episode served to strengthen the Bolsheviks. Note 7. IENEP, New Economic Policy Man. Note 8. The article from which this quotation is taken is in SPW 1, pages 146 through 9. Note 9. See Note 2 above. Note 10. Red Week, 7-14 June 1914, was a wave of demonstrations and a general strike sparked off by the massacre of anti-war demonstrators, 3 dead, 15 injured, by troops in Ancona. The Gentiloni Pact was a secret deal in the run-up to the 1913 general election between Catholic voters and liberal candidates, who promised to support Catholic policies, defense of Catholic private schools, opposition to divorce, etc., It was estimated that over 200 deputies were elected through the pact. Note 11. Sidney Sonnino, 1847 to 1922, and Antonio Salandra, 1853 to 1931, leading right-wing liberals. In 1915 they had been jointly responsible, as Foreign Minister and Prime Minister respectively, for negotiating the secret Treaty of London, which committed Italy to intervention in the First World War. Note 12. Camillo Prampolini, 1852 to 1930, reformist leader of the PSI Federation of Reggio Emilia. Note 13. Giustino Fortunato, 1848 to 1932, important liberal conservative writer on the Southern question, Il Mezzogiorno e lo Stato Italiano, 1911. Benedetto Croce, 1866 to 1952, was born in the Abruzzo region and brought up in Naples, where his intellectual circle was subsequently based. Note 14. Piero Gobetti, 1901 to 1926, was a left liberal sympathetic toward the Ordine Nuovo group. He believed in an alliance between workers, peasants, and intellectuals as a key to the democratic revolution in Italy. He worked as theater critic on L'Ordine Nuovo in 1921. He founded his own publishing house and an anti-fascist weekly, La Rivoluzione Liberale, 1922-25. Page 407. Notes to pages 184 through 194. He died in exile shortly after the magazine was suppressed by the fascist government. Note 15. Guido Dorso, radical writer on the Southern question. His book, La Rivoluzione Meridionale, published by Gobetti in 1925, called for the overthrow of the centralized Italian state and the Southern ruling class. Section 6. Hegemony, Relations of Force, Historical Block. Note 1. This debate, which lasted until the 15th century, centered around the so-called Filioque clause in the Creed. In other words, the argument whether the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and from the Son, Patri Filioque, as the Western Church maintained, or, as the Byzantines held, only from the Father. Note 2. Quote, the changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. In studying such transformations, it is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. End of quote. Marx. Preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy in Collected Works, Volume 29, page 263. Note 3. In the original, the expression is Rovesciamento della Praxi, the revolutionizing or overturning by or of praxis. The phrase presumably translates Marx's expression revolutionar praxis in the third thesis on Feuerbach. Quote, the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity or self-change can be conceived and rationally understood only as revolutionizing practice. End of quote. Collected Works, Volume 5, page 7. Note 4. This is a short extract from a longer discussion of Croce's view of Marxism, in particular his recent, 1925-1930, reductionist characterizations of the base superstructure model as a dualism of essence-appearance, or noumenon-phenomenon, with the economy functioning behind the scenes as a hidden god, Deus abscondidus. Gramsci observes that this view was far cruder than Croce's own youthful conception of Marxism, 1900, as well as being at odds with his dialectic of distincts, namely the principle whereby two or more concepts or categories may be distinguished from one another while remaining equally real and circulating together under a higher unity. Giovanni Gentile, 1875 to 1944, philosopher and fascist, opposed this system of distinctions with a modified Hegelianism, the philosophy of pure act, in which the family and civil society were subordinated to the state, while culture and moral life were subordinated to action. Note 5. Sorel does not in fact appear to have used the expression historical block, which Gramsci attributes to him on more than one occasion in the prison notebooks. There are, however, two passages in the introduction to Reflections on Violence, 1909, which Gramsci probably had in mind. Page 408. Notes to pages 194 through 198. In the first, Sorel distinguishes between the facile optimist, who believes in ever more progressive social advance, and the active pessimist, for whom the existing social order must be superseded by a redemptive break, scission, and recomposition. Quote, "The pessimist sees social conditions as forming a system bonded by an iron law which it is necessary to undergo, such that it is given as a whole, en bloc, and cannot disappear except by a catastrophe which destroys it entirely." Ellipsis. What is most profound about pessimism is its way of conceiving the march toward deliverance. Man would not go far in the examination both of the laws of his poverty and of fate. Ellipsis. If he did not have the hope of putting an end to these tyrannies with a struggle undertaken in common with a group of comrades. End of quote. Réflexions sur la violence, 6th edition, Paris, 1936, pages 18 through 19. The second passage explains the concepts of myths as ideal constructions which produce real actions, the general strike, revolution as catastrophe, etc. Quote, "I wanted to show that one should not try and analyze such a system of images in the same way that an object is broken down into its elements, but one must take them as a whole as historical forces. Il faut les prendre en bloc comme des forces historiques." End of quote. Pages 32 through 33. It should be noted that the concept of historical block in Marxist terms as a unity of structure and superstructure is Gramsci's own distinctive elaboration and does not have any direct analog in Sorel. Note 6. For this attribution of the concept of hegemony to Lenin, compare an Ordine Nuovo article of March 1924, which refers to Lenin's two tactics of social democracy, 1905. Quote, "Bolshevism is the first movement in the history of class struggle to have developed the idea of the hegemony of the proletariat." End of quote. Two tactics criticize the Mensheviks' economistic theses that the bourgeois democratic revolution must be held by the bourgeoisie as a stage towards the socialist revolution. Lenin argued by contrast that the proletariat must exercise hegemony, i.e. leadership of the bourgeois revolution and alliances with the peasantry and other exploited groups. Hegemony is distinguished from the dictatorship of the proletariat in that the latter is a form of state power exercised against opponents, whereas the former involves the proletariat as the ideological leader of the democratic forces. See on this Buki Glucksmann, 1980, 174 through 84. The 1848 doctrine of the permanent revolution refers to that formulated by Marx and Engels in 1850. See Note 10 to Section 7 below. The slogan was taken up by Trotsky with reference to the 1905 revolution, but was opposed in Trotsky's formulation by Lenin, see Note 18 below, and, according to Gramsci, expanded and transcended by a different formulation, that of hegemony. See 7.5. In some contexts in the notebooks, Gramsci uses the term permanent revolution in this positive sense. In others, he uses it negatively, with reference to Trotsky's conception. Note 7. Gramsci, Materialismo Storico ed Economia Marxistica, 1900, 6th edition, Bari, 1978, page 108. Note 8. Marx, Preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Collected Works, Volume 24, page 263. Quote, just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of material life. End of quote. Page 409. Notes to pages 198 through 216. Note 9. Gramsci, Materialismo Storico, pages 86 through 87. Note 10. See Capital, Volume 1, Lawrence and Wishart, 1983, page 65. Quote, the secret of the expression of value, namely that all kinds of labor are equal and equivalent, because and insofar as they are human labor in general, cannot be deciphered until the notion of human equality has already acquired the fixity of a popular prejudice. End of quote. Note 11. See Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law, Introduction, Collected Works, Volume 3, page 182. Quote, the weapon of criticism cannot, of course, replace criticism by weapons. Material force must be overthrown by material force. But theory also becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. End of quote. Note 12. On the Action Party and the Moderates, see 7.1 and the introduction to Section 7. Note 13. Henri de Man, Belgian socialist, author of Au-delà du Marxisme, Beyond Marxism, published in 1929. Gramsci possessed an Italian translation of the book in prison and devoted several observations to it. See, for example, SPN, pages 376, 418, and 430. Note 14. After 1870, when Rome was annexed to the Kingdom of Italy, the Church expressed its opposition to the new liberal state by requiring Catholics to abstain from voting in general elections. After 1900, this boycott broke down through a series of deals whereby liberal candidates were elected by Catholic voters after pledging to support policies favored by the Church. Finally, in 1919, Catholics formed their own party, the Popular Party. Note 15. Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy, Collected Works, Volume 6, pages 210 through 11. Note 16. Letters to Joseph Bloch and to Heinz Starkenberg, 21 September 1890 and 25 January 1894. In the letter to Bloch, Engels writes, according to the materialist conception of history, the determining moment in history is ultimately the production and reproduction of real life. More than this, neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. If, therefore, somebody twists this into the statement that the economic moment is the only determining one, he transforms it into a meaningless, abstract, and absurd phrase. Selected Correspondence, London, 1936, page 475. Note 17. Achille Laura, 1857 through 1943, academic economist who put himself forward as an original thinker and enjoyed a certain vogue, not only in Italy, in the 1880s and 90s. Lauria's theory, to which he gave the name historical economism, was a mishmash of vulgar economics and vulgar Marxism, of no intrinsic distinction, but interesting, in Gramsci's eyes, as an example of certain degenerate and bizarre aspects of the mentality of a group of Italian intellectuals and therefore of the national culture, ellipsis, to which he gave the name Lorianismo. Note 18. Again, Gramsci's discussion of hegemony refers back to the use of the concept on the Russian left. The development of the theory of the political party is that of Lenin from What is to be Done, 1903, onwards. The theory of the permanent revolution is that of Trotsky, who wrote in 1905 that the revolutionary provisional government of Russia would be, quote, the government of a workers' democracy, ellipsis, with a social democratic majority, end of quote. Page 410. Notes to pages 216 through 228. Against both this position and that of the Mensheviks, who saw the revolution as necessarily bourgeois and said the Social Democrats should therefore abstain, Lenin and the Bolsheviks put forward the slogan of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, arguing that the only durable revolutionary government in Russia would be one in which representatives of the peasants and urban petty bourgeoisie participated alongside representatives of the minority proletariat. This hegemonic approach meant political concessions by the Social Democrats to the constituentist demands of these groups, i.e., their demands for a constituent assembly and constitutional reforms. Note 19. Boulangism was a right-wing movement led by General Boulanger, revanchist ex-minister of war, in 1887 through 1889. It called for a new constituent assembly, reform of parliament, and military regeneration of the nation. Elected with a huge majority, Boulanger appeared about to attempt a coup in 1889, but hesitated and fled the country. The Dreyfus case, which polarized French politics and public opinion, lasted from the first condemnation of Alfred Dreyfus in 1894 to his final acquittal in 1904. The classic work on Napoleon III's coup d'etat of 2 December 1852 is Marx's The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Note 20. Georges Valois organized a movement aimed at national revolution, based on ex-servicemen and inspired by Mussolini. General Rudolf Gadja, discharged from the Czech army for plotting a military putsch in the 1920s, formed a fascist League for Electoral Reform, which won 3 seats in the 1929 elections in Czechoslovakia. Section 7. The Art and Science of Politics. Note 1. P.N. Krasnov, From Two-Headed Eagle to Red Flag, Berlin, 1921. Note 2. Cadornism is coined after Luigi Cordona, Commander-in-Chief of the Italian Armed Forces until the defeat and retreat at Caporetto, September 1917, for which he was held responsible. Cadorna epitomized for Gramsci the kind of military and, by analogy, political strategist who forces reality into a preconceived schema, even if this means demoralizing his army, sacrificing troops in battle, and provoking immunity. Gramsci elsewhere defines Cadornism as the conviction that a thing will be done because the leader considers it just and reasonable that it should be done. If it is not done, the blame is put on those who ought to have. Ellipsis. SPN 145. Note 3. This is presumably a reference to the failure of communists in Italy between 1921 and 1926 to win more than a minority position within the trade union movement. Note 4. The fourth meeting is the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, October-December 1922. Trotsky said during his report on NEP, quote, "It will hardly be possible to catch the European bourgeoisie by surprise as we caught the Russian bourgeoisie. The European bourgeoisie is more intelligent and more far-sighted." Page 411. Notes to pages 228 through 232. It is not wasting time. Everything that can be set on foot against us is being mobilized by it right now. The revolutionary proletariat will thus encounter on its road to power not only the combat vanguards of the counter-revolution, but also its heaviest reserves. Only by smashing, breaking up, and demoralizing these enemy forces will the proletariat be able to seize state power. By way of compensation, after the proletarian overturn, the vanquished bourgeoisie will no longer dispose of powerful reserves from which it could draw resources for prolonging the civil war. In other words, after the conquest of power, the European proletariat will in all likelihood have far more elbow room for its creative work in economy and culture than we had in Russia on the day after the overturn. The more difficult and grueling the struggle for state power, all the less possible will it be to challenge the proletariat's power after the victory. End of quote. Note 5, i.e., the theory of permanent revolution. Note 6. Trotsky in My Life, London, 1930, quotes Lunacharsky's remarks. Quote, Comrade Trotsky held in 1905 that the two revolutions, the bourgeois and the socialist, although they do not coincide, are bound to each other in such a way that they make a permanent revolution. Ellipsis. It cannot be denied that in formulating this view, Comrade Trotsky showed great insight and vision, albeit he erred to the extent of 15 years. End of quote. Trotsky replies to this, quote, the question was not of the dates of the revolution, but of the analysis of its inner forces and of foreseeing its progress as a whole. End of quote. Pages 157 through 8. Note 7. On the United Front formula, see the introduction to sections 4 and 5. Note 8. The text referred to appears to be Stalin's interview with the first American labor delegation, 9 September 1927. Gramsci had in prison an edited translation published in the Rassegna Settimanale della Stampa Estera, Foreign Press Review, of 4 October 1927. His discussion here takes off from the delegation's first question concerning the relations between Marx's and Lenin's thought, and does not relate directly to the content of Stalin's replies. Note 9. The first phase referred to is that of the Second International. The second is Trotsky's internationalism, invoked increasingly after 1924 against the notion of socialism in one country. Gramsci is arguing that this internationalism implies the expectation of the revolution spreading out from Russia in the way that Napoleon's armies carried certain of the ideas and achievements of the French Revolution across Europe. Note 10. The Jacobins were defeated in the reaction of 9 Thermidor, 27 July 1794. Gramsci recalls elsewhere, the Jacobin slogan was used in Germany around 48 by Marx. Revolution in permanence. Quarto 1, section 44, page 53. The slogan is in fact used by Marx and Engels in the address of March 1850 to the Communist League. Quote, while the democratic petty bourgeois wish to bring the revolution to a conclusion as quickly as possible, ellipsis, it is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance, the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country, but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians in these countries has ceased, and at least the decisive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. Ellipsis. Page 412. Notes to pages 232 through 250. If the German workers are not able to attain power and achieve their own class interests without completely going through a lengthy revolutionary development, they at least know that the first act of this approaching revolutionary drama will coincide with the direct victory of their own class in France and will be very much accelerated by it. Ellipsis. Their battle cry must be the revolution in permanence. End of quote. Collected Works, Volume 10, pages 281 and 286 through 7. Note 11. Sorel developed right-wing sympathies around the First World War. The introduction to his Reflections on Violence took the form of a letter to Halévy. Charles Maurras, 1868 to 1952, was one of the leaders of the fascist Action Française movement. Note 12. Ferdinand Lassalle, Arbeiterprogramm, 1862. Quote, "The bourgeoisie conceives the moral object of the state to consist solely and exclusively in the protection of the personal freedom and property of the individual. This is a night watchman's idea, ein Nachtwächter-Idee, ellipsis, because it represents the state to itself from the point of view of a night watchman whose whole function consists in preventing robbery and burglary." End of quote. Lassalle, Oswald von Reden und Schriften, edited Karl Renner, Berlin, 1923, page 184. The term Nachtwächterstaat entered colloquial usage with the meaning of a state which imposes a minimum of duties on its members. It can be seen here that Lassalle uses it critically. He himself argued for a Hegelian form of ethical state. Note 13. Sorel explained his concept of myth in the introduction to Reflections on Violence. See also Note 5 to Section 6 above. Note 14. See Note 19 to Section 6 above. Note 15. The term organic centralism was used by Bordiga in opposition to Gramsci during the preparation of the documents for the Lyon Congress. See Section 5 and Introduction. He argued that in certain conditions the party center could guide the party even against the will of the majority of members. Quote, "Hence it would be necessary to replace the formula democratic centralism with that of organic centralism." End of quote. See also Gramsci's note Knowledge and Feeling, section 9.3, and compare another passage. Quote, "So-called organic centralism is founded on the principle that a political group is selected by co-optation around an infallible bearer of truth, one who is enlightened by reason, who has found the infallible natural laws of historical evolution, infallible even if only in the long run and even if immediate events seem to disprove them." End of quote. Quarto 13, section 38, page 1650. Section 8. Passive Revolution, Caesarism, Fascism. Note 1. Victor Emmanuel II was king of Piedmont at the time of unification and became the first king of Italy. Note 2. On transformism, see glossary, page 430. Page 413. Notes to pages 250 through 263. Note 3. Neo-Guelphism was a liberal Catholic movement in Italy in the first half of the 19th century. Its aim was an Italian federation under the Pope. Among its leading exponents was Vincenzo Gioberti, 1808 to 1852. Other variants of federalism were those of the moderate liberal Massimo d'Azeglio, the radical liberal Carlo Cattaneo, and the radical Democrat Giuseppe Ferrari. Note 4. Vincenzo Chiocco, 1770 to 1823, described the Neapolitan Revolution of 1799 as a passive revolution, because it was the work of the enlightened bourgeoisie without mass participation. Saggio storico sulla rivoluzione napoletana del 1799, 1801. He subsequently argued that such passive revolutions were necessary in order to introduce moderate reforms and avoid revolution on the French model. Note 5. Marx and Engels, The Holy Family, Collected Works, Volume 4, pages 118 through 24, Chapter 6, Section 3C. Note 6. See, for instance, the foreword to The Phenomenology of the Spirit, Section 3, Part 3, and Lectures on the History of Philosophy, Part 3, Section 3. Note 7. From 1793 through 96, the Vendée region in western France was the theater of a peasant guerrilla revolt against the Republic, fomented by royalists and priests. Note 8. The Le Chapelier Law of June 1791 dissolved craft guilds, prohibited other associations of workers and employers, and made strike action illegal. The law of the maximum fixed a ceiling for food prices and wages, and drove a wedge between the Jacobins and the workers. Note 9. Between 2 and 6 September 1792, when Danton was Minister of Justice, over 1,100 prisoners, many of them non-political, were massacred in Paris jails after rumors of a plot to release counter-revolutionaries. Note 10. See Note 10 to Section 7 above. Note 11. Quarto was the port near Genoa where Garibaldi's volunteers, the 1,000, embarked en route to Sicily in May 1860. Cavour initially tried to obstruct the expedition, but after Garibaldi crossed onto the Italian mainland at the Strait of Messina, Cavour's main concern was to engineer a moderate rather than a democratic outcome. Note 12. This paragraph refers to the debates around the Jacobin slogan, Permanent Revolution, in Russia. The slogan was used by Parbus and Trotsky, Bronstein, in relation to the 1905 revolution. The tendency which opposed it refers to the Bolsheviks, who applied it in a different form, that of the concept of hegemony of the proletariat. See on this Note 6 to Section 6 above. Note 13. Gramsci saw the French socialist anarchist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon as having moved after 1848 from Jacobinism, in his sense, to conservatism, whereas he considered the Italian liberal Ghiberti, see Note 3 above, to have moved in the opposite direction. Before 1848, the example of the Jacobin Terror of 1793 had frightened Ghiberti, like other European liberals, into moderate positions, whereas the severity of the repression after the 1848 revolution made him reconsider his judgment of Jacobinism and develop his own diluted version of the Jacobin National Popular. See on this SCW, pages 247 through 9. Sorel, after working as an engineer and holding a positivist outlook in the 1880s, developed anarchist sympathies around the turn of the century and elaborated a form of syndicalism that was highly influential in Italy, for instance on Mussolini. Page 414. Notes to pages 263 through 280. He moved on to right-wing nationalist positions around the First World War. The repression referred to is that against the Paris Commune in 1871. Note 14. See Marx, Preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Collected Works, Volume 29, page 263. Note 15. For the 3 moments, see Analysis of Situations, Relations of Force, pages 204 through 7. Note 16. The Italian Nationalist Association was a right-wing party formed in 1910. It played a major role in pushing for Italy's intervention into the war in 1915. In 1923, it merged with the Fascist Party. Note 17. De Pretis, Crispi, and Giolitti, Italian prime ministers over the period 1876 through 1914, were each widely considered by their opponents to have exercised dictatorships in the sense of managing elections and manipulating parliamentary clienteles to secure personal majorities. The Crispi government in the 1890s also became synonymous with colonialist militarism, anti-socialism, and armed repression of popular protest. Gramsci himself, in his early writings, described Giolitti's rule as a personal dictatorship. See, for instance, Class Intransigence and Italian History in this volume, page 42. Note 18, i.e., The national government formed after MacDonald's abandonment of the Labour Party in 1931. Note 19. October 1922 was the month in which the fascists came to power, March on Rome, 28 October. The Popular Party split in 1923 over policy towards the fascists and presented its own list of candidates in the April 1924 election. 3 January 1925 was the date when Mussolini introduced the exceptional laws and marked the beginning of fascism's totalitarian phase. The attempted assassination of Mussolini in Bologna by the student Zamboni on 31 October 1926 was used as an occasion for a final clampdown, and all opposition parties were outlawed on 8 November. Gramsci was arrested the same day. Section 9. Americanism and Fordism. Note 1. Compare two paragraphs on Freud. The first dates from 1929, Quarto 1, Section 33, page 26. Quote, "The spread of Freudian psychology seems to have resulted in the birth of a literature like that of the 18th century. The savage, in modern form, is replaced by the Freudian type. The struggle against the juridical order is conducted through Freudian psychological analysis. This would appear to be one aspect of the question. I have not been able to study Freud's theories, and I am not familiar with the other kind of so-called Freudian literature, Proust's Nuevo Joyce." End of quote. The second, Quarto 15, Section 74, pages 1833 through 34, was written in 1933. Quote, "The healthiest and most immediately acceptable nucleus of Freudianism is the requirement to study the morbid repercussions of each construction of collective man, of each social conformism. Every level of civilization, especially in those classes which fanatically make a religion, a mystique, out of the new human type that must be attained." Page 415. Notes to pages 280 through 296. It should be seen whether Freudianism did not necessarily mark the end of the liberal era, which is precisely characterized by a greater responsibility and sense of this responsibility on the part of selected groups in the construction of non-authoritarian, spontaneous, libertarian, etc., religions. Ellipsis. End of quote. Note 2. Vittorio Alfieri, 1749 to 1803, the Italian poet and dramatist, recounts in his autobiography, Vita, Epoca Terza, chapter 15, how in his determination to stop wasting his life and dedicate himself wholeheartedly to poverty, he used to get his servant Elia to tie him to a chair at his desk, thus giving him no choice but to carry on working. Note 3. The militarization of labor was a policy which operated for a short time in the Soviet Union in the period of war communism. Adopted at the Ninth Party Congress, 1920, it was most closely associated with the figure of Trotsky. It met with growing opposition from the trade unions, particularly after the end of the Civil War, and was implicitly defeated with the rejection of the Trotsky-Bukharin trade union theses at the 10th Congress, 1921. Trotsky put the policy in these terms. Quote, "Militarization is unthinkable without the militarization of the trade unions as such, without the establishment of a regime in which every worker feels himself a soldier of labor, who cannot dispose of himself freely. If the order is given to transfer him, he must carry it out. If he does not carry it out, he will be a deserter who is punished. Who looks after this? The trade union. It creates the new regime. This is the militarization of the working class." End of quote. Note 4. In 1923, Trotsky wrote a series of articles for Pravda dealing with popular customs, leisure, and the family, English translation, Problems of Life, 1924, and also published Literature and Revolution, to which Gramsci contributed a note on Italian futurism, translated in SCW, pages 52 through 54. He discussed Taylorist methods in Terrorism and Communism, 1920. Note 5. This expression, whose revealing tactlessness instantly attracted the attention of commentators occurs on page 40 of Frederick Taylor's Principles of Scientific Management, 1911. Quote, "This work, pig iron handling, close bracket, is so crude and elementary in its nature that the writer firmly believes that it would be possible to train an intelligent gorilla so as to become a more efficient pig iron handler than any man could be." End of quote.
Note 6. Horace. Satires. Uppercase Roman 1, lowercase Roman 2. 119. Nunc parabellum amor venerum facile munc. Note 7. Henry Ford with Samuel Crowther. My Life and Work. Garden City and London, 1922, and Today and Tomorrow. Ibid, 1926. André Philippe, Le Problème ouvert aux Atat Oudi, Paris, 1929. The educative initiatives referred to are presumably institutions like the Henry Ford Trade School, created in 1916 for the further education of workers. Note 8. Babbitt, Sinclair Lewis's satirical novel about a middle American real estate man, was first published in 1922. Page 416, notes to pages 303 through 351. Section 10. Intellectuals and Education. Note 1. Giovanni Agnelli, head of Fiat, Stefano Beni, head of Montecatini Chemicals. Note 2. On Loria, see Note 17 to section page Roman 6. The notion of unproductive labourer, in fact, has its origins in Marx's definitions of productive and unproductive labour in Capital. Note 3. In the first decades of this century, Gentile and Croce had developed a wide-ranging critique of the existing school system, stigmatizing it as instruction, imparting of knowledge, not education, drawing out the pupil's capacities. Under fascism, the Ministero della Pubblica Istruzione was renamed Ministero dell'Educazione Nazionale. Note 4. On the Casati Act, see the introduction to Section 2. Note 5. The Gentile Reform of 1923 provided for compulsory religious education in elementary schools. Despite the former hostility of idealist philosophers like Gentile and Croce to clerical influence in education and their view of religion as pseudo-philosophy or dogmatic ideology, the motive was most probably a pragmatic one, to provide a conservative world outlook for working-class children who would not go on to secondary school. As Gramsci points out elsewhere, Cap Q11, Section 1, page 1367, Gentile's position is nothing other than a derivation from the concept that religion is good for the people, open brackets, people equals child equals primitive phase of thought to which religion corresponds, etc., close brackets. In other words, it is a tendentious abandonment of the education of the people. Note 6. Mnemonic Greek words used to memorize syllogisms in classical logic. Section 11. Philosophy, common sense, language and folklore. Note 1. See Socialism and Culture, Section 2, Note 1. Note 2. See Note 5 to Section 10 above. Note 3. See the Popular University, Section 2, Note 4. Note 4. The reference is to Mirsky's article Bourgeois History and Historical Materialism in Labour Monthly, Volume 13, July 1931, Number 7, pages 453 through 59. Mirsky was a former White Russian who emigrated to England, joined the Communist Party and taught Russian literature at King's College London from 1922 to 1932. Note 5. Giuseppe Giusti, Epigrammi. Il buon senso che di fu caposcuola, stroke, o nelle nostre scuole è morto affatto, stroke, la scienza sua figliola, stroke, l'uccise per veder com'era fatto. Note 6, cf. Validity of Ideologies, Section 6, Note 9, and the corresponding notes 10 and 11 to that section. Note 7, see Note 15 to Section 7. Note 8, I have followed Geretana's critical edition, page 1860, herein inserting the word not. This interpolation makes the passage correspond better to the letter from Sorel to Miseroli, to which Gramsci refers here and elsewhere. Open bracket, cap Q4, section 44, cap Q10, page Roman, uppercase 2, 41, lowercase page Roman 8. Note 9. The image of the Hegelian dialect as a man standing on his head is frequent in Marx and Engels, open bracket, Marx, afterward to the second German edition of Capital, Volume 1, and earlier, The Holy Family, Roman 8, 4, Engels, Ludwig Feuerbach, 4. Page 417, notes to pages 351 through 367. It is in fact a turning against Hegel of a phrase used by Hegel himself in the preface to The Philosophy of Spirit. Note 10. The character is Monsieur Jourdain in Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme, Act 2, Scene 4. Note 11. Matteo Giulio Bartoli, 1873 to 1946, taught linguistics at the University of Turin and had supervised Gramsci's unfinished thesis on historical linguistics. He founded a movement known as neo-linguistics, open brackets, later spatial linguistics, end brackets, in which language change was seen as a process whereby a dominant speech community spread its influence over contiguous subordinate communities, the city over the surrounding countryside, the standard language over the dialect, the dominant social cultural group over the subordinate one. Bartoli developed a set of real norms, according to which the older of two given linguistic forms would be found in more isolated areas, in peripheries rather than centres. Using these norms, the linguist could reconstruct the direction in which innovations, open brackets, new linguistic forms, close brackets, had spread. It has been argued, open brackets, see introduction to this section, close brackets, that Gramsci's conception of hegemony, insofar as it deals with relations of cultural and ideological influence between social groups, was influenced by this and related conceptions. Note 12. In line with its elitist and laissez-faire principles, Gentili's Education Act of 1923 had made no provision for specific teaching of Italian grammar. This meant, as Gramsci argues here, that the national popular mass is excluded from learning the educated language and remained confined to the ghettos of their dialects. Note 13. See Observations on the School, Section 10, Note 2. Note 14. In Rousseau's Emile, or Education, 1762, the young boy is schooled by nature, open bracket, direct observation, experience, etc., close bracket, rather than artificially socialized, and is kept away from religious dogmas till the age of 15. Note 15. La scoperta dell'America, 1894, by Cesare Pasquarella, is a humorous account in linked Roman dialect sonnets of Columbus's voyage. It ends with a praise of great Italians and their flair for discoveries. Section 12. Popular Culture. Note 1. The linking of these two concepts in French political thought can be traced from Rousseau's concept of the sovereignty of the general will, inalienable and thus not delegable to representatives, open bracket, the social contract, 1762, close bracket, through the 1789 Declaration of the Rights of Man, open bracket, sovereignty resides essentially in the nation, close bracket, and the unimplemented Jacobin Constitution of 1793, open bracket, sovereignty resides in the people, close bracket, to the Republican slogans of 1848. Note 2. Compare the similarly phrased remark in the note on intellectuals, page 303, 1507 to 66, and Pindamonte, 1753 through 1828, were Italian translators of respectively the Aeneid and the Odyssey. Their versions, done in a classicizing style very remote from modern colloquial Italian, were used in schools until quite recently. Page 418. Notes to pages 367 through 381. Note 3. Camille Flammarion, 1842 to 1925, author of popular books on science. Note 4. In the Risorgimento and following unification, Alessandro Manzoni, 1785 to 1873, argued that educated spoken Florentine should become the basis for the national language of United Italy. Ruggero Bonghi, a Manzonian in linguistic policy and education minister in 1874 to 76, had maintained in Perché la letteratura italiana non sia popolare in Italia, 1856, that Italian literature was not popular because of the artificial and indigestible style in which most authors wrote. Note 5. Maggi, open bracket, literally maize, close bracket, are traditional May Day festivals in central Italy in which people act out stories of popular biblical, chivalric, or historical figures in a sequence of songs interspersed with refrains on the fiddle. The story of Pia de Tolomei, murdered by her husband, was famous from Dante's Purgatorio, Roman 5, 130 to 36. Note 6. Giovanni Rossini's La Monica di Monza, published in 1829 and frequently reprinted, is a popular historical novel about a young woman forced into a convent against her will, who takes a lover and commits murder. Gramsci discusses Dumas' The Count of Monte Cristo, 1844-5, at greater length in capital SCW, pages 348-9, 353, 355-8. Note 7. Catharsis. Here almost certainly has Gramsci's specific meaning of the passage from the purely economic, open bracket, or egoistic, passional, close bracket, to the ethico-political movement that is the superior elaboration of the structure into the superstructure in the minds of men, open bracket, capital SPN, page 366, close bracket. The more conventional Aristotelian sense of catharsis with reference to tragedy, open bracket, i.e. purgation of pity and terror, close bracket, is probably not relevant despite the fact that Gramsci is talking here about theatre. Note 8. Alessandro Schiavi, Labor, Fiorita di Canti Sociali, Milan, 1924. Schiavi was a socialist, Pietro Gori an anarchist. Togliatti's translations appeared in L'Ordine Nuovo in 1919-20. Note 9. Thomas Babington Macaulay on the Athenian Orators, 1824, in Miscellaneous Writings, London, 1870, pages 56 through 63. The other observation recalled further on in this note is from the same essay. Note 10. In his essay L'ultimo del Puristi, 1868, Francesco di Sanctis recounts how his former teacher, Basilio Puoti, used to be surrounded by a group of veteran pupils who had been with him for 5 or 6 years, and to whom he jokingly referred as gli anziani di Santa Zita, open bracket. The phrase is from Dante, Inferno, Roman 11:38, close bracket. Section 13. Journalism. Note 1. The term scission, sometimes translated as cleavage, is drawn from Sorel, who wrote in the Reflections on Violence, Chapter 6, Section 1, of the scission between classes, the basis of all socialism. It derives from his analogy between socialism and primitive Christianity. For Sorel, Christianity made a distinct scission or rupture from Judaism, while at the same time inheriting its compatible elements. In the same way, socialism, in its scission from capitalism, would keep the heritage both of capital science and technology and of the morality of the producers, open bracket, i.e. the proletariat, close bracket, formed through trade union solidarity and struggles, open bracket, see Le Système historique de Renan, Paris, 1905, page 71, close bracket. Page 419, notes to pages 381 through 401. Compare Gramsci's statement of 1920, every revolution which, like the Christian and the communist revolutions, comes about and can only come about through a stirring within the deepest and broadest popular masses, cannot help but smash and destroy the existing system of social organization, open brackets, capital SPW, Roman 1, page 3. Page 420. Glossary of key terms. Caesarism. A political opposition between two or more social forces is said by Gramsci to be resolved in a Caesarist way when a third force arises to hold them temporarily in equilibrium. Caesarism is not really above the interests of both of the opposing forces and will in practice favour one or the other. It will be either progressive or regressive. A Caesarist solution may take the form of a personal dictatorship, open bracket, Caesar, Napoleon, Bismarck, close bracket, but not necessarily. In modern societies, Gramsci says it, quote, may exist even without a Caesar, end of quote. Here a political crisis will be less likely to result in a Bonapartist-style military dictatorship and more likely to be resolved by an emergency parliamentary coalition, the intimidation of political opponents or the use of police. See Section 8. Civil society. Gramsci uses this term to designate the ensemble of organisms commonly called private. Page 306. That is to say, the sum of social activities and institutions which are not directly part of the government, the judiciary or the repressive bodies, open bracket, police, armed forces, close bracket, trade unions and other voluntary associations, as well as church organizations and political parties, when the latter do not form part of the government, are all part of civil society. Civil society is the sphere in which a dominant social group organizes consent and hegemony, as opposed to political society, where it rules by coercion and direct domination. It is also a sphere where the dominated social groups may organize their opposition and where an alternative hegemony may be constructed. Page 421. Common sense. Everyone for Gramsci has a number of conceptions of the world, which often tend to be in contradiction with one another and therefore form an incoherent whole. Many of these conceptions are imposed and absorbed passively from outside or from the past, and are accepted and lived uncritically. In this case they constitute what Gramsci calls common sense, open bracket, or in another context, folklore, close bracket. Many elements in popular common sense contribute to people's subordination by making situations of inequality and oppression appear to them as natural and unchangeable. Nevertheless, common sense must not be thought of as false consciousness or as ideology in a merely negative sense. It is contradictory. It contains elements of truth as well as elements of misrepresentation. And it is upon these contradictions that leverage may be obtained in a struggle of political hegemonies. For Gramsci, it was important that Marxism should not present itself as an abstract philosophy, but should enter people's common sense, giving them a more critical understanding of their own situation. See in particular Section 6 and Philosophy of Praxis in this glossary. Economic corporate. This term is always used overtly or implicitly in opposition to hegemonic. Economic corporate interest means the collective interest of a particular economic category, for instance, merchants or engineering workers. For a social group to become hegemonic, it must move not only from economic corporate consciousness to class consciousness, it must also go further, since class consciousness is still founded upon collective economic interest. Becoming hegemonic may well mean sacrificing economic class interest in order to build expansive alliances. See on this the description of successive moments in the formation of collective political consciousness in Some Aspects of the Southern Question, page 174, and Analysis of Situations, Relations of Force, pages 205 through 206. Page 422. Economism. Economism means for Gramsci the theoretical separation of the economic dimension from a social and political ensemble. More specifically, the reduction of this ensemble to its economic causes. Economism is epitomized in his view not only by the mechanical historical materialism of the Second International, 1889 to 1914, but also by revolutionary syndicalism and bourgeois liberalism, open bracket, or laissez-faire, close bracket, which in this respect he assimilates to one another. The former privileges the revolutionary transformation of economic production at the expense of the winning of political power and the transformation of the state. The latter sees the economy as a self-regulating sphere of individual enterprise to be separated from the interventions of the state. Yet in reality the state is necessary to sustain a capitalist economy and bourgeois society, and historically it increasingly intervenes in them. In contrast with economism, Gramsci develops the concepts of hegemony and historical bloc, open brackets, lowercase qv, close bracket. Hegemony. This term appears to have entered Gramsci's usage from the political vocabulary of Russian social democracy and the Third International, open bracket. For a fuller discussion, see Anderson, 1976-7, 15-20, and Bucci-Glucksmann, 1980, 174-85, close bracket. In this context, the word meant leadership of a class alliance. In a first instance, open bracket, referred to the 1905 revolution, close bracket, proletarian leadership of the bourgeois democratic revolution, subsequently, open bracket, after 1917, close bracket, proletarian leadership of an alliance with the peasantry and other exploited groups. This leadership is based on the economically central role of the leading class, but it is secured politically by that class's making economic concessions and sacrificing to its allies. In Gramsci's 1926 essay, Some Aspects of the Southern Question, he argues, open bracket, page 173 in this edition, close bracket, that the proletariat can only become hegemonic, a ruling class, if it can overcome its economic self-interest and win the support of the poor peasantry and southern intellectuals. This notion, which develops out of Soviet debates in 1923-26, recurs in the prison notebooks, open bracket, see for instance Romans 6:10, Analysis of Situations, Relations of Force, close bracket. Page 423. It becomes closely associated with two other concepts, Jacobinism and the national popular, and opposed to two others, economism and economic corporatism, open bracket, lowercase qv, close bracket. Hegemony in this sense is necessarily rooted in an economically dominant or potentially dominant mode of production and in one of the fundamental social classes, open bracket, bourgeoisie or proletariat, close bracket, but it is defined precisely by an expansion beyond economic class interest into the sphere of political direction through a system of class alliances. In the prison notebooks, this meaning of hegemony remains, but the term is extended in two ways. Firstly, it is applied not just to situations of proletarian leaderships, but also to the rule of other classes at other periods of history. Secondly, it is qualitatively modified. Hegemony comes to mean cultural, moral, and ideological leadership over allied and subordinate groups. Hegemony in this case, open bracket, which Gramsci develops through the mediation of Croce's concept of the ethico-political, close bracket, is identified with the formation of a new ideological terrain, with political, cultural, and moral leadership, and with consent, open bracket, Roman 6:5, close bracket. Hegemony is thus linked by Gramsci in a chain of associations and oppositions to civil society as against political society, to consent as against coercion, to direction as against domination, open bracket, Roman 10:1. These binaries draw on the coercion-consent opposition in Machiavelli and some other political thinkers. Gramsci's concept of hegemony also appears to have been influenced by historical linguistics in its accounts of the influence or prestige exerted by one form of a language over another. Hegemony in Gramsci is sometimes interpreted as a relation purely of cultural or ideological influence or as a sphere of pure consent. It is also sometimes assimilated to the notion of dominant ideology. Open bracket, see for instance Hunt, 1986, 215, and Boggs, 1976, close bracket. Yet these interpretations seem to be mistaken. Gramsci stresses that though hegemony is ethico-political, it must also be economic, must necessarily be based on the decisive function exercised by the leading group in the decisive nucleus of economic activity. Open bracket, pages 211-2, close bracket. In cases such as that of the French parliamentary regime, the normal exercise of hegemony, ellipsis, is characterized by the combination of force and consent, variously balancing one another, open bracket, Roman 8:2, my emphasis, close bracket. He also insists that hegemony is dynamic, open bracket, a continuous process of formation and superseding of unstable equilibria, and that the fact of hegemony presupposes that account be taken of the interests and the tendencies of the groups over which hegemony is to be exercised. Open bracket, page 211, close bracket. Page 424. In other words, it presupposes an active and practical involvement of the hegemonized groups, quite unlike the static, totalizing, and passive subordination implied by the dominant ideology concept. It also seems incorrect to maintain that since Gramsci applies the concept of hegemony not only to proletarian revolutionary leadership, open bracket, as in the Russian tradition, close bracket, but also to bourgeois rule. This means that he sees bourgeois and proletarian rule as being structurally assimilable to one another, or as containing a sort of interchangeable core. Gramsci is in fact careful to distinguish different forms of hegemony according to the different historical situations and the class actors involved. Typical forms of bourgeois hegemony are passive revolution and transformism, open bracket, lowercase qv, close bracket, or that of the parliamentary regime. By contrast, Gramsci defines proletarian hegemony indirectly when he writes of the philosophy of praxis, open bracket, lowercase qv, close bracket. It is not an instrument of government of dominant groups in order to gain the consent of and exercise hegemony over subaltern classes. It is the expression of these subaltern classes who want to educate themselves in the art of government, ellipsis, open bracket, Romans 6:7, close bracket. Historical block. This is a concept used by Gramsci to designate the dialectical unity of base and superstructure of theory and practice of intellectuals and masses, open bracket, and not, as is sometimes mistakenly asserted, simply an alliance of social forces, close bracket. It is a central concept in establishing a theoretical distance from economism, open bracket, lowercase, QV, close bracket, and restoring reciprocity to the study of concrete historical situations. Indeed, it has been argued that the concept so reworks the base superstructure metaphor as to supersede it and make it redundant as such, even though Gramsci himself stopped short of taking this theoretical step. In Roman 6.3 he writes, "Structures and superstructures form an historical block." That is to say, the complex, contradictory, and discordant ensemble of the superstructures is the reflection of the ensemble of the social relations of production. See also the important passages in Roman 6.4 and Roman 11.3. Page 425. Intellectuals. Gramsci defines intellectuals in the prison notebooks as those people who give a fundamental social group homogeneity and awareness of its own function. Intellectuals are educators, organizers, leaders. Organic intellectuals are those who emerge from out of the group itself, for instance, a worker who becomes a political activist. Traditional intellectuals are those who have remained from earlier social formations and who may attach themselves to one or the other fundamental class. For instance, priests who may have either a revolutionary or a conservative function depending on their class identifications. In the political party, organic and traditional intellectuals come together. In Italian, the term intellectual work, open bracket, lavoro intellettuale, close bracket, also has the sense simply of mental work or work by brain. In both cases, intellectual defines a function as much as it defines the concrete individual who fulfills this function. Gramsci is thus able to envisage a situation in which, as part of the revolutionary transformation of society, the intellectual function is massively expanded. In other words, more and more people share the tasks of mental activity, of organizing, deliberating, and leading, both politically and within the sphere of economic production. For Gramsci, this would also be a process of democratization and would inhibit the formation of bureaucracies, which arise precisely where decision-making is monopolized by a specialized elite of intellectuals.
Intellectual and moral reformation. Gramsci adapts this term, via Georges Sorel, from Ernest Renan, one of whose books was entitled La Réforme intellectuelle et morale, and applies it, by analogy, with the Protestant Reformation and the French Revolution, to a wholesale transformation of conceptions of the world and norms of conduct brought about by the philosophy of praxis, QV. Page 426. Jacobism. Jacobinism. In Gramsci's early writings, the term Jacobism has negative connotations of sectarian, mystical, abstract, elitist. See, for instance, 3.2, also SPW 1, pages 32, 170, 309. In the prison notebooks, however, it is revalued and acquires the positive meaning of leadership of a national popular alliance in which the peasant masses are organically bonded to the leading class, country to city. It is likely that this revaluation was influenced by Lenin. In Two Tactics of Self-Democracy, 1905, Lenin called the Bolsheviks the Jacobins of contemporary social democracy, whose slogan is the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. In July 1917, he wrote, "Jacobism in Europe, or on the boundary line between Europe and Asia in the 20th century, would be the rule of the revolutionary class, of the proletariat, which, supported by the peasant poor and taking advantage of the existing material basis for the advancement of socialism, could not only provide all the great, unforgettable things provided by the Jacobins in the 18th century, but bring about a lasting worldwide victory for the working people. National popular. This term is associated with the concepts of hegemony and Jacobism, as well as being a recurrent term in Gramsci's cultural analyses. Politically, a national popular movement is one in which a fundamental class becomes hegemonic at a national level by drawing subaltern social groups into an alliance. Any formation of a national popular collective will is impossible unless the great mass of peasant farmers bursts simultaneously into political life. SPN 132. The term national popular reflects Gramsci's conception of the revolution in Italy as a national movement, which fulfills under socialism the historical tasks which the bourgeoisie had abdicated after the Risorgimento. As he had written in 1919, historically, the bourgeois class is already dead. Ellipsis. Today, the national class is the proletariat. L'Ordine Nuovo, 1919, 1920, Turin, 1975, page 278. Culturally, the term, which was perhaps influenced by 19th century Russian debates, designates forms of art and literature which help cement this kind of hegemonic alliance, neither intellectualistic nor cosmopolitan, but engaging with popular reality and drawing in popular audiences. Page 427. Italian intellectuals are historically non-national popular. See 12.1, Concept of National Popular. Organic and conjunctural. CONJUNCTURAL. For Gramsci, Marxist analysis must distinguish what is organic, that is to say of the whole system and relatively permanent, from what is conjunctural, that is to say specific to a given moment. It must know how to read the structural contradictions in the economy beneath the conjunctural conflicts at the level of the political system and of ideology. Gramsci's position here is different from that of economism, QV, with which it might at first sight be confused. For the latter, one must always look to the reality of the economic base beneath the appearances of the superstructures. For Gramsci, on the other hand, one must constantly connect the organic and the conjunctural moments to one another. This means understanding and seeing as equally real the terrain of the conjunctural, since it is precisely upon this terrain that the forces of opposition organize. The error comes when one pays excessive attention only to one or the other. Overemphasis on the organic at the expense of the conjunctural leads to economism, just as overemphasis on the conjunctural leads to ideologism. See section 6.10. Organic crisis. An organic crisis is a crisis of the whole system, in which contradictions in the economic structure have repercussions through the superstructures. One of its signs is when the traditional forms of political representation, parties or party leaders, are no longer recognized as adequate by the economic class or class faction which they had previously served to represent. It is therefore a crisis of hegemony, since it occurs when a formerly hegemonic class is challenged from below and is no longer able to hold together a cohesive block of social alliances. Such an organic crisis opened, in Gramsci's analysis, in Italy before the First World War, when the bourgeoisie and the landowners, faced with the growing power of working-class organizations, lost confidence in the liberal ruling elite to represent them. Page 428. Organic crises produce a situation of rapid political realignments. In Italy after the war, these resulted in the rise to power of fascism. See section 6.12 and section 8.9 and 10. Passive revolution. Gramsci adapts the term passive resolution from Vincenzo Cuoco's history of the 1799 revolution in Naples, but it is completely modified by his own usage. Q15, section 17, page 1775. It is used to describe any historical situation in which a new political formation comes to power without a fundamental reordering of social relations. He first applies it to the Risorgimento to describe the process by which the bourgeoisie, represented by Cavour's moderates, achieves power without a revolution of the French type. He then extends it to other liberal movements of the post-1815 Restoration, and finally to fascism, which modernizes the economy from above by breaking the political power of both the laissez-faire bourgeoisie and the organized working class. Gramsci describes these forms of passive revolution as manifestation of a war of position by the dominant classes after a phase of war of maneuver from below. French Revolution, the period 1917 to 1921. Although it has sometimes been asserted, perhaps because of this assimilation between passive revolution and the war of position, that Gramsci also advocated a form of passive revolution for the left, in fact, he explicitly says that it is only an analytical tool, a criterion of interpretation, and not a program, as it was for the Italian liberals of the Risorgimento, section 8.5. He also says that the dialectic of conservation and innovation, which constitutes passive revolution, is called reformism in modern terminology. Q 1011, section 41.14, page 1325. See, in particular, section 8. Philosophy of praxis. This term is used in many passages of the prison notebooks in place of Marxism. Gramsci also refers to Marx as the founder of the philosophy of praxis, and to Lenin as the greatest modern theorist of the philosophy of praxis. Section 6.6. Page 429. The expression, however, is more than a device to bypass the censor. It also conveys, as it did for the socialist philosopher Antonio Labriola, from whom Gramsci borrowed it, a specific conception of Marxism as a unity of theory and practice. For Gramsci, the philosophy of praxis is both the theory of the contradictions in society and at the same time people's practical awareness of those contradictions. The philosophy of praxis is the self-consciousness of historical necessity. It involves the formation of a revolutionary collective will which can act in accordance with that necessity. Gramsci, in other words, sees the philosophy of praxis not only as a system of philosophical ideas, but also as forming the basis of a mass conception of the world. The character of the philosophy of praxis is especially that of being a mass conception, a mass culture, that of a mass which operates as a unit, in other words, one which has norms of conduct which are not only universal at the level of ideas, but generalized in social reality. Q10, Roman 2, section 31. The philosophy of praxis is absolute historicism, the absolute bringing down to earth and worldliness of thought, an absolute humanism of history. It is along this line that one must trace the thread of the new conception of the world. Q11, section 27, SPN 465, translation slightly altered. State. Gramsci uses the term state in at least two different senses in the prison notebooks. In the first, narrow sense, the state is a sphere of domination, the organ or instrument of the oppression of one class by another. See, for instance, section 10.1, page 306. This corresponds to one of the uses of the term in Marx and to Lenin's use in The State and Revolution, and it was also the main sense in which the term was used in the Second and Third Internationals. In the second, wider sense, which seems also to be a later one in the composition of the notebooks, the state is an integral state. It has the functions both of coercion and of consent. It contains both the apparatuses of government and the judiciary and the various voluntary and private associations and parapolitical institutions which make up civil society. QV. Page 430. In this wider sense, the state possesses educative and ethical functions which will remain, indeed expand, under socialism as a state in a narrow sense, as an instrument of coercion and class domination, withers away. It is possible to imagine the coercive element of the state withering away by degrees as ever more conspicuous elements of regulated society or ethical state or civil society make their appearance. Section 7.8. Within the integral state, the term civil society has the sense of the political and cultural hegemony of a social group over the whole of society, the ethical content of the state. Q6, section 24, page 703, my italics. In the first sense, then, state is separated from civil society as coercion against consent, domination against direction, dictatorship against hegemony. In the second sense, state includes both civil society and the state in the first or narrow sense, now called political society. In both cases, the distinction between two regions, political society, civil society, is the same, and both together are methodologically separated by Gramsci from a third region, economic society, or the economic structure. Transformism, Transformism, a term originally used in Italian political jargon in the late 1870s to describe loose alliances between factions of left and right. Opponents were transformed into supporters across the floor of Parliament. Gramsci extends it to describe the characteristic form of bourgeois hegemony in Italy between unification and fascism. With a system of transformism, there is no real opposition or alternation in power. Instead, there is a piecemeal absorption of the opposition by the ruling elites. Gramsci distinguishes two main phases: 1860 to 1900, molecular transformism, in which individual exponents of the democratic opposition go over to the moderate conservative center; 1900 to 1918, transformism of whole groups of the left who go over to the center or right. For instance, the Nationalist Party is formed out of ex-anarchists and syndicalists. Q8, section 36, pages 962 to 63. War of maneuver, war of position. These military terms, used in relation to the First World War, meant, respectively, a war of rapid movement with a series of frontal assaults and trench warfare, backed up by reserves of supplies, munitions, and soldiers behind the lines. Page 431. In parallel with the state-civil society distinction, Gramsci applies the two concepts to politics. It seems to me the Ilyich, Lenin, understood that a change was necessary from a war of maneuver, frontal attack on the state, applied victoriously in the East in 1917, to a war of position, which was the only form possible in the West. Section 7.2. War of position is linked to Gramsci's notion of hegemony in its various senses: class alliances, molecular, ideological, and political work in civil society, consent. It should be noted, however, that he uses the term war of position not only to designate a revolutionary strategy for the left, but also to describe a phase of revolution reaction, or passive revolution, QV, which follows under a revolutionary offensive, war of maneuver. In this sense, fascism is also a form of war of position. See page 267. End of glossary of key terms.
Page 432. Further reading. The following is a selection of secondary works in English. The books by Fiore and Davidson are biographies. Spriano's is an account of Gramsci's relations with the PCDI during his imprisonment. Those by Boggs, Joel, and Simon are general introductory studies. Those by Cammett, Clark, and Williams, 1975, deal with the early period. The articles by Bobbio and Texier are two sides of a celebrated discussion on the question of Gramsci's superstructuralism. Althusser's chapter is a critique of Gramsci's historicist Marxism. Mouffe, 1979a, gives a post-Leninist interpretation of the hegemony concept. Laclau and Mouffe, 1985, develop it into the basis of a post-Marxist position. Anderson provides information on the history of the concept before Gramsci and suggests that he failed to confront adequately the question of state power. Femia is valuable on the concept of contradictory consciousness. Bucke-Guxman's is a dense but historically detailed and fascinating study. Sassoon, 1987, contains a thorough discussion of Gramsci's conception of the party. Entwistle interprets Gramsci's educational ideas. Kiernan, 1974, makes original observations on Gramsci's discussions of non-European societies. The subjects of most of the other works listed here are apparent from the titles. Althusser, capital Althusser, Lewis, 1970. Marxism is not a historicism. In L. Althusser and E. Balabar. Reading Capital. Translated by Ben Brewster. London, NLB, Chapter 5. Anderson, capital Anderson, Perry, 1976 through 77. The Antimonies of Antonio Gramsci. New Left Review, Volume 100. November 1976 through January 1977, pages 5 through 78. Bellamy, capital Bellamy. Richard, 1987. Antonio Gramsci, In Modern Italian Social Theory, Ideology and Politics from Pareto to the Present, Cambridge, Polity Press. Bobbio, capital Bobbio, Norberto, 1967. Gramsci and the Conception of Civil Society, in Moof, 1979b. Boggs, capital Boggs, Carl, 1976. Gramsci's Marxism, London, Pluto Press. Bucci Glucksmann, capital Buci hyphen, capital Glucksmann, Christine, 1980. Gramsci and the State, translated by David Fernbach. London, Lawrence and Wishart. Page 433. Cammett, capital Cammett, John M., 1967. Antonio Gramsci and the Origins of Italian Communism. Stanford, University Press. Clark, capital Clark, Martin N., 1977. Antonio Gramsci and the Revolution That Failed. New Haven and London, Yale University Press. Davidson, capital Davidson, Alastair, 1977. Antonio Gramsci, Towards an Intellectual Biography. London, Merlin Press. De Giovanni, capital D-E, new word, capital Giovanni, Biagio, 1976. Lenin and Gramsci, State, Politics, and Party, in Moof, 1979b. Ely, capital E-L-E-Y, Jeff, 1984. Reading Gramsci in English. Observations on the Reception of Antonio Gramsci in the English-Speaking World. 1957 through 82. European History Quarterly, Volume 14, pages 441 through 78. Entwistle, capital Entwistle, Harold, 1979. Antonio Gramsci, Conservative Schooling for Radical Politics, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul. Femia, capital Femia, Joseph V., 1981. Gramsci's Political Thought, Hegemony, Consciousness, and the Revolutionary Process, Oxford, Clarendon Press. Fiori, capital Fiori, Giuseppe, 1970. Antonio Gramsci, Life of a Revolutionary, translated by Tom Nairn, London, NLB. Forgacs, capital Forgacs, David, 1984. National Popular, Genealogy of a Concept, in Formations of Nation and People, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, pages 83 through 98. Hall, capital W-A-L-L, Stewart, Lumley, Bob, McLennan, Gregor, 1977. Politics and Ideology, Gramsci, Working Papers in Cultural Studies, Volume 10, on Ideology, reprinted as On Ideology, London, Hutchinson, 1978. Hall, capital Hall, Stewart, 1987. Gramsci and Us, Marxism Today, June, pages 16 through 21. Harman, capital Harman, Chris, 1983. Gramsci versus Reformism. London, Socialist Workers' Party pamphlet. Hoffman, capital Hoffman, John, 1984. The Gramscian Challenge, Coercion and Consent in Marxist Political Theory. Oxford, Blackwell. Hobsbawm, capital Hobsbawm, Eric, 1977. Gramsci and Political Theory. Marxism Today, July, pages 205 through 13. Hobsbawm, capital Hobsbawm, Eric, 1982. Gramsci and Marxist Political Theory in Shostak Sassoon, 1982. Hunt, capital Hunt, Jeffrey, 1986. Gramsci, Civil Society and Bureaucracy. Praxis International, Volume 6, Number 2, July, pages 206 through 19. Joel, capital Joll, James, 1977. Gramsci, London, Fontana Modern Masters. Kiernan, capital Kiernan, Victor G., 1972. Gramsci and Marxism. Socialist Register, 1972. London, Merlin Press, pages 1 through 33. Page 434. Kiernan, capital Kiernan, Victor G., 1974. Gramsci and the Other Continents. New Edinburgh Review. Gramsci, Issue 3, Number 27, 1974, pages 19 through 24. Laclau, capital Laclau, Ernesto, and Mouffe, Chantal, 1981. Socialist Strategy, Where Next? Marxism Today, January. Laclau, capital Laclau, Ernesto, and Mouffe, Chantal, 1985. Hegemony and Socialist Strategy Towards a Radical Democratic Politics, London, Verso. Lumley, capital Lumley, Bob, 1977. Gramsci's Writings on the State and Hegemony. Stenciled Occasional Paper, Number 51, Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, University of Birmingham. Merrington, capital Merrington. John, 1968. Theory and Practice in Gramsci's Marxism. Socialist Register, 1968. London, Merlin Press, pages 154 through 76. Reprinted in Western Marxism, A Critical Reader, London, Verso, 1978. Mouffe, capital Mouffe, Chantal, 1979a. Hegemony and Ideology in Gramsci, in Mouffe, 1979b. Mouffe, capital Mouffe, Chantal, editor, 1979b. Gramsci and Marxist Theory, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul. Mouffe, capital Mouffe, Chantal, 1981. Hegemony and the Integral State in Gramsci, Towards a New Concept of Politics, in George Bridges and Rosalind Brunt, editors, Silver Linings, Some Strategies for the 80s, London, Lawrence and Wishart. Nairn, capital Nairn, Tom, 1980. Antonu Sugabu, in Shostak Sassoon, 1982. Salvadori, capital Salvadori, Massimo, 1986. Gramsci and the PCI, Two Conceptions of Hegemony, in Mouffe, 1979b. Shostak Sassoon, capital SHOWSTACK, New Word, capital SASSOON, Anne, 1978. Hegemony and Political Intervention, in Sally Hibben, editor. Politics, Ideology and the State, London, Lawrence and Wishart. Shostak Sassoon, capital SHOWSTACK, New Word, capital SASSOON, Anne, editor, 1982. Approaches to Gramsci, London, Writers and Readers. Shostak Sassoon, capital SHOWSTACK, New Word, capital SASSOON, Anne, 1987, revised edition. Gramsci's Politics, London, Hutchinson. Simon, capital SIMON, Roger, 1982. Gramsci's Political Thought, an Introduction. London, Lawrence and Wishart. Spriano, capital SPRIANO, Paolo, 1979. Antonio Gramsci, The Prison Years, translated by John Fraser. London, Lawrence and Wishart. Texier, capital TEXIER, Jacques, 1967. Gramsci, Theoretician of the Superstructures, on the Conception of Civil Society, in Moof, 1979b. Togliatti, capital TOGLIATTI, Palmiro, 1979. On Gramsci and Other Writings, edited by Donald Sassoon, London, Lawrence and Wishart. Page 435. Williams, capital WILLIAMS. Gwynne, A., 1960. The Concept of Hegemonia in the Thought of Antonio Gramsci. Some Notes on Interpretation. Journal of the History of Ideas, Volume Roman 21, October-December, Number 4, pages 586 through 99. Williams, capital WILLIAMS, Gwynne, A., 1975. Proletarian Order, Antonio Gramsci, Factory Councils and the Origins of Communism in Italy, 1911 through 1921. London, Pluto Press. End of further reading. End of book. The Gramsci Reader, Selected Writings, 1916 through 1935. First NYU Press edition.